Morning, everybody. I'm in such a good mood this morning. You know why? No rain. No rain. I mean, yesterday it tipped it down. And I thought we had flooding in London. You might have had flooding where you were, and then trees came down. And then yesterday, when I was going home, the wind took up, and it was whoosh. And you know what it's like. You go outside, you think, oh, God, everything's going to blow away, and there's stuff being blown across the streets. In the end, I just, sod this for soldiers. And got on the train, which was nice and warm-ish. And then went out yesterday and bought a coat. And then I saw another one I liked. Because I haven't bought... What do they call these jackets? They like puffer jackets. Puffer jackets. I bought two in two different colours. Blue, because it seems to be the most popular colour when men are buying coats. We don't tend to buy bright colours. And then I saw an orangey type one. So I bought that as well. 80 quid each. And I thought, actually, when you look at the price of Victoria Beckham's stuff in her shop, A, none of it would fit me. B, she doesn't make it for blokes. And secondly, the price would be prohibitive. So M&S for me, which worked quite well. The Queen is resting. I think she's still in hospital. She's 95. Oh, she's out of hospital. She's out now. But she's given up her daily martini. Apparently every day she'd have a martini. And she stopped it after Philip died. She decided no more alcohol. I don't think that's going to make any difference. So she spent Wednesday night. So I bet she was listening to us. I could just tell, actually. But then she returned to Windsor Castle at lunchtime and remains in good spirits. It's not her favourite castle, Windsor Castle. She prefers Balmoral. That's the one she likes, but she's 95. I think that was her first... her first overnight hospital stay in 8 years. 8 years. I bet she had a nice room. Can you imagine? I bet it had proper sort of sheets and everything else. When I was in hospital, the beds, you don't get a double bed in a hospital. You know why? Because the bed is basically like an orthopaedic thing. It goes up, down. They give you a remote control to hold. And you can make the back of it go up because, I mean, to be honest with you, it's the most boring time ever in hospital. There's nothing to do apart from watch television. But if you're in an NHS hospital, they seem to have done away with the televisions. I don't know why. Before you could pay. When I went in for my burns years and years ago, you bought a subscription for, 2, 3, 4 nights, whatever it happened to be. And then the moment you got the code back, you could then watch television in your room. Because we all had sort of private rooms. I think if you're in a burns hospital, it's private rooms because basically it's a lot of people going, ow, ow, like that. Marmite could be in short supply, so they're putting the price up. That's how it works, apparently, nowadays. And I remember bringing you that story some time ago when we were all talking about, Marmite, because you've only got to buy one jar of Marmite. 3 years down the line, you'll still have a jar of Marmite because nobody puts a lot on. You just put a thin coating. Because we used to have somebody here who used to get the stuff for the breakfast show. And he would go out and make the toast. Well, I say made, he put it in a toaster. And when he put the Marmite on, seriously, you couldn't see the bread. I remember looking at it thinking, oh, in God's name, who's going to eat that? I just like a little thin bit of it. So that's why a Marmite jar will last you a long, long time. Dame Joan Collins has branded William Shatner a fool for blasting into space. She said it's a total waste of time and energy, and you don't need to do it. I mean, he's 90-something, isn't he? And he wanted to do it. And I'm assuming he got it for free. Can't imagine he sort of had to pay for it. She's 88 and he was 90-something. I like it when people get sort of a little bit tetchy. Let it get older. I like tetchy and edgy, my favourite words. And also, you remember the other day we had, and it got mentioned in the papers, later on yesterday in the news bulletins, about the team of rugby players who dress up as women, comedy women. You know, the type you would see on the street, like, ha, 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 and all the rest of it. And they raised money. And the hospice went, we think that's offensive to the lesbian, gay, transgender community. The lesbian, gay, transgender community came back and went, what in God's name are you talking about, woman? It's a bit of fun and it raised a lot of money. I think they raised they did it over 18 years. They raised 40 grand. And I thought that's 40 grand for a hospice who need the money. And that helps people. And let me point out before you go down the wrong route, if you go into a hospice, it doesn't mean you're going to die. A lot of people go into hospices to have a rest and give their family a rest. So that's what it's for. Some people go, oh, and you go into hospice and you don't come out again. Well, some people don't, and they give great aftercare. But for a lot of people, it's a rest. You go in there and the family go, sigh of relief, because if you're looking after somebody at home and you're a carer, as many of you are, I know, because I hear from you over the years, and it's tough. We met a very young girl who was caring on the television. I think Noel Edmonds gave her a Christmas present. They took her to Lapland to meet, wait for it, Jedward. Shows how long ago it was. Jedward were in fashion. Not anymore. And so they actually flew her over there, and then Jedward came in and did the whole sort of Jedward running about bit and screaming and being also. It was years ago. but that was her treat. And she was a carer at the age of, I think she was either 12 or 13, and she had to look after both parents. So before she went to school in the morning, she had to get them up, get their breakfast ready, get their clothes out and everything else. I mean, she was doing everything, and she's not the only one. There are loads in this country, loads and loads and loads. So big up to them. I've met a few over the years. Katie Price was seen out on the town with a photographer doing retail therapy, all by herself. You'd think, actually, that that she would have people to go out shopping with. You know, because I mean, I went shopping by myself, but that's different. I mean, she's in a relationship, and I'd have thought that he would have been out with her so they could go and do some retail. And what she was buying, I've got no idea. Clothes, I suppose. Must be the kind of thing. The Greggs fans have had a meltdown. Greggs do a breakfast pasty type thing, which is, I think it's beans, sausages, cheese. I don't know. Can't remember. Anyway, they've changed it. They've gone all vegan on it. And the Greggs fans are up in arms. There you go. So the sausage melt, I love the sound of it, are replaced with a vegan alternative. And the furious punter, because people get very angry nowadays, don't they? You only got to upset them in a little tiny way and their whole life collapses. It's been off the shelf for weeks due to the lorry driver shortage. And so instead they're offering a plant-based option stuffed with fungal protein and fake mozzarella cheese. It's being blasted as vegan rubbish. One angry customer says lunch ruin. Who the chuff's been panic buying sausage bean melts from Greggs? And Greg said we haven't had them for weeks. So it's sausages, bean and cheese, spelt Cheeze. Greggs plant-based products also include sausage rolls and donuts. Donuts? Donuts? I do like a donut, actually, but not very often. Not very often. It's something that you don't really sort of want it. But jam or jam. I've done ring as well, but could you get they're like 50p each or something. I like custard. I did buy, what are those boxes you get? Krispy Kreme donuts. And you can get a box of those for about 12 quid. They're actually quite nice. And at Christmas time, they did a sort of an apple mix, but it was sort of a winter mix apple. And it sounded delicious. So I had to go out and buy a box of these blasted things. But of course, I can't eat donuts. I'm not supposed to have donuts because I'm diabetic and they're not particularly good for you. But occasionally you let yourself go and you go, do you know, I think I'll have a donut today. And you have it, and then I feel guilt for about the next 24 hours or till the next. And I think it's called spicy apple, something like that. And whatever it is, it's very nice. And they've got them now with sort of pretty picture. I do like them, actually. I mean, there's a Santa belly with a creme filling, creme filling. They've got a signature ring donut, Rudolph, which is good. And they've got ugly jumper with a far from ugly caramel and chocolate filling and jumper decoration. You'll love it. Okay, get all the gags. Peppermint plaid, our signature ring. You don't like the sound of that? With peppermint flavoured icing and jumper decorations. A mint donut. I've never heard of a mint donut before. But they do look pretty in the box. They really do. And I as I say, I went out with a friend of mine a couple of years back when they first brought over Krispy Kreme donuts. Do you know it's everywhere at the moment? American sweet shops. I think it's called the American Candy Store or something. They're all over the place. You can't move for these blooming things. I nearly went in there because they do a lot of sweets and everything else that you get in America. And a lot of people have been to... There's a little tiny shop in Covent Garden, which I discovered years ago. And they do all the stuff that you can't really get in our sweet shops. I mean, you have to pay for it, obviously. But they've got one in Kingston. It used to be a jewellery shop just opposite the Bentall Centre. And now it's this shop that sells all these American retro sweets. But it's also got a window full of Pringles. And I quite like Pringles. Don't have them all the time. You know, but when I do have them, I like them with salad cream. I've never had a crisp sandwich. Somebody said it's quite a nice thing to do. And if you're cooking chicken at home, you can cover it in crisps. What you do is you mash up the crisps in a polythene bag kind of thing, coat the chicken in egg, the raw chicken, not cooked chicken, and then you dip it in the crisps, and then you can either put it in the oven. You could do it with cornflakes as well. Not really sure about cornflakes on chicken, but we're willing to go for it. Anyway, we take all your texts and emails on the programme. Believe you me, we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Judy Love has tested positive for COVID. Poor soul. So she's got a week off at the moment. Where do people get it from? I just don't know. It must be floating around, mustn't it? There was a woman on YouTube. You know, I'm addicted to watching YouTube videos of people losing their temper. And in America, the big thing is You're not shopping in here unless you put a mask on. And they stand there and go, listen, I'm exercising my right. I want to breathe H2O, not CO2, or whatever it was. They stand there and they'll argue the toss about it. And so the shopkeeper in this particular case stood their ground, and this woman started effing and blinding, and and she's going, listen, I don't have to wear the mask because I get panic attacks. And you think, well, you look as though you're heating up at the moment for a panic attack. You can go out. There was a letter in one of the papers yesterday, I think it was, somebody who is asthmatic and autistic, and they said, I've had a mask on for 4 hours, and if it helps, that's what we're going to do. But the amount of people getting on buses now and not wearing masks, idiots, because more than 50,000 COVID cases recorded for the first time since the 17th of July in one day. On Thursday, 52,009. 115 deaths within 28 days of a positive test. And I keep saying to people, you don't want COVID. You really don't. I mean, if you get this booster jab, I think it's about 95%, immunization, the Pfizer jab. And I thought, well, that seems good, so I'm going to go and check today. Because they said, if you haven't been contacted, go and sort it out. They've told us that they are making a big effort. But it's either a case of, do you want to live? Or do you want the other option? And I'm telling you, the other option's not very nice. It's not a nice way to go. It really isn't, as this sort of shuts everything down in your body. There's actually talking of things being shut down. There's a woman in the paper today, and she's 95, and she's gone to Dignitas because she's very ill, and she decided that she wanted to end her life while she was sort of as compos mentis as you can be, because you have to pay for Dignitas. They don't do government grants to go over there. It's about £15,000, but you've got to be in a fit state to administer the drugs yourself. And I think they give you a little sort of cocktail of things. It's either tablets or it's a liquid, and I couldn't remember what it was. But basically, it must be the same as they use in America when they kill people, because it puts you to sleep. It slows your body down, and gradually it just stops and everything goes. But it's quite a moving story in the papers. And I do like a good moving story, because you have to ask yourself the question, A, if you got to that stage in your life, would you want to go to Dignitas? There's a couple of other places. I mean, the flat is very uninteresting. Very uninteresting. It's not, all flashy. It's very simple, because they showed it on the television. The BBC did a programme years ago. They didn't show you the moment of death. Julie Walters did a drama about it, because it's a big decision. But of course, you've got to have 15,000 quid. As I say, they don't do HP on it. More of your texts and emails coming up in a moment.
In thousands of blind taste tests, hundreds of Asda products proved as tasty or tastier than M&S. Get us right. We call it Taste Match. M&S taste at Asda price. Try our extra special lemon drizzle cake infused with Sicilian lemon juice, so you can have your cake, eat it, and at Asda save over 40% too. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores online, subject to availability. Taste test made to August 23 with M&S lemon drizzle cake. Price comparison in-store 1809.23. For verification, see asda.com/tastematch.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I love the text from Shane in Sydney, who says, I found a jar of Vegemite in my cupboard. It must have been there for years. Yes, it's similar, isn't it, to Marmite, Vegemite? Isn't it a similar thing? I was never too sure. It's not. I always thought it was the Australian version of it. And Ocado make one. Waitrose and Partners do a Marmite yeast, which actually appears to be cheaper, doesn't it? Vegemite, Amazon, and you get it on £12.40. £12.40 for a jar of Vegemite. It better be a huge jar. 400 grams. A huge jar. 400 grams. Mainly, they're sort of not as big as that. It doesn't interest me, actually. I mean, I have Marmite, but I told you, I've got my own Marmite. I bought it years ago. I bought 6 jars of Steve Allen's, and the label has got Marmite, but with Steve Allen in the middle of it. Don't ask me why. A friend of mine sent it in and said, look, you can get your own labelled Marmite, which is quite a nice idea. But I think they've actually stopped doing it. Bovril I used to like, but you could have Bovril as a hot drink. In the winter, when I was poor, years ago, still poor, you can get it at football matches. And the only thing I had in the cupboard was spaghetti, which was a boring thing under the sun. But if you didn't have any money, you buy spaghetti, a packet of spaghetti, the long stuff, would last you forever. And then you'd buy a cheese sauce in a packet, heat up the cheese sauce, pour it over the spaghetti, and then for a drink, because it was so cold in the winter, you would have Bovril. You'd put a spoon of Bovril into a cup of hot water, and it was meaty and it was lovely, and it kind of sustained you. I mean, nowadays I wouldn't be having that. I'd be having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. But I used to drink loads of coffee. In the morning, I would wake up and have coffee. Now I've moved on to tea. What if it makes me a better person? I'll have to ponder on that one. Anyway, let's have a quick look at what we're talking about this morning. Talking about Coffs Harbour, says Michael. He says, when you were talking about Coffs Harbour the other day and where to eat, yes, we have a KFC and a McDonald's, but the place you want to go to is called Triple S Barbecue Barns. They do steaks and ribs. That is one reason to come to Coffs Harbour. Well, I did say the other day, if there's one thing I'm partial to, it's ribs. And in Costco, they do ribs, which you can either cook yourself or they've got them already cooked together with the chicken. So they come out of the spit roast or whatever it is that they do with these things, and they're delicious. But you cannot sit in a car park and eat ribs. The mess is it also looks a little bit strange. Dennis in Grantham says, have you heard there's an advert that announces Marmite have released a tinned beer? Is it? No, it's not. There is a tinned beer of Marmite. I've had Marmite shower gel, yes. It's bizarre, isn't it? I got sent it, actually, by a well-meaning listener. I don't know what they were telling me, but Marmite shower gel. But yeah, there is definitely a Marmite beer, because they did a road test. I think they asked some students, but I mean, they didn't know, did they? I just sober them up first. And here it is. It's called Camden Marmite Ale. Love or hate it. Yes, really. And it's £8 for 4. You get a 4-can pack for £8. Now, not buying beer before, I've got no idea whether that's good value or not, but Marmite Ale, that's about right, is it? Okay. £8 though. And it's good. Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? Brewed with pearl hops, same as our classic Hell's Lager. We added real Marmite along with toasted Pilsner and Munich malt for a smoky, bready balance. Oh. Tastes apparently like Marmite on toast. Sounds good, isn't it? If you really want it. And they do. I've tried those Marmite pinwheels. I bought them in M&S. I thought they were horrid. I didn't like them at all. Not my sort of thing. Portuguese custard tarts, says Giles. There's a posh person, Giles. Okay, yeah. Actually, when I came in this evening, there were 2 drunks at the end of this corridor here, because it's where people sort of congregate to try and find a taxi. So it's not not in the building. This is outside, out next to Leicester Square. It runs down the middle. Irving Street, it's called. And they were going, okay, you are. Yeah, because I'm British. And I was thinking, are you really? Or are you just British? Because they didn't look very British to me. And they were sort of doing all this, yeah, because we're British. If anybody asks you, tell them you're British. And I walked past them thinking, oh, God, they look like the type. If you go on holiday, they're going to be your nightmare. They're going to be the people in the next room. Woo! Going to go pull some girlies tonight. They never manage it, do they? Steve, I'm up early to spend 2 hours in bed with my favourite radio presenter on the start of my epic birthday weekend, says Harry. Harry is in Poole in Dorset, aged 29 and 363 days. So coming up 30. The doomed age, 30. It's a case of when I was 29, I used to think 30 was miles away, like most of us do. In fact, the Queen, who decided to turn down the offer from the Oldie magazine of being that sort of person to be held up because she's got the Jubilee coming up, she said, no, I'm not old. And then probably goes into hospital. Only for a day, though, which was good. Giles in New Malden, there is the shop on Old Compton Street that sells Portuguese custard tarts, 3 for a £5. Ooh, sounds a bit tempting, doesn't it? I saw a shop on Old Compton Street, Giles. I don't know what it is, but it must be a similar sort of shop. And they had donuts, but they looked as though they were gold. They were obviously covered either in gold paper or something like that. Whatever it was, they looked fantastic. And I remember thinking that's a bit of fun. Mick says Slice Street Bakery near Clapham Junction do a really good blueberry jam donut, and their custard tarts are very nice too. Funny thing is, I never got into custard tarts, but I like the idea of a blueberry jam donut. Or apricot. I like apricot jam donuts as well. And Martin says, I had my COVID booster yesterday and I feel fine. Sounds like a Beatles song, doesn't it? Jenny in Farringdon says, I remember wearing 2 North Face jackets last November. It was that cold, but it's only 9 weeks till Christmas. Yeah. We all want Christmas, don't we? Like we want Christmas. We don't sort of want not to have Christmas. Wayne, the trolley dolly. Morning, Wayne. He says, I think the Christmas market in Leicester Square opens next week, which must mean that the big Trafalgar Square one does too. Yes, 28th, they're doing the one out here. That's what Tony told me, who's working in the middle with all the generators and all the bits and pieces which go on under. Jeff says, I'm a die-hard fan. Just booked tickets to your Christmas cracker show. There's a new one on. There's the I think the evening is sold out, but there's a matinee that's gone on sale. So just go to the Magic Circle, 18th of December. Oh, I hope it doesn't snow. Do you know, one year it snowed. We did the first show, and the magic shows we do, the money goes to the Magic Circle Foundation, so it sort of perpetuates it. It's not outside, it's inside. You go to the Magic Circle, which is just over Tottenham Court Road. Within, if you get to Tottenham Court Road Tube, you can get out and walk, and it's very easy. And you go in there. There's a downstairs bar, and then downstairs in the basement there's the museum. We've got a library down there. Then on the first floor there's the Devant room, and you get close-up magicians, and you're watching literally from less than 2 feet away from them, and you'll swear blind you saw something, and then it'll turn out not to be. Here is the Queen of Hearts. Put your hand on it, take it off. It's the King of Bloody Spades. Typical thing, isn't it? Typical. And then we have a little break, and then you come upstairs to the theatre on the top floor, and you get a stage magic show. It's only a little theatre, only holds 160 people, and we've done them over the years. But one year, because backstage we've got a window and we could look out into the back alley, and it started snowing, and I was saying to the stage manager, I said, it's started snowing. By the time we'd gone back on again to open the second half of the show and come back again, we were knee-deep in the stuff. I got outside, I had to dig my car out. It came down so heavy, and I thought, that was a long time ago. We haven't had that for ages. But looking at the pictures in the paper today, there's an awful lot of snow about. Not down in London, but it might be. But Wayne, you're right. I don't know about the Trafalgar Square Christmas market. I don't think I've ever done that one. I've done the Leicester Square one because it's right outside our door, and it should be quite nice. But there you go. Storm. We not how to pronounce this. Aurore. Snow hitting Scotland today. Sorry, Scotland. And in Braemar, they've got the first snow. It's so pretty. And then you see what it looks like when it's been going for a few hours, and you kind of go, it's not that pretty at all, is it? But kids love it. Kids love it. I remember looking out the window one Christmas when I was younger, and it started snowing, and you get excited at Christmas. You're going, Mum, you think, oh no, I can't wake them up. They're all asleep. It's like 2 a.m, and it's got snow, and it was lovely. I mean, the last white Christmas we had was years ago. Because they have to say the snow has got to fall, hasn't it, after midnight on Christmas Day or something for it to be classed as a white Christmas. 2010, apparently. And before that, it was, I'm sure it's quite a few years. We haven't had snow on the Christmas Day. So 2010, 83% of stations recorded snow on the ground, the highest amount ever reported. It does look pretty, though. It does look pretty. But unfortunately, because we get the weather that fades in and out on, a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, mainly a little bit of that, and you get it, and then it turns to slush. And that's when your car starts looking even worse than when you first took the blooming thing out. So, Jeff, we look forward to seeing you. I watched a documentary, says Karen, in Manchester, Steve, years ago about Dignitas. Terry Pratchett presented it. It was a man called Peter Smedley. Very moving, and it's stuck in my mind ever since. It's a big decision to make. Because it's not like, you're just going in there for a little rest. That's where your life is going to finish. But if you're in so much pain and you think at the age of 95, some people are much younger than that, much younger at Dignitas. If you think that your quality of life is definitely not going to improve, then that would be the option for you. And it's a big decision to make. It's very difficult to families to take it in. It's almost like, getting divorced. You get divorced and you think, no, that's it. It's final. It's final. There's no sort of going back. And then the worst thing is, if mum takes the kids away, dad's got to start driving a little bit further. Even worse if they go abroad, which can happen on many an occasion. That's why you got Fathers for Justice, wasn't it? They were trying to make sure that they got their sort of equal rights. Maggie said, had our booster on Wednesday, hubby and me both feeling fine. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. That's good for you. Listen, if you don't get sick, then well done, because I'm dreading it. I'm really dreading it. I don't want to get sick because I don't do time off. Harry says, what's Marmite made of? Something called riboflavin. That's all I can tell you. I don't know anything else that's in it. Yeast extract. Whatever that is, we don't know. Doesn't make any difference. Steve, I've just booked tickets for your Magic Show matinee. Also tickets for your audience with in February. Both my husband Neil and myself. And to top off our weekend in London, we booked a table at Joe Allen's. Well, there you go. Actually, I'm going there, but not till November. We're going for the Steve Allen Lunch Club. There's 5 of us. And we just go and sit and mull over the news of the day. Should be interesting.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Friday. I bet you thought we'd never make it to Friday. I know we did. And here we are. We're on Friday and we're looking forward to the weekend and the weather. I'll tell you later. We like to keep it as a surprise, the weather, mainly because it's a total surprise to us. We've got no idea what it's going to be, but it's the 22nd of October. So we get ever nearer going into November. And then after November, well, we might have bonfire night. We're not sure. I'll let you know, actually, because an indication is whether Costco have fireworks for sale. And I'm assuming they will have. They've had them every other year. You order them. You pick up a little thing out of the box. And then you go after you've paid. And then you go and stand by this little door. And somebody goes inside and brings out either stamps or cigarettes, I think, or whatever. I'm sure they do cigarettes now. Couldn't remember. So what have we got? So Kate Garraway appears to reveal that Prince Charles has given her support, which is nice. And then the Brits who dodged military service, they took selfies near the volcano that's going off, and they've got pictures of themselves standing there. Well, they're in big trouble. There could be a court-martial after this one. Yeah, I think it was La Palma. Well, I don't know. I can't think of any other active volcanoes at the moment. I think that Iceland is another one. Well, there's always one in Iceland. Iceland's just full of blooming volcanoes. That'll be Darren. He'll have sort of set it off. Somebody did something a short while ago. They went to an active volcano, but it was like a lava lake above ground, like the R2, whatever it was called. And they threw a big plastic thing in, like a 5-gallon thing of water. And the lava melted the plastic thing. And when the water hit it, it started producing like a firework display. It was most amazing to watch. And there's loads of people in Iceland, people flocking to the edge of a spectacular eruption. Are you mad? Are you completely mad? You only got to look at it and think, if that thing goes off, you're going to be running like so fast and it will catch you. It moves pretty quickly. Very pretty. Very, very strange things going on under the earth, aren't there, at the moment? What if it affects the Northern Lights? I don't know. Have you ever seen the Northern Lights? Oh, they're great. I saw them when we were in Luosto. Stood outside having a cigarette in the days when I smoked, and watched the Northern Lights playing around. It almost looked like somebody had a torch and they were just sort of waving it into the night sky. It was really good. Very, very good indeed. So, Joan Collins in the paper. Adrian Chiles wants people to stop buying stuff to save the planet. But that's what the British like doing, isn't it? That's why it makes me laugh. When we went to Norway, it didn't seem like there was anybody living there. You don't really see so many people on the streets. You think, how do the shops survive? You know, if you walk up Oxford Street or you go to Covent Garden at the moment, it's rammed. And as you get ever nearer Christmas, it will be more rammed. The organised crime gang, story that we told you a few days ago, ditching drugs for puppies. You know, it's quite normal to have puppies, isn't it? But not normal to have sort of, 3 kilos of cocaine or something else. But so they're doing puppies. But puppies that are very sick. Puppies that they're breeding. And if they die, they die. You have no comeback on it at all. So only ever go to a place like Battersea Cat and Dogs Home or rescue centres or something like that. It's worth millions. Absolutely millions. I mean, there was one here, a BBC and Ulster Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Northern Ireland has become a gateway for abhorrent multi-million-pound illegal trade in puppies. It's been called the new drugs trade by the welfare investigators. And also for the puppy trade in Scotland, they say 90% of all the problems come through Belfast. They reckon it's worth about 150 million a year. Most of the puppies, as you know, raised in squalid conditions on illegal farms and are malnourished or diseased and would otherwise not be sold. I mean, it really is terrible. I mean, people can pay thousands of pounds for pets. I didn't realise they were so expensive. But you look at them. I mean, there were some here, puppies rescued in County Tyrone in Northern Ireland before lockdown. They look absolutely gorgeous, but there's a very good chance by the time you get it home, it's ready to die because they've not been looked after at all. It's estimated 25% of all dogs in Britain were bought during lockdown, with many buyers admitting they did little research into where they came from. Puppy farms. You know, somebody will go, oh, yeah, and you sometimes get people who say, oh, the puppies are in the kitchen, you come and pick one out. And you think, yeah, where's the mother? If you can't see the mother, don't buy from them. There's a very good chance it's come from a puppy farm, which is definitely not very good. How much food do you throw away? I found myself throwing away all sorts of bits and pieces. Apparently salad is the most popular to throw away now. As if it's that interesting. Victoria Beckham's got a 2-page spread in one of the papers today talking about her old look, which is basically the same as her new look. It's just that she's looking older. She said, if I still dressed like that in those early days when she was with Dave, I'd be locked up by the fashion police. I don't even know who the fashion police are. But, I mean, obviously nobody's buying her stuff at the moment. And it's getting a bit desperate because after lockdown and the pandemic, I don't know how many people she had to lay off, but at one time they were told to cut back on the shop. They had fresh flowers in, there were cars backwards and forwards. But, of course, if you're not selling the clothes, you're not going to be making any money. She's been bailed out twice. So she needs to sort of get something right. But we all decided, I say we all decided, I mean, privately I canvassed everybody, and it's the prices. It's ridiculously expensive. You know, I'd rather, given the choice, Victoria Beckham or Gucci, Gucci would win hands down. You know, why would you want a former Spice Girl who didn't really contribute much to the Spice Girls? I mean, I'm in Gucci at the moment. Gucci spelt G-O-O. So it goes on. Gucci. It could be quite funny, actually, really, couldn't it? But I love the idea that, you know, she'd be locked up by the fashion police. But then everybody would have been, because that's what everybody was wearing at the time. You know, I think she was wearing, and Dave wore it as well, leather suits. They both had leather suits on. And I remember thinking, that's Dale had leather trousers. I mean, what did I wear that I'd be in back? I don't know. Looking back at pictures, I don't know. I mean, I just looked like normal stuff to me. I didn't really think about fashion. I was luckily not one of those fashionistas or conscious of. I mean, there were people who went to Carnaby Street and the King's Road, and they would wear the very latest stuff coming out. Flare. You know, everybody had flares. There wasn't anything else. It was all flares. I mean, you didn't have straights and sort of, you know, skinny jeans and stuff like that. Everything was sort of fairly oversized. But you could go up the King's Road and go to Lord John or any of the sort of place. I remember buying a pair of what I called Rupert Bear trousers, which they looked like trousers Rupert Bear would wear. And these weren't yellow, these were grey and black. And then when I became a skinhead, sort of, well, not really a skinhead. I mean, it was the fashion out there. You had skinheads. Oh, there you go. That's very nice. The Rupert Bear adults trousers look very cool. It's the sort of thing that golfers wear. Golfers wear stuff like that so they can stand out on the golf course. You know, you've got to have special clothing. But I can remember going out and buying, what did I buy? I bought a cheesecloth shirt, which was terrible because when it got wet, the buttons all gaped on it. But when I became a suede head, you would wear Crombies, which were those nice long overcoats. They look very nice. You never found suede heads fighting with people because you didn't want to get messed up. You'd have a handkerchief in your top pocket with a tie pin through it to make sure nobody nicked your hanky. I had that. A check shirt with button-down collars. Ben Sherman, of course. Tonic trousers. Tonic trousers were lovely. They were trousers that looked as though they were slightly reflective. I don't know how you describe it, actually. As if they were slightly reflective. And some nice shoes. And you would go out and you looked smart. You know, if you were a skinhead, you had the braces on and everything. Crocs. Actually, one of my neighbours was wearing Crocs the other day. And it's the first time I've ever noticed them. I looked down at them. I was going to say, Lindy, what are you wearing? And I suddenly realised they're rubber shoes, aren't they? That's what they call them, Crocs now. And a lot of people have actually got them. But not for me, I'm afraid. Don't know why. Perhaps it's just because I think, you know, mind you, after I've had my toenails cut and all the rest of it, I mean, my feet look actually quite wonderful. I had my little pedicure. There's a microwave up for sale. It was signed by Chris Eubank Jr. Just a microwave, and he signed it on the top. It's up for sale for £66,000. It seems like an awful lot of money for a microwave signed by... I don't know why. Apparently they didn't have anything else. So they signed it, and for 66... I mean, I can't see anybody buying it, £66,000. I mean, you can get a microwave now for about 35 quid. But this one here, they said bids have hit 65,000, and the Boxer has vowed to match the winning price with a donation to charity. What, they've already reached 65... Who would buy it? I can't imagine who would buy a microwave at £66,000. Some bloke brought it up to him and said, "Can you sign this?" And it's up for sale for 60,000. No chance. Never going to get that sort of money. I'm looking at the bloke signing it, but it's an odd thing to take. £66,000. So it's not owned by Chris Eubank Jr. It's owned by this other bloke. So, and then Chris Eubank Jr. says, been sent a link to an eBay auction that's selling the microwave I signed in Newcastle. No matter how much it'll go for, no idea. But to make this more meaningful, whatever the winning bid is, I'll match it and give the money to a charity of the winner's choice. Well, it's not going to be £66,000. But he did pull out a Sharpie. I carry a Sharpie as well. It's much easier than trying to find a biro that's got the ink that flows right to the end, which it doesn't. If you've got a partner that snores, apparently adults lose more than 105 hours sleep a year due to snoring partners. It's the biggest problem in relationships. I'm led to believe that the Queen snores. And that's why her and... well, how do I snore? I don't know. How would you know? I don't know. You'd only know if somebody you were sleeping with went, you're snoring. I think I have actually fallen asleep on the settee, but mainly through alcohol. And I think overweight, alcohol and smoking make you snore. And so what people used to do is all these different things. People used to put a tennis ball in their pyjamas and the jacket on the back. So don't ask me why. I've really got no idea. It was something to do with the way you're sleeping. And it made you, if you sleep on your back, there's a very good chance you're going to be snoring. So people will push somebody to make them sleep on their side, which apparently just means that they, and then they carry on snoring again. But it can split marriages up. Snoring. Imagine if you climb into bed with somebody. Imagine, ladies, you've been out to a club or something like that, and you picked up somebody really gorgeous, and you go, well, this is it. This is it. Here we go. And you get back home. He pulls out his Winnie the Pooh pyjamas, climbs into bed and immediately starts snoring. Well, that's it. You'd be sitting there, wouldn't you, going, right, this one's finished. Because it is generally due to weight, alcohol or smoking. And I did all three. I did all three. Now we don't do two of them, which is good. And I'll let you work out for yourself which two they are.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust you're well. Getting ready for Christmas. I say getting ready for Christmas because you're supposed to sort of do all this stuff in advance, do the prep and everything else, but there's no shortage of turkeys. So that's good. Mind you, of course, if you're vegetarian, you probably couldn't care less. Things you can do to help you stop snoring. It's a lifestyle change. Do try to lose weight if you're overweight. Sleep on your side. Try taping, there you go, or stitching a tennis ball to the back of your sleepwear. I'll have to staple it to my body because I don't have any sleepwear. Or buy a special pillow or bed wedge to keep you on one side. Because if there's one thing I do, it's toss and turn. I'm very known for that. This side, and then you wake up, you turn to that side. I can't sleep on my back. How people sleep on their fronts, I've got no idea. You must suffocate. Unless you sort of do it and then you turn your head to one side, which makes it sound as though you do that. Thank you for sharing that moment. Also, you could get some earplugs if your snoring affects their sleep. You can go onto some of these shopping channels on the television and they can sell you a so-called anti-snoring device. Now, I'm telling you, over the years, I've bought all sorts of things. The only thing that apparently works, and I only read it years and years ago, was an injection in the back of your throat because it's the vibrating of your nodules. And this injection hardened them up. If they're hard, they don't vibrate, so you don't snore. Now, I read it in a newspaper years and years ago, and never seen it since. But you can buy things that you put in your nose, or you can buy a tape that you put over your nose to keep the airwaves open, because by keeping them open, then you don't snore. But whatever it is, it's a blooming pain. It's a complete and utter pain because, and I should imagine the Queen and Prince Philip, I mean, they haven't had same bedrooms for ages. They both had separate beds, and it's the only way you get a decent night's sleep. Because, if your partner snores, it's a case of you could be up half the night. My father used to fall asleep in front of the television and start snoring. And we go, Dad. And you go, oh, yeah. We go, you were snoring. You go, no, I wasn't asleep. The snoring wakes them up. I had that years and years ago when I was sort of drinking alcohol. And you're right. It's this, all of a sudden you wake up and you go like that. And you go, oh, blimey. Especially if you do it on the train. Even worse if you do it on the train. Because when you wake up, people are looking at you. And there's always the person sitting opposite with the Casey burger in one hand and the cheese dripping down their chin. And there's me, pressed into the glass, dribbling. And you have to try and pretend you've been awake all the time. It's really very difficult. It doesn't always work. Lorraine says, I've had my booster and my flu jab, got an aching arm, but fine other than that. So I can cope with an aching arm. That doesn't bother me. Just don't want to go down with anything, really. Gary says, don't forget the Levi's Stay Press and loafers or Squire shoes. I don't remember Squire shoes. I remember the Levi's Stay Press. I was trying to explain to the producer, though, what tonic trousers look like. And they were really lovely. They really were. But they're shiny. They're shiny. And they were very popular amongst mods and skinheads. Blend of mohair and wool, apparently. It's got a two-tone appearance. And they were nice. So it's sort of greys and different colours, but they were shiny. Mods and skinheads, I ask you honestly. And me. Doesn't quite work, does it? Ian says, I know I don't snore, Steve. I stayed awake for a night just to check. There is an app called Sleep Cycle, says Michelle. I've heard of this one, actually. And it records noises made while sleeping. It can be quite alarming to hear your own snoring. I know the amount of people who go, oh, I don't snore. And you go, but you do. And this is you. And it's never gentle, is it? All of a sudden, you push somebody over, you're snoring, get out. I don't know whether it's more prevalent in women than it is in men. I've got no idea. But all I know is everybody snores at some point. This Sleep Cycle app records all night and shows when there's extra noise from snoring or sleep talk. I had a friend who slept talk or sleep talked or whatever they call it. And I remember thinking, really bizarre, because it sounds like they're having a conversation, and the conversation is basically with themselves. It's with themselves, which I found quite interesting, actually. But when you'd wake them up, you say, actually, you were talking in your sleep. Mind you, I slept walk. Only the once. And all I remember is coming out. It was raining. I'm wearing my pants and a top, and I walk downstairs, I walk up a fire escape, and I climb onto the roof. And I'm sitting on the... Now, I've got a fear of heights. I can't stand on a chair. It's the worst thing ever. This was years ago. I walked through all these puddles in the car park, and I'm sitting on the edge of the roof, and I'm thinking, how am I going to get down? And I was twixt asleep and awake, because I can't remember walking out of the place. But I remember sitting on the roof, and it was all moss over it, and it got my pants all dirty. And in the end, I sort of went back down again, and I had to go and ring one of my neighbours to say, can you let me in, please? And they came down and let me in. They went, what have you been doing? I went, I don't know, but I think I've been sitting on the roof. It's quite frightening, because in theory, you could have actually sort of, fallen off the roof, and I wouldn't have known about it or anything like that. And sleepwalking comes down to apparently fatigue, stress, or anxiety, and also apparently a full bladder. I know all about that. And or alcohol use. People who sleepwalk don't need extensive examinations or testing. Jonathan Shallett, the professor, says, good morning, Steve. Morning, Jonathan. He says, my wife, Katrina, has the best cure to get a good night's sleep from my snoring. When I wake up, she's often left the room and has moved into our daughter's room. I'm not sure our daughter is best pleased, but Katrina is very happy. You see, the trouble is, that's why the royal family never slept together, the Queen and Prince Philip, because I think he must have been like an elephant. I mean, it must have been absolutely terrible. And the Queen as well, because I think as you get older, you do snore a little bit. But, Jonathan, yours can't be down to alcohol, because I don't think you do very much alcohol at all, if any at all. And it can't be weight, because he's lost, literally, God knows how many You know, an awful lot of things. But apparently watching too much television increases your risk of sleep apnea. If you watch more than 4 hours a day, 78% more are likely to snore. I definitely watch more than 4 hours a day. I definitely do. From the moment that I get home, the television goes on, and then I wake up generally. I mean, today's Friday, so it's what I call I can have a late night tonight, which will be about 7 or 8 o'clock. The rest of the time, it's a lot earlier than that. But I do sleep very quickly, very quickly. I'm a very good sleeper. I mean, I can sleep anywhere. Used to years ago in one of our studios, I had to stay there till 6 a.m. But it was music played in the last bit, and I would turn the studio lights off and lie down on the floor, and I could sleep on the floor. And people used to say, "How do you sleep on the floor?" I said, "I don't know. You just sleep there." Some people say, "Oh, I can't get comfy." I could sleep on the settee. Provided I've got my feet up. If I put my feet up on the settee, that's it. It's a no-brainer at all. You have to be what? You have to be in bed. What, to go to sleep? You can't sleep anywhere else? Wow. I used to have to go down the motorway after I finished work in a nightclub in Richmond years ago. And after Slough, there's no motorway lighting. And you used to get mesmerised by the white lines coming towards you. It drove me distraction. I used to have a cigarette on, all the windows open. And you would literally... I can understand why people have accidents if they're tired. Because you just want to close your eyes. And you think, oh, I couldn't care less what happens. And then you wake up. The best thing to get is chewing gum, apparently. If you chew chewing gum or slices of apple or something like that, that's a good stimulant for keeping you awake, because for all these long-distance lorry drivers... Oh, sorry, we haven't got any lorries. What am I talking about? There's no long-distance lorry drivers. They're all in Poland waiting to come over here because they're coming over to do the turkeys, which is good news. And they're offering bonuses and all sorts of bits and pieces. I sometimes wonder, actually. Steve, I remember skinheads wearing bother boots. Yes, Dennis. They did wear bother boots. And their jeans were at the top of the bother boot, weren't they? They didn't have them concertinaing on the ground like all those hippie people that used to turn up to the festivals looking with the tie-dye shirts and stuff like that, and all smoking drugs and things, you know, talking about watching the Alsatian melting in the corner of the sitting room, all that kind of stuff, which was interesting. Steve just got back from a 2-week holiday to Spain, says Tony from Dudley. I don't know why I do that. It's every time that Lenny Henry talks about, I'm from Dudley. He says, I listen to you every day on Catch Up. I even bought my tea tray, which I'm looking forward to getting whilst out there. Introduced to you by Chris Moyles a few years ago. Listened to you live and on Catch Up. Yes, I don't have my Little Bit Extra podcast at the moment, but hopefully it'll return next week. We had a few sort of issues with it, and so we hopefully be back with you on Monday on that one. But thank you for downloading. In fact, almost increased numbers, actually. It seems to be getting better and better. Sue says, lying in bed listening to you in one ear and hubby snoring in the other. Nothing worse, is there? All you could do is turn them on their side. You know, I mean, the idea of having to go out and buy a tennis ball and stitch it into their pyjamas. Yeah, a little nudge, like with a cattle prod. You know, that always works, doesn't it? I like stuff. Oh, I'm blind the music. The band are in already. So what have we got this morning? The Greg's bands. Oh, the England rugby star, Amy Cockaine. Well, I wasn't aware of, actually. But anyway, she's obviously in the military, because there's a picture of her doing a selfie with a cute little puppy, a really cute, like the one that Philip Schofield's got on his advert on the television. But unfortunately, in the background, there is a highly confidential military document on the wall, and you can see what it says. Well, you can't because the papers have blurred it, but she's going to be in big trouble after that one, I should imagine. And the storm bringing snow chaos, the flooding and tragedy. Plus, Diana Rigg leaving money to the boss of her nail bar.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Friday, the 22nd of October. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7, Monday through Friday. The GP's threatening industrial action. Oh, please not. Please not. Please, we don't need anything like that. Not coming up to Christmas, not going into another pandemic. But 9 million are set to get the booster jab early. I nearly went round to the doctors yesterday to say, can you tell me when I'm likely to be called for it? Hoping that they say, well, you can have it done now if you want. You know, because if you're going to be ill over a weekend. Don't be ill during the week. That'd be the worst thing. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Ed Sheeran becoming the latest A-lister to present the CBeebies Bedtime Story, which I quite like the idea of him doing that. I think anybody who just sort of does stuff like that, it's quite... Oh, loads of people have done it. I used to get them from, not the bedtime stories, but Kenneth Williams used to read for Jack Canori and stuff like that. What are the wisps, yes. Used to love all that kind of stuff. Rick Mail, I think, was sort of best on Jack Canori. They used to have really good programmes, didn't they, for children in the early days? They've gone a bit sort of naff now. It all seems to concentrate on the presenters, which is not as exciting as you might think. But at least we sort of get there. My friend Graham says, I'm listening to you whilst island hopping on the Andaman Sea. That sounds quite nice. And he sent a picture of him island hopping. This is my friend Graham, who used to have an office in Richmond, and then he had an office in Twickenham, and then he decided to sell the business and retire. They used to do advertising and stuff like that. And he lives in Thailand, and it means that he can be the colour of creosote all the time. He used to get on the bus. He was wearing his white shirts and all the rest of it, and he really was. He was very, very brown indeed. And now he loves it. He loves it over there. I think he's been there loads of places. He was reading Elvis Costello's excellent autobiography. He used to live where we used to cut up from the river on the daily walk. We used to go every day for a walk along the river. It was basically his opportunity to get me walking and to get some exercise going, because the moment he left there, I kind of ceased the walking bit. Who are the other people who've read CBeebies Bedtime Stories? Dolly Parton. Amazing. Floella Benjamin. Love Flo. Chris Evans. Rob Delaney. Orlando Bloom. Tom Hardy. Josh Homme. I don't know who that is. Josh Homme. Oh, right. Ryan Reynolds, David Hasselhoff, Joe Wicks, Ewan McGregor and Jodie Whittaker. And they're broadcast weekdays at 18:50. Well, they must be in bed by that time. Are they 10 to 7? 10 to 7 in the evening? Good God, they'd be in bed long before that. I mean, I am. Mainly because I have to come into work. Sheeran's Story is going to be broadcast 5th of November. 5th of November. So remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason and plot. And as you discovered yesterday on this programme, Guy Fawkes was one of those people imprisoned in the Tower of London before they took the bloke out and dispatched him. Honestly, he probably thought it was all going so well, and then in those days their justice came down, very hard. Almost like being in Saudi. Their justice seems to come down fairly hard. And they sort of crack on with different bits and pieces. But in the early days in London, you just for stealing something, you could be executed. There was a young lad, he'd been accused, or a woman. Yes, it was a young woman accused of stealing some material from a shop that sold material in London. Yes, and she was hanged. They didn't mess around in those days. Justice was very sharp. It was also entertainment, a bit like the witches. You either sank or swim, but of course, as you were tied to the chair, there was no chance of you swimming. So you sank and went, oh, good, they're dead now. But they were innocent. That was how it worked. Didn't work any other way, actually. It was all very bizarre. When I was a kid, says Wayne, I always sleepwalked. My mum told me that one night I walked in the front room, had a wee in a bin, and then went back to the toilet, pulled the chain, and took a toilet roll back to bed. What a strange child you must have been. What a strange child. John, the Soul Man, says, I have the 4 LPs of the Railway Stories read by Johnny Morris. I read years ago, somebody wrote in a story when I was working overnight, and it was called A Cat o' Nine Tails. And they sent in this story, and I read it, and it featured every night on the programme. We ran it over I forget how many episodes there were. Where they went to, I've got no idea. Somebody might have recorded them. And we had a little bit of music, and I would read these stories before the programme, and then the producer would edit them down, and we'd put them out. And it was A Cat o' Nine Tails, and we credited the author, and we got some music as well, which the person who'd written the music said you can use on the programme. I think we had to pay a one-off fee or something because they were registered with performing rights. But you don't seem to get that now. You don't get, things. I mean, Clive Bull used to have it all the time on his late night show. He used to have ghost stories, and Murder After Midnight was very popular. very popular, and then they were all re-recorded. And you would sit there, and the man who did it actually, sadly, is no longer with us. Clive will tell you the story, and I can't remember his name at the moment. Somebody will write in. Regular people know exactly, who these people are. But that Murder After Midnight was one of the most popular things that we ever had, and people would listen to it. For some reason, people like scaring themselves to death. But he was very good on Jack the Ripper, this bloke. He knew, like Diane Burstein, who does the Blue Badge Guide Walks. She was very good on Jack the Ripper. She knew all the things about Jack the Ripper, because they never fathomed out, did they, who it was who actually committed these murders of these women. And I've seen the police photographs, because they're all over the internet. You wouldn't have thought we had photographs. Martin Fido, that was right. He was on with Clive from 1987 to 2001. But they then re-record. You could find them on YouTube, I believe. Murder After Midnight. Martin Fido. He was very good. Very, very good. But the photographs of the murders of Jack the Ripper, you wouldn't have thought they had photographs in those days, because it would have been sort of late 1800s, I suppose. But yes, they did. But they never worked out. There were loads of stories about who people thought it was. Was it a member of the royal family? Because of the skillful way that he cut people up, if you please. They thought he was a surgeon. They're still coming up with different theories now of who they think it is, and so as long as it keeps going, we'll keep getting theories from people telling you exactly who they think it is. Needle attacks. Apparently, now you read about this a few days ago in the newspapers. This is to drug young women in nightclubs. To be honest with you, I don't know who on earth could ever go into a nightclub with a syringe with a needle attached. But anyway, they say it's been going on for 2 decades, 20 years. This has been going on, and they've said really people need to be extremely careful. We were telling people years back, I remember, if you go to the toilet in a nightclub, take your drink with you, because you don't want to risk it being spiked. And in fact, an awful lot of people's drinks were spiked, and now these needle attacks to drug young women are sort of gathering momentum, which is not very good. But the advice always was, take your drink with you. Don't leave anything on the bar, because somebody could put something in there. The Nottinghamshire Police Force are investigating 15 reports of spiking where the victims believe they were injected with a needle. I mean, you'd feel it, wouldn't you? Would you not? If somebody comes up behind you, and sticks a needle in you, you're going to be going, ow. I know, because I inject every day, and I still go, ow. It's too late, I suppose, really. In one case, an injury was sustained, but the effects were consistent with a substance being administered. And they say it could be consistent with a needle. Well, what else? And if somebody's going to take something voluntarily. But I think students have been advised just to be very careful. Very, very careful, because, there are lots of cases. I mean, students are mad half the time. But when you get people going there, the first time they've been away from home, the first time they've sort of been out, and people sort of hook up quickly, you've got the student bars, you just got to be careful. But even, out in what I call the real world, if ever you're out with sort of friends, make sure they're looking after your drink and nobody leaves you. I mean, I see people even now wandering through London, single girls by themselves wandering through London, quite clearly inebriated. And you think, it's too dangerous. It is really too dangerous. So, if you go out with somebody for a drink or something like that, make sure you go home with somebody who went out with you in the first place, so that they can look after you. Or failing that, tell people where you are, give them your phone number, don't take loads of money, don't wear jewellery. It's like the Notting Hill Carnival all over again. If you go to the Notting Hill Carnival, don't wear flashy jewellery. Don't wear your Rolex watch. Not very good. And somebody says, how come Richard Madeley had his booster jab and you haven't? Well, it's because you've got to wait 6 months after your last injection. So he obviously had his injections done beforehand. But now they're saying you can get them early. So as I'm due, because I'm high risk, I should be able to go and get it sorted out. I'm going to try today, actually, because it's Friday and I don't have too much to do, apart from fill in a blooming form. These VAT forms, 14 pages. I'm going to just sign it and send it to my accountant to go, Steve, can you just fill in these bits for me, please, and then send it off. So, what else do we have in the paper? Oh, yes, as I said, the family food is going to soar because of the HGV problem. That's why. But I quite liked the idea that I think it's Iceland. When they have sort of food which is sort of coming up to its sell-by date, or it's just past its sell-by date. Well, I mean, it's still safe to eat, but they're going to start giving it away, which most supermarkets sell it cheaply. It's got a little sticker on it. And I always thought that was particularly good. But unfortunately, I'm one of these people that thinks if the sell-by date is today, I'm not going to eat it. Because I think there might be something the matter with it. But somebody said, no, you could probably go for another week afterwards. That's why they've got food banks. There's an awful lot of food in there which would be past its sell-by, but it's still edible. If it's in a tin or something like that, it's still okay. And, you know, you can look at certain things. You think, oh, if that looks a bit odd, like a bit of cheese. Yeah, it's like best before. But I'm always extremely cautious of something like that. It's like when you're putting bread in the toaster, which I don't do very often, but when you do it, you check it, don't you, to see if it's got any mould on it. No, just me again. And I'll take the bread out. And so as opposed to going for the top bit of bread, you go for the bit of bread that's about 10 down. And then you take that one, you sort of drop it, and you know, oh, what is that bit of black on there? Is that something eating my bread? You never know, do you? You never know. But Unilever have warned that inflation could worsen next year. Oh, please. It can't get worse, can it? Raw material and energy costs have pushed up the price of its food, toiletries and cleaning products. Well, petrol's gone up. Petrol's gone up in price. 141, 150 people are paying. Market brands such as Marmite, Dove and Domestos said they've increased prices by 4.1% in the 3 months to September, which is the biggest jump since 2012. Well, I'm going to have to cut back on Dove, Marmite and Domestos then. I'm not particularly bothered. Because you can still go out and buy a bottle of bleach for £1. I don't know why, but bleach is incredibly cheap. Incredibly cheap, which is good. Take more of your texts and emails in a moment. Own brands from supermarkets are much cheaper as well. I don't buy own brands. I don't know why. I just don't. I just buy the normal thing. And if somebody said, oh, I remember somebody telling me once, they said, oh, Marks and Spencer's fish fingers are really good, better than Bird's Eye. I went, no, I'm loyal to the brand of Bird's Eye. So, you know, if the captain says, you know, these are my best fish fingers ever, I'm going to go and buy them. I don't care about Marks and Spencer's. You know, I'll buy certain things in Marks and Spencer's, but certainly not fish fingers. I'm going to sneeze again. Sorry. We did that the other day. We were going into the news for Simon Conway. And just as I got his name, I sneezed on the word Conway. He must have thought I was mad as a fruitcake.
Where are we? A Japanese restaurant? A bike workshop? A fashion studio? How about a library? At the British Library, we help people turn their business ideas into reality with friendly support and smart advice for everyone for free. So if you're starting up, start here at the Business and IP Centre in libraries nationwide. Search British Library Business to find out more.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
19 minutes past 5. Good morning, Friday. We're very excited about Friday. I don't know what the weather is, actually. We shall find out what the weather is, just to sort of ruin your weekend. Because after we had all the rain the other day, and I thought, I don't want any more of that, thank you. I don't mind the rain. You know, you could have an umbrella. But many people don't have them, and they stand there dripping wet all over the place. Today, 14 degrees, sunny intervals and a moderate breeze, which is very nice. My neighbour, Lindy, she was very good. We've agreed to sort of clear the patio because the weather's been so atrocious. We haven't cleaned the patio of all the plants in all the pots. And she's very kindly taken them all out and filled up bags, which she took down to the bins and everything else. I took 2 down this morning and she cleared all the stuff out. I thought, blimey, you've done really well. So I shall have to reward her with a bottle of Prosecco or something like that, actually. Oh, no, just remember, she podcasts this programme. She'll be hearing about it. It's not yes, Mama. No, I don't think she does beer. I definitely don't think so. I don't think she does. Steve, I've just listened to the Sleep Talk Top 10 list on the Sleep Talk app. It's hilarious, says Sean. The Sleep Talk. We don't even know what that is, actually, but I'm sure we'll find out. It's the app that records you. Oh, right. But it is, generally speaking, weight, booze and cigarettes. Here are these 4 British men. They use cover of darkness to evade soldiers and police guarding the site on the Canary Islands of La Palma. And they've been identified, unfortunately. They face prosecution for breaching military checkpoints. Idiots. Mind you, I mean, it can't be that difficult to find them. They're covered in tattoos. Absolutely, it's like a scene from Malaga or something like that. But the Spanish Civil Guard spokesman said, as well as putting their own lives in danger, these men could have put the lives of the security services at risk if they needed to be rescued. Because literally just behind them is this molten lava. They actually took a plane, a rental car, a ferry, and a 5-hour night hike around the army's roadblocks. He said, but we did it. One works as a personal trainer in northwest England. All 4 have now returned to the UK. Oh dear. Oh dear. Not so good. Not so good. Birthdays today, Jeff Goldblum. Go on, guess how old Jeff Goldblum is. He's 69. 69 today. And he starred, of course, in Jurassic Park and Independence Day. I loved Independence Day. I thought it was really well done. I've got it on Laserdisc. Who's got a Laserdisc? Me. Yes, Betamax. And I thought it was really good. I thought it was really lovely. Very cleverly done. Very cleverly done. And The Fly... he says that while acting in The Fly, he kept a real fly in his pocket. He said no, it was in a plastic bag and stuck it to a wall in the trailer. His first child was born when he was 62. Catherine Deneuve, the French actress, star of Belle de Jour and The Last Metro, also the ex-wife of David Bailey, the British photographer, says, I detest selfies. It's amazing how many people are not getting into these selfies at the moment. I told you yesterday that Paul McCartney doesn't like... having to sign autographs and stuff like that. He'll have a chat to you as you're going along, but he doesn't want to stop, which is the advice that, if you remember, I was offering the other day to people. Celebrities don't stop, because if you stop, you draw a crowd, and if you're Paul McCartney, you're going to draw a very big crowd. Somebody's going to only blooming Paul McCartney, isn't it? This eruption, La Palma, been going on for 4 weeks now. Still no sign of slowing down. Shops and buildings, literally. Oh, look at that! Is that the wall of lava? Good Lord above. No, it can't be. There's people in front of it. It must. You think that's the wall of lava? It's very slow. Oh, it is, yes. But it just edges. It's like a glacier. It edges forward and it just engulfs everything. This one's going down the main street. You know, it shows no sign of going anywhere. So somebody's filming it and you think, yeah, you can film it moving because it's going to be destroying all these buildings. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Steve, on my way back, says Sandra from Pedonport, lovely week away, snoring loads and woke myself up several times. See, that's what happens. And I think this is John in Islington, who went for a booster jab on the 1st of October. They offered me the annual flu jab at the same time, so I had both, one in each arm, without any ill effects. Well, that's what I'm going to get, because I need the flu jab because I'm high risk, and I want the booster jab because I want to be safe. Still wear the mask. So, I mean, it wouldn't stop me wearing the mask at all. October the 22nd, 1987. Why is that significant? It's significant because the sex life of the late President John F. Kennedy is revealed in a new book. Author David Heyman says he's built up a detailed picture of Kennedy's philandering by checking dates, times and names recorded in the notebooks of the Secret Service agents who guarded him. His lovers are said to have included Marilyn Monroe and mafia mole Judith Exner. I've never even heard of Judith Exner, but she's now famous because she's been mentioned on the programme. It's amazing, isn't it? You hear somebody's name on the radio and you go, who's that? Now people who go on to Google and be checking them out to find out. Also, Gordon Banks in 1972 on this day, the England goalkeeper, lost the sight in his right eye in a car crash, never played for his country ever again. Funny. I was looking at a picture the other day. Who was it a picture of? It was Bruff Scott. Bruff Scott used to do all the Channel 4 racing commentary. Very good-looking bloke. Well, he was almost unrecognisable in this picture. I remember looking at it and then thinking, well, of course, I've not seen him on the television for years and years. The Fish Finger Factory is the same for Birdseye and M&S. M&S don't own any food-producing factories. They simply order what they want from producers, whether fish fingers or custard, says Trucker Phil. The only difference is the packaging. Oh, I know that, because when I worked for the United Biscuits network, which had so many British radio presenters working there before they got jobs on, proper radio, we made cakes for Marks and Spencer's and biscuits and everything else in Osterley. And it would the lines, we were based in the actual factory. Well, we were based in the offices, and then the factory was right behind us, up at where Sky is now, where Sky is, and you could go there and you could get cheap biscuits. But they used to do factory visits. You could go and have a wander around. And when Marks and Spencers were coming in to check the lines, the factory was scrubbed from top to bottom, absolutely scrubbed from top to bottom, because they had very, very high standards. But lots of biscuits were made there. Same biscuit going into different packaging. One of them said Winfield, which was Woolworths brand, and they sold Winfield when we had Woolworths. And then the other one would go into Marks and Spencer's stuff, and they did all their cakes and everything else. It was exactly the same biscuit. Yeah. Penguins were made in Manchester on the lines up there, because different biscuits were made different places. Shortbread was made in Scotland, in Tollcross. The Bourbons were the Penguin biscuits. Yeah. A Bourbon with the chocolate covering was a penguin. If you actually sucked the chocolate off, you got a bourbon biscuit underneath it all, which I thought was quite clever. But you'd go up there and they were spotlessly clean, and they used to make Jaffa cakes. I think they were made in Liverpool, and they used to do all sorts of. I can always remember the smell of it, but they were very keen on the hygiene. Where it gets made now, I've got no idea, because United Biscuits, I don't know how many factories they've actually got left. But Scotland could be the main one. There was one in Manchester, one in Liverpool, and one in Harleston. But I only went to the Harleston one on one occasion. So thank you, Trucker Phil. That happens a lot, though, doesn't it? In fact, I didn't realise until a short while ago, I was checking some products out, not for any particular reason, in Poundland. And you buy a jar of coffee or something like that, and then you read the label, and it says made for Poundland. So there are obviously different things that are made for different people, because you look at something and think, oh, I know what that is. Then you look at it and realise, no, it's very similar packaging. There's lots of looky-likey things, aren't there? But I quite like that idea, checking on all these little bits and pieces. Also, what else we got today? Sarah Bernhardt, who died in 1923, so a little bit long time ago now. The French star wore a dead bat as an accessory and went on tour with her own coffin. Her lovers included the Les Miserables author Victor Hugo, and Edward, Prince of Wales, was described as childishly egotistical by George Bernard Shaw. And 1970, cigarette smoking is killing 100,000 people a year in Britain. Statistics released by the government today show an estimated increase of 25,000 deaths blamed on the habit. It used to make me laugh. You go past hospitals and see people sitting outside holding their saline drip and everything else on a little trolley thing, but with a cigarette going. Had to have the cigarette. Didn't want to miss that one at all. Celebrity bling, like Angelina and her metal chin cuff, stars are putting their money where their mouth is. And they've got, I think Kim Kardashian has got Kim spelt out in diamonds on her teeth. She's most peculiar, actually. So in 1962, over 70% of British men and 40% of British women smoked. As recently as 45% of the British population smoked. That was down to 30% by the early 1990s, 21% by 2010, and 19.3% by 2013, the lowest level for 80 years. And the annual no smoking day has occurred in March since 1984. It's interesting. 25 to 34-year-olds still have the highest smoking rate, with approximately 1 in 5 within that age group, around 1.4 million adults, being smokers. I started smoking at 14. 14 I started smoking, mainly because my parents had cigarettes at home. And for some reason, my mother had one cigarette at Christmas. I mean, it seems ridiculous. And she wouldn't even smoke all of it. She'd just go, and then stub it out. Make it fag over the stove, drop a bit of ash, in the corned beef hash. Very nice indeed. Not. But it was a case, she said, you won't like it, make you sick. So, of course, when they went out one day, I did pinch an Embassy cigarette from the cigarette box, which I still have. It's a silver cigarette box with a wooden inlay, and it fitted in. It didn't fit the big cigarettes in. You could only put, I think, Rothmans and Embassy in. And I had a cigarette, and because I didn't know how to inhale, I just used to swallow the smoke, and it would come out your nose. And it was very odd. You'd go like that, and it would come out your nose. You thought, I'm smoking. I thought it was really big, because every British film that was made at the time, you could barely see the cast because everybody was smoking. It was like a permanent haze. It was like being in there with a steam train. It went everywhere. Everybody smoked. All the British films, people were sitting there going, oh, darling, so I did so-and-so, so-and-so. And they're all puffing away. What cigarettes they were, I've got no idea. But I started smoking, and then I thought, what if my parents noticed that the cigarette box cigarettes are going down? So I kind of then stopped and then bought my first cigarettes, which were number 6. Number 6. Yeah, I mean, I obviously never assumed that my parents knew I was smoking, but I know, because I don't smoke, that you can smell cigarettes on people. And because she didn't smoke. My dad had a pipe. They must have smelt it all the time. She must have gone, I think he's smoking. Because when you came back from school, you'd get out your packet of cigarettes, number 6 or number 10, which were cheaper. They were 1 and 10 pence for 10. Under 2 shillings. Look at the price of them now, these things. I'm not sure you can get number 10. But we did smoke. Everybody smoked. You sat on the back of the bus and you were big. You were smoking. And then I stopped smoking years later, much, much later. Gave up for 2 years, started again. And that was it. I was doomed. I went from doing nothing to 60 a day. I mean, seriously, I might as well have set fire to myself. It would have been a lot easier.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 25 to 6, give or take a few seconds, with you till 7 o'clock this morning. All the adverts have started appearing for pantomimes. Donny Osmond, for his fans, is at the London Palladium with Julian Clary, Paul Zerdin, the excellent ventriloquist, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot, and Sophie Isaacs, and somebody called Jack Yarrow, who I'm not too sure who Jack Yarrow is. I'm probably sure you should have checked, actually. And they're running from the 4th of December. It's called Pantoland at the Palladium. So it's not a pantomime, it's Pantoland. I think they do little sort of vignettes and everything else. I think Gary Wilmot's playing Dame, and Julian Clary will be wearing an amazing amount of costumes, and but Donny Osmond's there. I mean, I don't know how many pantomimes he's actually done before, but you will be going there. So Paul and all the other people. The world famous Tiller Girls are there. Good Lord above, we love the Tiller Girls. So if you like pantomime, you'll like Pantoland at the London Palladium. Not cheap to go. But the Tiller Girls have a repertoire that ranges from high kicks to jazz, tap and ballet. They were on Sunday night at the London Palladium in the 60s. I mean, it can't still be the same ones, can it? I think that makes it, that's quite good. I like that idea, actually. I've got a lovely book on the Windmill Girls, because that's now changed into something else, the Windmill. I think it's a restaurant or something. And they have cabaret there. I'm sure the Windmill Theatre, because I go past it most mornings, and I remember thinking that was very famous. That was famous because the man who they made a film about it with Will Young. It was looked after by this man, Vivian Van Dam, who owned the theatre, but they used to have a lady who came in and she funded it. But unfortunately, at the time, the Lord Chamberlain used to come in. I think it was the Lord Chamberlain, and he'd say, the girl, they weren't allowed to move. Mrs. Henderson presents. That's it. You should get the film out. It's very good, and it details exactly what it was like. I mean, so it's reopened as a 350-seat restaurant and bar with a cabaret. It's only tiny inside. It's only tiny, but many prominent British comedians of the post-war years started their careers there. But it was known for their nude tableaus. It was the first time I think we'd actually had nude people. So what they would do is they'd go a Grecian garden, and the curtains would part, and there would be 6 or 7 girls on the stage, stark naked, posing. They weren't allowed to move. Moving meant that it was real, and so they weren't allowed to. But the people who worked there, Michael Benteen, Barry Cryer, Jimmy Edwards, Arthur English, all big names, as you know, Dick Emery, Bruce Forsyth, Tony Hancock, Gene Kent, Bill Kerr, Alfred Marks, George Martin, Bill Maynard, Kenneth Moore, Harry Seacombe and Peter Sellers. Harry Seacombe used to do a shaving act. He used to pretend to shave on stage. But it was the girls. They became... It wasn't seedy. I think the only thing that was seedy about it was the audience, who would... because it was a continuous show. It's called We Never Clothed, which was basically a play on We Never Closed. And so as fast as one, show finished, there would be a fairly fast turnaround. And so people would leave the theatre, and then people would climb over seats to make sure they got to the front. One man had said, I've had my glasses changed. They're now reflective, and they've enlarged them so I can see more clearly. And of course, the girls got a bit panicky. They were sitting there watching, and they go, 3rd row, 4th line in, he's got binoculars. And somebody would come and remove these people, who obviously hadn't seen naked women on a stage, but they weren't allowed to move. The only time they moved is when a buzz bomb went off very near the Windmill Theatre, and one of the girls turned round, looked up to the heavens and did the V sign. Basically, I think she got a huge round of applause. But there's a book about it. Featuring, all the young ladies who were working there. It was considered, it was quite a classy thing to go to. There's nothing tacky about it. Steve, as a child, I used to get scared when watching Jurassic Park. Which films or TV shows scared you in your youth? The only one I could think of was Friday the 13th. But then they made, yes. How old was I can't remember when the film came out. The first one. I didn't like it because it was the early 80s, was it? No. Well, it wasn't anything else frightening, I don't think. I thought that was fairly scary. No, Doctor Who never scared me. People used to say, I had to hide behind the sofa to what you think. What a load of old toffee. What a load of old rubbish. But no, I mean, I think it was because I'm not very good at sort of movies that try and scare you. I don't want to be manipulated in the theatre, but of course I watch Christmas films, so you spend most of your time in tears and a box of tissues, which reminds me, Andy Ivey told me tissues are in short supply in Waitrose. I don't know why he wanted tissues, but anyway, he was trying to buy tissues, couldn't get them. I said, well, you'd probably buy them on Amazon or something like that. There must be other places that sell tissues, mustn't there? Unless he's got a particular penchant for them. M&S must do tissues, but I've never even thought it. Who uses tissues nowadays? No. Well, I don't know. I mean, what would you use them for? People used to keep them. Normally, if you had a black cab or something like that, there'd be a box of tissues on the back ledge. And I remember thinking, what's that for? It's like, no, blowing in that. Well, no, I mean, I have hankies. I've hankies up my... Women used to put hankies up their sleeve. My mother would go out and you could see the hanky. I don't know why it was up their sleeve. I suppose he had nothing else did. And your nan did as well. Which is good. But so I didn't really get sort of scared about anything at all. Steve, your old brand of Dunhill International are so expensive now, you require a mortgage to buy them. If you were still smoking 60 a day, they would set you back over £40 a day, says Jay. £1,200 a month. Yeah. But of course, if you're a smoker, you don't really care what they cost, do you? I mean, how much do you pay for your cigarettes, Joe? How much are they? £12, £13 for a packet. And how long does a packet last? Half a day. Is it not really? Do you get through... How many do you smoke a day then, if there's 20 in a pack? You get through about 20 a day. You're such a fibber, honestly. Such a fibber. I bet you smoke much more than that. More at the moment. Yes, more at the moment. And Jennifer says, I haven't received my tray yet. No, you won't. They're not going out till December. That's why. Chris at Chelsea says, United Biscuits had a factory in Carlisle which did the Cars products, the table, water biscuits and the like. UB also owned the Wimpy Bar chain in the late 70s and early 80s. Oh, right. And Ant says, I once worked in a fish finger factory. Nice place to work, and we had a whale of a time. Right, you're barred. We don't do old jokes. Jack Yarrow is great. He was Joseph, says Jan, in the Technicolor Dreamcoat. He's very good looking. He's one of those sickening, good looking people who appears in the West End. You don't know who he is, but you just go, God, you're good looking. It's like all the boys in Mamma Mia. They all go to the gymnasium, quite clearly. You could just tell because they all prance about on stage with no shirts on. Goodness sake, honestly. So we know who Jack Yarrow is. And Mark says, I won a snoring competition on Heart Radio in 1997. My then girlfriend, now wife, taped me. I won a double bed. I had a nose op, a throat op at the ENT hospital. They made them echo. I lost 4.5 stone. Cured. There you go. There you go. Hitchcock filmed The Birds, says Anna. Scared me. Got my dad to block the fireplace in my bedroom. Yes, the thought of some birds coming down the chimney was quite threatening. What, the birds? Yes. Is it? I don't really get scared by things like that. Hitchcock films never scared me. I was more scared by Jumanji, the first one, where he's sitting in the car and there's all these animals running towards him, and then there's all these birds flying around. I think they were birds or bees or whatever they were, I don't know. And I remember thinking, oh, what a horrible situation to be in, being surrounded by all these animals. Claire says, I went to the Alice in Wonderland exhibition at the V&A yesterday. It was brilliant and huge. We spent over 2 hours there, even though we skipped some of it. The Alice in Wonderland exhibition. Yeah, because is it my brother was going to go up there? I don't know. But it's called Curiouser and Curiouser. It's 20 quid, unless you're a member of the V&A, in which case it's free for you, free. And it looks at the adaptations and reinventions over 157 years. They've got manuscript, a global phenomenon. 20 quid will get you in there. Opening hours Wednesday to Sunday, 10 till 5. Last admission for your entry ticket is timed. I don't like timed entry tickets. I always feel I'm in a bit of a rush. Yeah. I went to one at the V&A. I was a member of the V&A for a little while. And who did I go and see? Was it David Bowie? And I just wanted to look at the items that they had, but they insist you take the headphones and I didn't want to take it. And it nearly came to fisticuffs. She's going, you need to take the headphones in so you know what everything is. I said, well, I don't want to wear the headphones. I thought I'd tell a fib and say it messes my hair up, but I didn't use that line. And they weren't going to let me in unless I took the headphones. I got no idea why. Because you do see people wandering about museums with headphones on, and it makes the museum very quiet. But it was a very good exhibition. The only thing I couldn't get over was how tiny David Bowie was. His waist was like unbelievably tiny. You know, really quite a bit. Yes, tall. Kim says, my mum caught me smoking, stopped my pocket money for 3 months, didn't stop me. It never does. They always say that. Parents used to be very funny about smoking, and yet I can remember when I was at school, prep school, we had a master there, and he smoked a pipe. They would walk the corridors with pipes on and stuff like that. Not so many cigarettes, more pipes. Didn't look as well on the women, of course, but but people did smoke. That people smoked all over the place. You got on a bus, you smoked. I think you had to be upstairs on the bus to smoke. Trains you could smoke on. There were some non-smoking carriages, but you could smoke everywhere. Yeah, ashtray in the armrest. I mean, I used to smoke in my car, and then I stopped because I thought, oh, God, no, ash everywhere. And so I used to flick it out the window. You open the window a little bit, flick the cigarette out the window with the ash, and when you get out, all down the side of your car, there's all cigarette ash. Very, very messy. So, Kim, I can quite understand how your mum told you off. Didn't make any difference. Lovely picture of Sadie Frost in the paper. She's 56. She looks amazing. And she's got her sons there, Finlay, Rafferty and Rudy. And they tower above her. But she doesn't look old enough to have children. 25, 20 and 19. I think Finlay's 31, her son by Gary Kemp of Spandau Ballet. So, I mean, 56 looks fantastic. I mean, really amazing. And, of course, she was with Jude Law for a while. And the least said about that one, the better.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. So I mentioned the Fisherman's Fortune. Now, I don't know if you've ever sucked a fisherman's friend, but they now do all different flavours. And this is the Britain's 17th richest woman. She left a fortune of... It shows, actually, that if you won the lottery, which we didn't because it went to somebody in France, don't want to make a big deal about it because they really hate us. The jackpot... Oh, it's nowhere near as many. It's about 20 million, isn't it, or something? But hardly worth bothering when last week we gave away 185 million. But anyway, she was the 17th richest woman in Britain, and she left a fortune of 41 million. So you can imagine you would go right to the top of the list with your 180 million pounds. And Doreen Lofthouse has died at the age of 91, and it revealed that her wealth will benefit the former fishing port where the Cough Sweets are still made. Good Lord. I mean, she left 325,000 to be shared between the gardeners, secretary and housekeepers at her mansion. The pick of her jewellery goes to her daughter-in-law, Linda, and the rest of the wealth is left for the Lofthouse Foundation, which provides millions of pounds to fund charity work in her hometown of Fleetwood. I mean, that's really good, isn't it? Dame Diana Rigg left money, £5,000 to her favourite nail bar, 25,000 went to a hospice, and I think there was 20,000 that went to a youth club, I think. So, and the rest of it, I don't know what happened to the rest of it, but she was obviously very good. In 2003, Mrs. Lofthouse and her second husband had a fortune of 125 million, but they donated an awful lot to charity. She was obviously one of those people. And these things have gone round the world. Gone round the world. The original lozenges were menthol and eucalyptus, and then it changed. And they started doing different sort of flavours of them. I quite liked them, actually, but it was always, sort of done as a bit of a joke, the fishermen's. I mean, I don't know why they became fishermen's friends. I remember seeing that advert, and they had some fishermen sitting on a boat out in the North Sea, and apparently they're all here because they use Neutrogena hand cream. Well, I should imagine if you literally got on a fishing trawler and said, excuse me, anybody got any Neutrogena? They'd throw you over the side. There's no chance of fishermen, trying to preserve their hands and using hand cream. But I did think it was funny. But it was a pharmacist who first invented Fisherman's Friends. He kept them in the pockets in his car seats. When speaking publicly, he needs water, some slices of lemon, and a small dish of fisherman's. And this is Emmanuel Macron. Margaret Thatcher is said to have used them when her throat became strained from public speaking. You see, we had these little things, and they came in a little tin, and they were little bits of licorice, little tiny bits of hard licorice, tiny. Vocal Zone. They had another name in the early days. You remember what Yeah. I'll tell you later, because I think they're now called Vocal Zone. My mother always used to keep a little metal tin in a handbag, and she would pop one in, and your tongue would go all black, and it would preserve your voice. A lot of singers use them, vocals. That's why they're called Vocal Zone, because it's for the people who use their throat an awful lot. If you talk for a lot. I think Adele and Michael Bublé swear by them. Most people do. I mean, I keep meaning to get them because they sell them in my chemist in Twickenham goods, and I keep meaning. They're really good, aren't they? But it's quite concentrated. It's not the usual. I bought a box of licorice the other day, like the licorice wheels and the pipe and the shoelaces and all the. Yeah, I should have brought them in. It's all licorice in this box. It's nothing like licorice all sorts. It's a proper, like a compendium of licorice. Loads of it. I bought it in Costco ages ago, and it's sitting there because I thought if I bring it in, I don't think anybody likes licorice round here. Do you like licorice? Small doses. But, no. See, it's funny, it's an acquired taste, licorice, isn't it? You can't... Oh, I could. I used to get the Catherine wheels, which had something hard in the middle. I can't remember what it was. And you pull it all out, and you chomp away on this thing. And I like licorice comforts as well. I like all of it. Do you know, have you had licorice comforts? They're like, we used to call them licorice torpedoes. And they're all different colours, and they've got licorice in the middle, and you can sort of suck the outer bit off, and then you get sort of the middle bit. There you go. There you go. That was what it was. Licorice torpedoes. You can buy them even in garden centres. They sell them where they've got the sweetie section. It's all good stuff. Well, it's not really. I mean, it's just full of sugar. Doesn't really help me at all. Stu, which must be short for Stuart, I should imagine, in Norfolk, says, I remember going on holiday to Spain with Mum and Dad, Laker Airlines, I think, and smoking was allowed at the back end of the aircraft. Yes, you could smoke on planes. And, of course, you can't smoke anywhere now. You have to sort of go and stand. And so that's why you always get people who smoke standing outside buildings, in the wind and the rain and everything else, desperately puffing on the cigarette. I mean, my own producer has to stand outside, if he wants a cigarette. Although I have a friend in this building who discovered that he could smoke in the building until the press took a picture of him when he was trying to flick the cigarette ash out the window. That stopped very quickly, let me tell you. Have you ever seen Below Deck? It's a TV programme set on a super yacht, and they have lots of people go out who work on it, and they film the thing. It's like a reality show on a super yacht. I mean, if you haven't seen it, it's a bit racy-pacey. All the girls are voluptuous, and they cook, they have chefs on board, and they have a life on the high sea. I mean, typically, the girls can earn about $2,000 a week in tips, because the people who charter this boat are genuine people, and they pay serious money. Serious money. Most of them charter private jets to get to the yacht wherever it is, and then they give tips to the girls. So the food is exemplary. They take them off on excursions. They do all sorts of things, and it's interesting because it's people who want to work on board a ship. But of course, if you work on board a ship, you're sort of down in the galley. But they've got to do the washing, the ironing, the cleaning of the boat. They've got to do everything because these people who charter it are on holiday. They have to devise a 3-course menu for lunch and dinner. And then, the people who are running the boat rip it all up and start all over again. And then some of the crew had relations, going on and stuff like that. The fact on second thoughts is rubbish. Don't bother with it. It's just another one of those programmes which we get on the television which deals with relationships. Obviously, people nowadays are incapable of finding a relationship. So they have to go on, Love Island, and after you've heard them talking for a few minutes, you suddenly realise why they haven't got anybody to go out with. It'd be like going out with Janet Street Porter, wouldn't it? I mean, goodness sake. I mean, you'd be hearing that voice in your dreams. But it's all relationships. There's another one coming up, isn't there? Hosted by that blonde boy with the hairpiece from Made in Chelsea, Jamie Lang. And it's another dating programme. I thought he'd be the last person you'd ask about dating. His track record's terrible. Terrible. What else we got? Here's a picture of Freya. I think she's the vegan baker from Bake Off. I haven't been watching Bake Off. I'm not really into these Bake Off programmes. It's German week this week. Well, the only thing I never thought German food was particularly exciting. I really didn't. I always thought it was sort of noodles and dumplings and stuff like that. The only thing I like is the sausages. And I really do love the sausages. Every time they have the Bratwurst, the Käsewurst, which is exactly the same, but it's got impregnated cheese inside of it. You've got to be very careful because it's hot. And we have a market in Kingston coming up Christmas time. They'll probably have them in London, where they're selling sausages at vastly inflated prices. You pay, like Joe was telling us, remember a short while ago, £10 for a sausage in a bun, a Bratwurst. £10 if you go to one of these festivals. I keep saying to him, don't go to these. Honestly, the money he's spending, I think he's won the lottery. I think he actually told them, I live in France, and that's why they put down the winner of the lottery lives in France. He doesn't, of course. But he still comes in here. He flies in every day on his private jet. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but the carbon footprint is absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. They're offering all sorts of cruising at the moment and cruising with celebrity guests. So, for example, they've got one here, which is from one particular company, and they've got performances from Catherine Jenkins and Sir Michael Parkinson. And what they do is they invite these people to work on board the ship. And they fly them on to wherever the ship is, and you'll get Michael Parkinson for 2 nights doing his after-dinner speech. He'll just sit down and people will listen to him talking. And Catherine Jenkins will come on. They'll have a band or something and she'll sing. And then they fly them off and then they go off and to do other things. It's quite lucrative for a lot of people in the media who want the exposure, and you get sort of a semi-holiday at the same time as you work the ship. And what you do the rest of the time when you're not on stage, I've got no idea. All we got was the drifters on our cruise ship, but I know, just thought about it, very appropriate. But it wasn't the original drifters, because they're all dead. So we got sort of somebody who I think had brushed into one of them in a lift, and so that made him like an honorary drifter. And I told you that they come on stage and go, and this was a hit for us back in 1965. I thought, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But they do tell you things like that, your mama said back through the week. And then we all sing along, kissing in the back row of the movies on a Saturday night. We love that kind of stuff. What else we got today? What else we got? Oh, we got win your gas and electricity bills for the year from the Daily Express. Seems like the best thing, doesn't it? It's what we're going to be having now. If you're going to win the lottery, put the money to one side and make sure you've got enough money for your bills. But the 3rd dose of the Pfizer jab, they tell us today, should give excellent immunity. So that's what I'm going for. I'm going to go to the doctors today and say, when do I get mine? Can I get it a bit sooner? Because I am top of the list, I think, being I'm not. I was only said asthmatic, actually. I'm vulnerable, as they say.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 22nd. Welcome to, it's getting very near payday. If you get paid monthly, you're probably very excited and probably thinking, I don't know, we had the bills in, this has been paid, that's been paid, everything else, and it's only going to get worse. And the price of petrol, I couldn't even tell you what I paid the other day. I put some petrol in, and I remember thinking, should I check? But I've got these glasses, these sunglasses, which sort of eliminate glare, but it means you can't read the thing on the petrol pumps. So I've got no idea. Probably just as well, actually, because I think a short while ago I was paying $1.51. And they're saying that they reckon the petrol prices will hit the record high within days. But they reckon that most filling stations are actually, even at the end of the day, they've got 45% of petrol still in there, which is very good. Average 148p for diesel. They think that'll go up. Having told us years ago, get a diesel car, that'll be fine, No, it's the most expensive car you can have. Forecourt prices have risen. Average prices hit 141 and 144 respectively. Brian Madison, the chair of the Forecourt Owners Trade Body, said the primary reason for increased costs was the rising oil price, which has doubled within 12 months, hitting a 3-year high of $85 for Brent crude. Whatever he is, we have no idea. No idea. Steve, you mentioned Jaffa Cakes earlier. In my earlier tanker driver days, says Trucker Phil, I used to carry the orange jammy bit to McVitie and Price in Stockport, and also the jammy Dodger jam to the biscuit factory in South Wales. The jams came from a company called Nelson Jams of Aintree in Liverpool. I made many deliveries to UB in Binns Road, Liverpool, for other products. They were next door but one to Meccano. You live and learn. You live and learn. Did you see the Woodwork show on Channel 4 last night? It was exactly the same as Bake Off, but with cakes replaced by wood. They're doing everything, aren't they? Everything now that you have on the repair shop seems to be the most popular one, where people take in ghastly items that they've had in the family since Doomsday, and they get them repaired, and they come out looking absolutely amazing. I mean, some of them are very, very good. I find the programme ultimately boring, though. But it doesn't matter, because as long as he gets an audience, it's all they care about. Tommy says the vocalist's choice to gargle was with a vinegar-tasting liquid no longer produced, called Sanderson Solution. Yes, I mean, a lot of people say that if you're a radio presenter, which I apparently am, don't drink milky drinks. Milky drinks make you sort of get a bit like that. Which doesn't sound very nice, does it, really? And Nikki in Workington says, I went to see Sir Ranulph Fiennes last night at the Sands Centre in Carlisle. Brilliant. He was very funny. Poor fellow's suffering now with Parkinson's. Have you ever met him? Yes. I interviewed Ranulph, years ago. I mean, there wasn't many people who sort of passed through the sort of the system and didn't end up with me. Paul says some of the compares and comedians on cruise ships are better than the ones on the main circuit. And there's a whole circuit of acts just doing the cruise ships. Yes, I know some of them. They write to me. because I've known them for a long, long time. Yeah, the cruise ship line. I mean, it's a tough old life. You're flying on and off, and they listen on Global Player because they've been to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, downloaded the little app, and then you can download everything. So you don't need to miss anything at all, which is good news, isn't it? Who would be your television? They asked a load of different people in the Mirror today. Sir Ian Hyland voted for Victor Meldrew, because when you think about it, he was almost as good a character as you're ever going to get when things would go disastrously wrong and stuff like that. I always remember him coming through the airport and he sat down on the chair on a beach ball, and they said, "Oh, what?" And he had this pained look on his face, and he said, I think somebody said, "What's why are you sitting on a beach ball on this chair?" And his wife Margaret said, "Well, it all started when he went through the customs section and said, if it wasn't for this crack in my bottom," and of course that was the last thing that they needed to hear. So Victor Meldrew, very good character. Darren Lewis has picked Luther. I think Idris Elba is Luther, and his wife was on the television yesterday. Nigel Thompson picked Cat from Red Dwarf. If you don't know Red Dwarf, you're not going to know who Cat is. Paul Routledge picks Bergerac. I liked Bergerac. He used to pick up the phone and go, Bureau des Étrangers. And I used to think, oh, I speak French. That Bureau des Étrangers. Yeah, so it's favourite TV characters, people you like. Polly Hudson picks Fleabag, which I've never seen as well. And Steve, good morning. Lola, says Will Guyatt, who is his youngest, is 3, listening today, and wants to know when we're going to play the records. I mean, I ask you at 3 years old. There was a lovely thing on the television yesterday. Who did it? Was it Charlotte White on Loose Women? And she said her daughter had a bit of a strop the other day. They asked her to do something. She didn't. So she's turned her back on them and put her head down on some sort of like a mini-Aga or something. And Charlotte said, and she's 2. You can imagine what it's... I mean, because we're told it's the terrible 2s, but obviously in Will's case, it could be the terrible 3s as well. Are we going to play any records? Yes. Excuse me. When does the main act come on? Yes, Nick Ferrari will be here at 7, and he's not going to be playing any music either. Kevin Maguire goes, Terry and the Likely Lads. I love the theme music for that. Oh, what's happened to you? Whatever happened to me? Which is lovely. I love it. What's mine? What, my theme tune? Bitch is back, I thought. My favourite... I don't really have a favourite actor. I loved the Likely Lads because it was just of its period. And, one of them was sort of fairly middle class and, and do this. And Terry was like, can't be bothered to work, don't want to do anything. And so he sort of just basically wandered through life. Sarah Wallace picked Friends, any of them. You see, that was my least favourite programme. I never understood people of that age all living in a flat together. Nobody ever cooked. They all had these disasters. And then there was one of them, I can't remember which one it was actually. Oh, it's in the middle of New York as well. Massive apartment. But we only ever saw 2 bedrooms, didn't we? I mean, where they all lived, I've got no idea. The rent must have been astronomical. And then there's the one in there who sings, Scaredy cat, scaredy cat. Smelly cat, is it? Oh, right. And it was whatever it was. I remember, I don't know. Did the bloke die who ran the cafe? Or something happened to him? I can't remember what it was. He was ill. His name was Gunter, wasn't it? I remember sorry? Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I used to think to myself, coffee shops, we were watching coffee shops on Friends before we got coffee shops here. And in their one, they had nice settees. We just get tables and chairs. It's not the same. Gunter is currently battling cancer. I knew I'd read something about him. But because he didn't get many lines in it, but he featured in the episodes. Because his name came up in a quiz on the television a little while ago. And I remember thinking, I knew it was Gunter. But who would yours be then? Who would be your favourite actor? Basil Fawlty? Some of it's a bit cringy when you watch it back now. Some of the storylines are sort of pushing the boundaries a little bit. There again, I mean, everybody's pushing the boundaries nowadays. Del Boy, yeah. See, I thought a lot of people would probably go for Del, probably more than Rodney. Del would be the one who sort of used to try and impress people, but he was really just a working class barra boy. And the falling through the bar bit, the hang glider, all those little scenarios which were brilliant. Trigger was very good. And who was the one who sort of owned the car showroom? Who was Boise? He was very good, and I liked his wife, Marlene. He was very good. Died recently, I know. And most of the characters were good. But do you remember that bloke who was the Elvis impersonator in it? And they went along to see him. I think Dell had signed him up for something. And he was the singing dustman, and he put a wig on and became Elvis Presley. And he did this. He was singing this song, and then he gets to the chorus. He goes, "I'm crying over you, and Dell went, "Crying?" Because he had a speech impediment, which of course nowadays somebody complained about, going, "You've taken the mickey." But I mean, it just fitted into the series. It's all dated. It's all dated stuff. You wouldn't find that things nowadays, as Graham Norton said. You know, poor old chat shows on television. Where do they go to? Very shortly, you can have comedians in theatres having their acts censored. You know, by somebody saying, "What are you talking about? What are you going to be doing?" It's the way it goes, isn't it? So loads of pictures of Marmite, because it's made by Unilever. They're also saying, even worse, Hellmann's mayonnaise. Could be in sugar. I'm not sure about that. I do like my mayonnaise. It's very nice indeed. There's also this lady. It's in the Mirror today. Her name is Isabel Higgins. And minutes before her appointment, which is the end of her life, she raises her glass, smiles and says, "Cheers to your good health." She then bursts into a fit of giggles, as does her daughter Stephanie and the two nurses who accompany them to the Dignitas Centre. And she says, "Listen, laughter is medicine for the soul." 10 minutes later, she passes from this world still holding Steph's hand. So it's a fairly quick process. And she was happy to go and in control. She wanted to be free. And she was just about to be. So she had a good life. She obviously thought that she got to that stage whereby, things weren't going to improve. So why not go out with a glass of wine and a smile, and be surrounded by the people that you love? That's all you can hope for, isn't it, really? We must be going up to half term very shortly. Are the schools on another blooming holiday or something? Half term? Have we got half term? Is it next week? Oh, God. Oh, no, that's good. I've just realised. Means we get rid of all the kids on the buses who clog it up. It's terrible. They reckon families are going to spend, wait for this one, £4.5 billion on half-term UK breaks. But also 4 in 10 will be seeing spooky thrills for Halloween. On average, over the week, they're going to spend just under £500. Guess which place topped the list for a seaside break? Come on. No. Blackpool. Blackpool! Have you been? Blackpool, I ask you. It is a place and a half. You go there, to visit the hubcaps off your car, or to sort of go there and see all the hotels on the seafront, which have got in big letters written on the outside, hot and cold running water. And you think, this is obviously a bit of a novelty in Blackpool. And they've got hanging baskets, but all the flowers are plastic. I mean, it really is the most bizarre place. It really is. I mean, I can't imagine why you would ever want to go to Blackpool, but it's top of the list of people wanting to go, followed by Bournemouth. Well, they couldn't be. Yes, it's the Vegas of the North, isn't it, Blackpool? But it's followed by Bournemouth. Well, you couldn't find two places more apart. Bournemouth, which has always been seen as a bit, okay, a little bit classy, Vegas of the South. And then you go all the way up to Bournemouth, up to Blackpool, and you've got Blackpool Tower Circus and all the other places, and a beach, and a lot of people eating burgers. That's about it. There wasn't anything else. They've got the trams, which are all lit up with the Christmas lights at the moment, which is very nice.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Poor old Dave and Victoria Beckham. You remember they had trouble with bats a short while ago? You know that bats in this country, the pipistrelles and all the other ones, are protected. If you've got bats on your property, you cannot get rid of them. They're a bit like bees. You can get rid of wasps' nests, but you can't get rid of bees. But Dave and Vic can build a new office at their listed home if they share it with the bats. So they've got this place in the Cotswolds. How often they stay there, God alone knows. They all seem to be faffing around the world. Planners said the external walls must include a box for nesting bats and one for birds. It's also going to be used for storing quad bikes. And what they've got to do is they've got the planning approved, provided they look after the existing wildlife. There's a 5-year aftercare plan to safeguard the animals. I mean, you can't... So they must be fuming, because they wanted to build a lake. Do you remember? They were thinking that let's have a lake here. But then somebody said, no, you've got to do this and got to do that, because you can't take away the habitats of other creatures. And they forgot they're in the Cotswolds, where they just thought that they could sort of carry on with it. They have a football pitch. Although, to be honest with you, there's only Dave out there, isn't there, on the odd occasion? Well, perhaps he plays football with himself. And they've got an outdoor pool. Obviously can't afford an indoor pool, which are very expensive nowadays, which have to be heated at the same time. But this bat cave is an old story. I knew about this a long time ago because they'd already mentioned how difficult it was because they've got bats. You can't get rid of them. So there you go. Steve, I use tissues, says Luella, all the time. I'm always buying them, especially for blowing my nose. I find handkerchiefs unhygienic, even though my dad uses them all the time. Oh, I know. I mean, to be honest with you, I think you're probably right. They are a little bit unhygienic. But I do have a hanky in my pocket. I don't like to use tissues because you've got to throw them away, and there's no bins anywhere. There's no bins. My chemist have stopped selling box of tissues. They sell the handy packs. Yes. What did you write? What? A hanky? Well, no, because what I do, I buy bulk hankies. And I just have them because I've discovered if you wear the mask, all of a sudden your nose starts running. Don't ask me why. And so you sort of pat your nose with the mask. And so the mask is now acting as the handkerchief as well. But I tend to use the hankies and then I throw them away. It's like, you don't want to sort of pick up any sort of germs or disease. But I mean, I don't sort of have to blow my nose. I mean, some people blow their noses on the bus. You'd think there's going to be an almighty explosion. I mean, seriously. It's like people coughing on the bus. I mean, especially if it's somebody behind you. Or failing that, what do we have the other? There's a bloke who gets on my bus in the morning. He's Russian. He's big. And his phone is on speakerphone. And he's talking to whatever this woman is. But it's loud. All the way for my journey to Waterloo Station. He's talking. And then you can hear her coming back talking. It's so loud. I mean, I turned around and looked at him the other day, but he's totally oblivious. Well, I know he's not having an argument. He's just talking on the phone to her. But it's so loud. Why can't people be quiet on the telephones? There was somebody at the end of they were sitting behind me on the bus the other day going to Hampton Court. I mean, I wasn't going to Hampton Court, but I was just kind of heading in that direction. And he's laughing, all this, and I'm thinking, shut up. Why don't you wait till you get off the bus? Honestly, people are very annoying on buses nowadays. My all-time favourite sitcom, says Kevin the Milkman, character is Al Bundy. Go on, Joe, who's Al Bundy? Come on. No idea? No. He's from the 80s American sitcom Married with Children. No, they're none the wiser on that one, Kevin, I'm afraid. Yeah, you're not very good, are you, really? How about the Vicar of Dibley? Geraldine and Alice. She died, didn't she? That was a bit sudden. I thought that Geraldine did a very nice tribute. I mean, she was only in her early 50s, wasn't she? She was very young indeed. I watched The Vicar of Dibley. I do like them because I like Dawn French. But then I interviewed her once. She'd written a book about her mother, and it was really emotional. It was a very, very, very good interview, actually. Steve, petrol on the south coast is $1.36 a litre, but as you go nearer to London, the price increases. 20 miles away, it's $1.47 a litre. Yeah, we're royally ripped off, I'm afraid. Bex in Twickenham is blown away about the penguin facts. Yes, it's odd, isn't it, really? And Sam in the Isle of Wight says, if you think the buses in London are bad, try living on the Isle of Wight. The bus service is at breaking point due to holidaymakers who all want to pay cash. The buses only come on average once every 40 minutes. Oh. Do you not do cash on your... Because, we can't use cash on our buses. It's banned. You have to use an Oyster card. Or a lot of people have it on their phone, don't they? And something like that. Which is it's contactless. That's what they call it. My card has given up being contactless. I'm a little bit miffed by that. For some reason, it doesn't work, so I have to insert the card. You can get it on your... Oh, don't keep telling me about get it on the phone. Listen, I was so excited about getting my bank statements. Oh, you've already got it, have you? Yeah. I've still got the problem with the Freedom Pass. I got a woman the other day, and she was saying, I don't know what you can do. And I thought, well, if you don't know, what hope is there for the rest of us? Because we have sort of a problem with, I don't have bills in the name on my Freedom Pass. I have them in something else. And of course, I mean, she reacted with abject horror for this one, but I think I've sorted it out. Mickey says, when my young son Isaac had the terrible twos, we thought, it's only for a year. And then the following year, he turned into a three-nager. Yes, my godson, when he was 2 and 3, we went to Lakeside, and he had a tantrum in the middle of one of the department stores, and he sat on the floor and promptly refused to budge. So of course we do what every other parent does or whatever else. You leave him on the floor, you go, okay, we're going now, and you walk round the corner, and we hid, and we look around, he's still sitting on the floor, with his arms folded defiantly. And it was a case of, we had the terrible 2s, the terrible 3s, the terrible 4s. You know, they go through phases, children. And I don't know what stops it. I suppose every parent must know what it is. They really must. Yesterday you were talking about off licences, says Chris. I went to one in New Zealand and it was a drive-through. Oh, yeah, they have that a lot in America. They do the drive-through. You can do the drive-through cash machines as well. They had one in... wrong way, isn't it? Trafalgar Square. Drummond's used to have a place you pulled in and you could use the cash machine, but now it's for the employee to park there. Out the car window, yeah. Yeah, you literally, the machine was at the right height. You got your card, put it in, tapped in your buttons, and out came your money. In Drummond's. Quite hard to find cash machines. Really? Where are you living? You living in sort of the moon? Oh, right. Well, the banks are closing. It is true. But you can always use a cash. I mean, we've got loads of cash machines. I use the one at NatWest. I use the one at Lloyd's. And if I go to Richmond, I can use the Royal Bank of Scotland, but that's only till November, and then that closes to become, well, probably a coffee shop, I should imagine. Most of them seem to end up being coffee shops, don't they? I don't know how they afford the rents. But I liked it when they did away with the counters. I didn't like queuing up for the counters, you know. And, you know, lunchtime, when everybody goes in there, they've got one person on the till. Now it's like you're going into a coffee shop, you know, and they've generally got a man there with a clipboard. Hello. And then the worst thing was for me, I'd go in there and they'd go, oh, I've had a look at your account. You think, I just want to take some money out. It was Christmas time and I put money in envelopes and things like that. And he said, we can probably get you, you know, better. Would you like somebody to sit down with you and go through your account? I went, no, thank you. No, I've got private banking. Just give me the money. I used to have a checkbook which had private banking written on it. I don't know what it meant. I had no idea what it meant, but I just thought it looked fairly good, actually. But, Mickey, I understand what you're saying about the terrible 2s. Molika says, you made me giggle this gloomy morning with you sharing your experiences of travelling on public transport. I'm just about to head out and catch the bus. There's always somebody on the bus, isn't there? Why can't people be quiet? Why do they have to be noisy on the buses? It's like on the train. If you get on the quiet carriage, there's always going to be somebody who either can't read or they're just determined to annoy everybody. Nobody takes any notice at all. They just sit there, and you feel like going, in fact, I have done it in the past. Shh! Which, it sort of did work, because, I mean, some other people have sort of pointed things out and gone, look, and then they go, oh, sorry, and they've moved to another carriage. The other thing which really annoys me, people with feet on seats. That is just peasant time. That's absolutely awful. And it mainly happens on the night buses. People put their feet on the seat. Dirty people. Yeah. Well, no, but they go past me when I'm waiting for my car in the morning, my private car. I don't do the. I have been on the night bus once. It was a very frightening experience, because in my whole life once, and I got on there, and all these drunks get on, and they're all very leery. You know what people like when they've had a few sherbets? Yeah, hey, woo, and all this. So I always make sure I sit near the driver, as I said the other day, so at least if anything goes wrong, he can open the door and I can get out very quickly.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, Dennis says, tell the bank about your card and they'll send you a new one immediately. Yeah, then you cut up the first one. Okay, I just don't want it to change, because this card is registered for various things, like with Amazon and everything else, and you tend to forget. It was like I couldn't work out the other day on the telephone why I wasn't getting any text through, and it's because I changed the password, and of course it didn't. So I had to input the new password. Well, at least I managed it. I mean, getting this. I mean, I'm still excited about the app from the bank, where I can just find things like how much is it. I can keep checking the balance, and it's become like an addiction for me. When I went to buy a couple of coats yesterday, I wasn't going to buy 2 coats, but I did buy 2 because I thought they were quite cheap. If they'd been 150 quid, I wouldn't have bought them. But because they were only 80 quid each and they're like puffer jackets, I thought, yeah, I'll go for that. And I immediately checked the balance, and of course the money had come straight up. I was quite impressed. I thought, I did that. There's I still can't get this Chris Eubank Jr. thing. So he goes out and he's approached by some bloke after a press conference in Newcastle, and somebody videoed it, and this bloke walks up to him with a microwave. And he says, can you sign this? And so he does, and he's got a marker pen, and he signs the top of it, Eubank, whatever, I don't know. And apparently it's gone on eBay. It's got to be a wind-up. £65,000. And the boxer has said that he will match the winning price with a donation to charity. There is no way anybody is going to spend £65,000. They've had lots of these things on eBay before. and it's turned out to be a hoax. Well, they didn't do that because they had it. Do you remember they did it? Blue Peter had some things like that, and some other people had bid for different bits and pieces. And you think, I mean, why? I mean, is Chris Eubank Jr. famous? You know, but is he? I mean, he's not one of our top boxers, is he? We wouldn't know. We don't know these things. He might be, he might not be. But he did beat Wanik Adjijan at the weekend, whoever he is, which doesn't really help. So he's can you imagine staggering through the streets with a microwave in your arms? I'd ask. He said it would make it more meaningful if you donated the same amount of money. I can't see anybody paying 65. I'm sure if you wrote off to him and said, "Can I have your autograph?" you get it back for free, price of a stamp. Why would he charge for it? Doesn't make any sense, does it really? So how much food do you waste? Apparently loads. I throw away as well. The most popular thing to throw away, salad leaves. Salad leaves. I mean, how many people buy salad leaves? How boring is that? Bread. People throw away bread. Milk. Bananas, cucumbers, strawberries, potatoes, eggs, tomatoes, carrots, cheese, yoghurt. I mean, yoghurt lasts for ages, like years. Oranges, onions, fresh meat, apples, fresh fish and blueberries. Blueberries? It's because they've gone past their sell-by date, so people throw them away. But, I mean, salad leaves at number one. I can't think of anything more boring, actually. It's obviously somebody who's sort of come up with this. Somebody's sort of, it's researched by a supermarket. Anything to get their name in the paper nowadays, isn't it, really? It does worry me that people are throwing away salad leaves. I mean, there's nothing to them. They're just sort of bits of air, aren't they? There's something and nothing. If ever I get a salad, the last thing I want in it is blooming salad cream. I quite fancy the idea of hot and spicy prawns. I've never had them before. Oh, you like the sound of that? Well, Tesco are doing a special offer. Three boxes for £5. So that seems quite good value, doesn't it, really? I think so. But nobody's found the equivalent to my doner kebab meat from Iceland for £2.50. £2 or £2.50, which I thought was wonderful. I don't know why the other supermarkets don't do it. It's, I mean, to be honest with you, seeing as we seem to be a nation who love kebabs, why not sort of go out and buy kebab meat? I sort of cut it up and then pop it in a saucepan and then fry it with either some tomatoes or beans or different little bits and pieces. Well, it's chicken. Because I think it's lamb on the actual, when you go to the kebab shop, I think it's lamb, isn't it, on these things? Mainly sort of, it's been through the mixer and everything. Oh, you get a choice, do you? Oh, right. If you go and get a kebab on the Edgware Road in London, it's completely different to the local kebabs, which come the slicing with it. They do it, and it goes into a wrap kind of thing. It looked quite nice, actually. In fact, we have a German doner kebab shop. Is it famous? Oh, good. I'm glad. Because they said, it's a double-fronted shop. Used to sell beds. But obviously nobody in Twickenham wants beds, so they gave up. And we've now got this sort of doner place. And they've got all these different... Oh, right. Oh, it looks quite nice, doesn't it, really? And they do takeaways. Because when it first opened up, I thought, German doner? What in goodness own name is that all about? I don't know where the link comes at all, but it was all done up and they've opened and they seem to be fairly busy. Mind you, I've never been there of an evening time because I'm always in bed. But their doners do look quite nice, don't they? Are they very expensive? I always have to check on price. I don't want to walk in and get surprised. I might get one for lunch today. Oh, they do burgers and everything. Oh, blimey, they do burgers. And they do doner kebab meat and chips. Now, that is my favourite. Doner kebab meat and chips. How much is that? Doner box with fries. No prices. Oh, they do a veggie kebab. So for all you people, we get a lot of people writing saying, you don't mention us veggies often enough. Well, I do. It's just that, obviously, it's not something I'm particularly familiar with, but I will be when our Pret opens in Twickenham, because it's going to be veggie Pret, which they've already got a few of them. I like the doner in a box with some chips, provided the chips are good. I don't want chips that are just half blanched. They've got to be done properly. Oh, right. They do flaming fries, curry fries, which is fries with a sauce, and cheesy fries, which is squirty cheese over the top of... Oh, it all looks a bit fattening, doesn't it, really? I'm not too sure about this now. Yeah, I mean, but the kebab meat and chips comes in a little box. That seems quite nice. Why can't you have things like that for breakfast? Oh, they do doner nachos. Perhaps that's why, actually. Chili cheesy bites. It's making my mouth water. I'm ever so sorry. And I like that That burger, that looks quite nice. But if you have a good burger, it's got to be really good. But the German doner kebab shop we have because when it opened up, I thought the other places that sell kebabs, they're not going to be very pleased. And we've got about 3 of them, I think. So, and you can't sit down in any of them. They're all just takeaway. So it opens at 11 a.m. What's the point of opening at 11 a.m.? Why can't they open at 7:30? That would be nice. Just at the time that I get back to Richmond, I could go in there and sort of have, although I'm not really sure you should eat that for breakfast, doner kebab. So I could have it when I wake up. Actually, I used to do that when I was doing Sunday mornings on LBC. I would drive into town, Notting Hill Gate. I would pull into the side of the road and go and get myself a doner and chips, put it on the car seat and eat it coming into work. I don't know. Terrible diets. Daryl says, we're all working away on our laptops on the 620 Eastbourne to London Victoria, enjoying some coffee from my mini thermos. Oh, you're one of those people who has the little thermos flask that they take on board. It's people who have these sort of coats on where they stick their bottle of water in their pocket and everything else, which is very good. Today is Trafalgar Day, says Anne, also the 55th anniversary of the Aberfan disaster. I think that was yesterday, wasn't it, the Aberfan disaster? I'm pretty certain because we did mention it, actually. And, yes, Anne, no, we did that. It was yesterday, dear. You got it wrong. So there's no point in mentioning it today because it was yesterday and we did mention it. So there you go. And today is Trafalgar Day, is it? What happens on Trafalgar Day? What do we do with Trafalgar Day? Let's find and help Anne in St Albans out because she's getting her days all muddled up. So, I mean, LBC always mentions things. So that was yesterday as well. You're like a day late, Anne. Is it the medication or something like that? How would that be working? No, they were both yesterday, dear. Not today. Never mind. At least you made the effort. What have we got today? Oh, Katie Price is saying on her retail therapy. So they've got a photographer out on the street taking a picture of it on the other side of the road. In fact, they've managed to spread it out into a 2-page spread. So she went for a tan top-up in a tan shop, which is a bit bizarre. You would have thought, actually, somebody like her would have had her own tanning machine at home. A lot of people have got sunbeds and gym equipment and everything else. I never understood. I used to see pictures of Dave when he was in America going off to the gym every day. And I thought, haven't you got any gym equipment at home you can use? Do you have to go out? And I thought, of course he does. It's the publicity, isn't it? And so the headline, which is quite a good one, actually, a picture of her going into a tan shop. And the headline is, "You glow for it, girl." OK, so she was having nail treatment, I suppose, sticking the fake ones on. But she went to buy some lingerie. Oh, no, this was an underwear store in London. Didn't know we had such places. I really didn't. The Queen is remaining in very good spirits, but she has stopped drinking. She only had 1 drink a day. It's not like she was in danger. It's always a martini. Always a martini. But yesterday she was understood to be back at her desk at Windsor Castle. I mean, she's said to be reading her official government red boxes. She's 95, for goodness sake. This is what's keeping her going, I think. It's all the ritual of all the stuff she's got. I bet she'd like a doner. Do you think she's ever had a doner and chips in a box? She's never experienced that, has she? Deliveroo. Yeah, I got a pizza for her, hot and spicy.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. So. A memory calendar invented by a woman with Alzheimer's is her legacy. Her widower says Val Horncastle's page-a-day creation helps people with dementia to keep track of what they're doing and maintain some independence. And since her death, it's gone on sale. She died in 2015, but her husband, Keith, who comes from Buxton, said it's what Val wanted. It's always been Val's calendar. I don't know how many they'd be selling, but that's the thing, isn't it? Wasn't there an old people's home who, because of people with dementia and Alzheimer's, they built like a little street in it with shops, and they sold newspapers of different years, so it would remind people. People needed reminding of everything. And I remember thinking, oh, brilliant idea. And I think they built an entire 1950s style high street to take people with dementia back in time. And then people would go, oh, I remember that. And they had newspapers, and they've got all sorts of things. I think basically it's to provoke memories and offering home comforts that help to calm the residents. So you can go to the barbers to freshen up, go into the old style sweet shop to bring back the memories, or even watch a film in the on-site cinema. Oh, brilliant. And it's so, look at it. I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? They've got a garage and everything else there. It's lovely. It's called the Five Rise Nursing Home. And I mean, in Yorkshire, you see, only the Yorkshire folk would sort of come up with something like that. But I remember reading about it, thinking what a brilliant idea. Toy shops they've got there as well, and I think it's a family-run business. Brother and father, says Damien, who originally had a care home in Leeds, and that's where the idea stemmed from. And to be honest with you, it looks fantastic, and it keeps people going. And it helps to ease people and make them feel a little bit more at home, which is good. Steve, German Donna is the gold star of kebabs. Absolutely delicious, says Jason. Well, we hadn't heard of it until it came to us. Charlie Girling, showbiz girl, says, hello, my darling. She doesn't talk like that. I just did that. Sounding fab, she says, love you, which is nice. And I get 2 kisses. And my friend Lynn is on holiday. She says, morning from a sunny and warm Calkin. All good here. Hope same with you. There you go. I wonder what the weather's like there. If it's anything like my friend Graham's got at the moment, it should be brilliant sunshine. I wonder what's Dubai's weather this morning. Let's see if we can really depress ourselves, as we've got sort of the gloom and the doom. But that's all right. 36 degrees in Dubai. Sunny with a gentle breeze. How lovely. And tomorrow they've got 36 degrees, whereas we've got over here in the United Kingdom. Let's have a quick look actually and see what we're going to get in London today. Greater London, 14 degrees, sunny intervals, moderate breeze. Saturday, 14 degrees. Sunday, 15 degrees. Monday, 15. Tuesday, 16. Wednesday, 18. Goodbye. Going through a heat wave. And then on Thursday, sunshine. All the rest of it's gloomy. Sunshine and 17 degrees. Friday, you've got sunshine, cloud and rain and 17 degrees. And the same on the Saturday. Makes miserable reading, doesn't it? You can't really sort of try and overhype it and make it something it's not. And especially if you're looking at pictures in the papers today of people with snow in the north of the country, you know, in Scotland. And we always go, oh, isn't it great? And all the people in Scotland are right to be going, no, it's not. No, we don't like it. We really don't like it. Footy wag Sasha Atwood. None the wiser. I have no idea. I'm not very good with sort of footy wags. But apparently she reveals that she and her fellow, who is called Jack Grealish. Now, I've heard of Jack Grealish. He's an England player. They burn sage to banish bad energy. They burn sage. Have you noticed that Holly Willoughby has got this website now? She's into crystals and healings and all sorts of strange things. I've never heard of burning sage to banish bad energy. Apparently, a source said, I love it when they say that, it's a bit like incense, isn't it? Just a bit bigger. She's always got a bundle of the stuff around the house, although she jokes it looks like a giant cannabis joint. But so you're burning it. But I like incense. I saw them making it the other day. There's a YouTube film of them making sticks of incense, and there's a bloke who rolls this stuff out. He can turn out one every 1 second or something, and they sell it because everybody buys incense, and I love it. I absolutely love it. It's great. Love some of the smells. Camden Market's a very good place for getting that. Or some of these sort of arty type shops where they do odd things. Supermarket Iceland is to reduce waste by giving away food on the last day of its shelf life to online customers. Got to be an online customer. They say they could hand out more than 1.3 million items worth 500,000 each year. I went past a Donna kebab shop, a pizza shop the other day, and they said, you know, price for so-and-so, so-and-so. If you collect the pizza, they'll give you 50% off everything. And I thought that seemed quite good. So if you buy a £9 pizza, it's going to cost you £4.50. And I thought, and all you've got to do is just go in there and it's still very expensive because apparently you can make a giant pizza for about £1. That's why there's so many of these pizza shops all over the place. They're there because the profit is huge. It's, you know, it really doesn't cost a lot of money. But I did have a pizza the other day when we went out to Braintree, and it was thin. I don't like these thick, crusty things with cheese in it and all the rest of it. It was Italian style, but like a proper pizza. It's got leaves in and stuff like that. Nothing particular. Well, it had looked like it had leaves in to me, leaves, and I quite liked it. I wouldn't want one to eat all the time. Apart from that, they're terribly fattening. So here's the pub. We seem to be getting a lot of sort of woke things recently. This is the annual Yard of Ale contest. I don't know if you've ever seen people drinking from a Yard of Ale, but the idea is that you've got to keep it at a steady angle because otherwise you get an air bubble in it and it will just absolutely drown you. And they've scrapped the annual Yard of Ale contest because they says it encourages binge drinking. The competition was to see who could down beer the quickest, raises funds for the Royal National Lifeboat Institution. But the charity is concerned it could send out the wrong message. I mean, yesterday we heard about the rugby players cross-dressing over fears that LGBT groups might find it offensive in Worcestershire. Chris Higgs has been Yard of Vale champion for 8 years with a record of 9.5 seconds in Lyme Regis. He told the newspaper, "It's such a shame. This year it was great to see so many new faces. Let's hope it's not the end of another great Lymm tradition." I mean, it's been going on for 10 years at this particular pub, but they're not very happy about it at all. I've never drunk a Yard of it. No. They do it. If you go to Spain years ago, they used to do what they called barbecues, I think, and it would be in a giant aircraft hangar, and you'd all sit there, and they'd bring out this really naff food. But the thing was, they would put wine into one of these bottles with the neck sticking out, and they'd hold it really high, and you'd have to sort of drink it as it was. I never did that one either. Well, I was too young. I was only 14, 15. But that was doing it. But anything that sort of, worries people now, they just cancel it. Conkers, cancelled. Why? Too dangerous. Really. I mean, they also, because in 2006, conger coddling, in which locals are slapped with a dead eel, was banned after complaints of animal cruelty, even though the thing was dead. And the Pram Derby, which saw mothers and babies race around a course drinking half pints at pubs en route, was cancelled due to health and safety fears. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? But anyway, the RNLI has always been an advocate for responsible use of alcohol on and around water. No longer felt it was appropriate to encourage the really, it's getting worse, isn't it? Honestly, I don't know how we're coping with life. But it's Greggs, and they've replaced their sausage, bean and cheese melt with a vegan alternative. I don't know why. People are up in arms. People are, to be temporary. They'll end up bringing it back, and we'll all be going, I've never had one, but I quite like the sound of it. The trouble is, all of the stuff that they sell in Greggs is cold. Apart from the bacon or the sausages, they don't have heated cabinets with the food in. They take it out their ovens and put it there. And unless you get there when they've taken it out of the oven, by the time you get your sausage roll, stone cold. Perhaps people like eating stone cold food. Not for me, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. So that was that's what the papers are talking about. But the Queen dominates, spending the night in hospital. She's had a series of tests, but back at work at Windsor the other day. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday. I trust you are well as we get ever nearer Christmas, and the bad news that Eamon and Ruth will spend Christmas apart because each one is going to their respective mothers. I thought you could fly the mothers over here and then they could all get together in the house. Make it a lot easier. So they're going to spend Christmas apart. It's only in October. I mean, they could have booked everybody into a hotel. That could be quite nice, wouldn't it? Was a British public school boy's kidnap a scam? There are questions being asked. We'll tell you about that strange story a little bit later on. Oxfam cancels a bingo card game because it features J.K. Rowling. The Las Vegas hotel, which had the Picasso Room, which was the restaurant, they had 11 Picassos. They've just sold them for £80 million. They've been up there at the Bellagio for, as long as I've been alive, I think. Nazanin's husband's hunger strike over the UK response. The Corrie stars with that sinkhole feeling, biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen on the television. And the astronauts who can grow up to 3 inches in space. All going on this morning, I tell you. You think you're having a strange time. Maisie Smith will take part in the SES Who Dares Wins programme. This is her first job after quitting EastEnders. A little bit soon to be quitting, I think. She's been playing the part of one of the characters since she was 6, I think, or something like that. But as I didn't know who she was, it didn't really help. Plus, Paul McCartney, as you know, doesn't want to sign any more autographs. Chips wrapped in gold and the 24-carat carrot. This is basically somebody up north to take the mickey out of that overpriced restaurant in Mayfair where buffoons pay over £700 for a steak. I mean, really, get the whole animal for that. Pick your own, I should imagine. Girls at a top school are given laughter lessons to help them deal with things. And laughter? How do you give laughter lessons? Yes, pop this show on. We can have a laugh with Steve Allen. Catherine Tate's show, wait for this one, has been charged with racism and homophobia. Catherine Tate. I can't believe it. I think because on one of them, she takes the mickey out of a gay character. Is that her playing the gay character? Oh, it is. Oh, well, it's even cleverer then. I thought it was a bloke playing the gay character in there, who looks remarkably like somebody who used to work at LBC. Yes, and sounds like as well. What have we got? Furious holidaymakers waiting 16 hours at the Eurotunnel to get across, which is all right. You have a cup of tea and a biscuit and a cake. It's all right. And the mum who was nearly killed, she was knocked downstairs by her daughter's dog and she fell into a fish tank. Makes you wonder how big the fish tank was, doesn't it, really, I suppose? And bin collections could suffer at Christmas as drivers go for better salaries with food outlets. So You might not be able to get, because we always have a thing every year with all the presents that are doing the rounds. We have bin liners and we fill them all up with all the paper and everything else. Whereas my mother used to save the paper at Christmas and wrap up tree presents, which is quite a nice idea actually, because the paper's so expensive and it looks lovely. Why just rip it off and throw it away? My mother would sort of carefully take it, almost iron it, fold it up, and then she'd put it in a box and save it. And we'd have tree presents from the tree to us. I know. We were drinking at an early age in our family. It was a lot easier to worry about things like that. But she used to save the paper because she said, look, it's such lovely paper. Why are we wasting it? And especially if you've got little kids. I mean, there's no point in wrapping it in paper at all. Give it to them in a bag. That's much easier because kids have got no idea. They just think it's pretty paper. They rip it off and you go, oh, look, isn't that a lovely present, Barbie plane? Oh, they've got no idea what it is. They just want to rip open the pretty coloured paper, so stick it in a bin liner. Much easier. What was the other one? Oh, the latest historic home with period features. It's 13 foot square. I mean, I don't know how you live in something like that. It's very, very, very small. Very small. But it's historic. And the reason it's historic is because it's a gatehouse to a mansion. And so they've decided to sell it. It's about 260,000 quid or something like that. I don't understand the bingo card game being cancelled by Oxfam because it features J.K. Rowling. I'm not quite getting that one. Perhaps I've missed the story. And somebody will tell me exactly what the story is. She's made... Oh, she had controversial comments about... What's that got to do with Oxfam? Has that got to do about trans issues? Oh, right. So they've cancelled a bingo game from Oxfam. It's an odd one, isn't it? The collector, he had a £100 coin and he used it to pay for fuel. And the police arrested him. Anyway, he's just won £5,000 compensation from them. That'll teach them in future. I like the idea of flying electric taxis could be taking off at airports in a few years' time. I wouldn't want to get in one. I don't trust that kind of thing. I've seen some of these little light aircraft. I'm not sure it's my sort of thing. The drop-off charges, open the door. Bye-bye, Mrs. Higginbottom. Off you go. Make sure the parachute opens and we should be okay. Oh, now is the time as well to buy birdseed for the garden. There's loads of deals in all the news... What? There's loads of deals in the newspapers. You can buy sort of a 20-kilogram sack of bird food. But you never see starving birds. I mean, otherwise the gardens would be littered with dead birds because they've not been fed. And you do get... There was some balmy old woman the other day, and she you don't see skinny pigeons. But it's not just pigeons, it's tits. I mean, sometimes, people sort of put stuff out in little sort of tubes which have got mesh in or something. It's like an obstacle course for the birds. They've got no idea. But this woman emptied a load of bread all over Richmond Station by one of the bins there to attract pigeons. Inside, yes. I mean, really quite mad as far as I'm concerned. They try and do it in Trafalgar Square, and the cleaners around very quickly picking it all up, so you're wasting your time. And they have a hawk there as well to keep the pigeons away, because pigeons are vermin. Flying rats. Don't like them. But they don't mind you putting bird food out for them on a table. But all you're going to do is put it out, and then the squirrels are going to get it. And the Trafalgar Square hawk guy is a listener to this programme. So that's good. Because I'd seen him doing it. You can go down to Trafalgar Square most mornings and you'll see him there flying the hawk around. And it's there to scare the pigeons, but they do come back because they're a bit dim pigeons. And they just go where there's food. So, I don't know why people want to keep feeding birds, because they scavenge. And also, it takes away from them the ability to forage, because they just sit there waiting for you to put the food out for them. I mean, the amount of junk food you've got on pavements around London. I don't know what it's like the rest of the country, but I'm imagining it's tons and tons of places. And here he is. This is Paul Picknell and the Harris Hawk, Lemmy. I love the way that they give them names. I love them, Mind you, strangely enough, I mean, in the early 2000s, pigeons ruled Trafalgar Square. There was a little hut in the middle, and the man sold birdseed. Oh, yes. And in fact, in the film, Mary Poppins advised Londoners to feed the birds tuppence a bag. And that was it. The pigeon feed stall was closed, 2003. If Mary Poppins tried to feed the birds now, she'd be hit with a fine. But Picknell and Lemmy come in. As Picknell is talking, Lemmy suddenly gags and vomits up a small oily lump of yellowish paste. He said, that's what we're waiting for. That's it's basically the beak, the feathers and the claws of the food he had yesterday he can't digest. How horrible. Enough of that one, actually. But they do hunt birds like pigeons. So he is fed from a little plastic box. The idea is to use him to deter and intimidate pigeons. But pigeons are a bit, as I say, they're a bit dim. They don't really care about anything. They'll go where there's food. And if there's one little bit of food on the pavement, 2 pigeons are fighting over it. The next minute, there's 20 pigeons. You know, they are like a little bit like sheep, which is good. Steve says, Noreen, we're off on a 60s break at the end of the week. A new venue for us. Lots of bands, meeting friends. We were at a great gig a week ago in a St Albans pub garden. Mick Avery of the Kinks. 2 friends who are in the Swinging Blue Jeans. Pete Oakman, who wrote Picture of You for Joe Brown. And Alan Lovell, who's been with the band since 1981. A great afternoon. She loves it. Her and Brian, they love these gigs. They've been to more gigs than I've had hot dinners. So I hope you have a nice one there. Stephen in Manchester with a V says, why are motorists being hit hard in the pocket with this congestion charge? A Boeing 747 uses 784 kilograms of jet fuel on takeoff. Why is London not hitting aviation hard? I don't know. It's a way of, I mean, I don't know whether or not the congestion charge, because this is for older vehicles, whereas I don't have to pay it. But in fact, who was I saying to you before? Felicity Kendall, she's got to pay it on her flashy 4x4 car. It's the 4x4s, and it's impacted tens of thousands of motorists. And you can go onto the website and you can put your number in, and it's £12.50. Is that extra on top of the congestion charge? Blimey. If you don't comply with it, and they've got automatic... You can't drive in London without automatic number recognition getting you. From the moment you come in, I would think there must be quite a few cameras throughout London to catch you, the AMPR things, what is it called? Auto number plate recognition or something like that. But it catches you and you'll get it in the post, and they'll have a picture of your car in a zone, and that's it. If you haven't paid, you'll be done for it. 160 quid. However, if you pay within a fortnight, 80 quid. I wouldn't want to pay anything. But that's just me. I don't have to pay it. You go onto the website, the DVLA, and you put in your number plate, and it'll tell you whether your car has to pay it. In fact, it tells you what your car is. And on my case, no, there's no charge, which is lovely, actually. I felt quite good about it. Whether a vehicle is liable for the charge depends on how much nitrogen dioxide it emits. NO2 damages lungs and can exacerbate existing conditions like asthma and lung and heart disease. So there you go. So not my car. In fact, I said before, I could sleep with mine in the bedroom. No, but we'd never get it up the stairs. Most diesel cars first registered after September 2015, and most petrol cars registered from 2005 onwards are exempt from the charge. So good luck for all those people. But you must pay it. And I would advise you very strongly not to try and avoid it. Not to try and avoid it, because you don't want to pay 160 quid, do you? I mean, because you'll leave it and you'll pay, if you pay it straight away, which I always do on the odd occasion, very odd occasion, that I actually get a parking ticket, which, I mean, I really don't get parking tickets anymore. I've had the speeding ticket, and then I had one there was one from Covent Garden years ago, and very kindly, the local council cancelled it for me. Because I said it wasn't clear. There's 2 sides of the road in Covent Garden. On one side, it's free on certain times, and on the other side, you pay for it. I mean, it is so rare to actually appeal and get the thing, done away with. But I did. I wrote to them. I said, listen, I think this is... In fact, I did it on the programme. I said, it's a bit unfair because on one side of the road, you don't have to pay on a Sunday or whatever it was. The other side of the road, you have to pay. And it's if it's unclear for me, then it's unclear for thousands of other people. So they said, all right, in the light of that, we have agreed to cancel it. So I was very pleased about that. I thought that's what they call in the business result.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
This congestion charge thing, it's a blooming nightmare for all those people who sort of say, oh, I think we'll drive into London. Better bring your checkbook or a credit card because, there's very few... I mean, I know a couple of little places in London where I park for free. If I come in over a weekend, there's a place where I won't tell you where it is because otherwise you'll all be using it. And it's only got about 6 spaces. And I knew about it years and years ago. And I thought, right, I'll use that one. That's actually quite nice. I think it's still free, yes. I think it's still free. There are certain places where you can go, yes. Yes, well, it was the last time I was there, but of course, things change on a daily basis up in London. But imagine charging people an extra £12.50, and what does he do with the money? What does he do with it? I mean, they have delivered leaflets to loads and loads of people, but it's basically not good enough. I mean, most drivers are unaware of this scheme. This might be the first time that you've heard about it. You might be going, what? So we have to pay another £12.50 on top of the congestion charge? Yep, you do. So, in fact, to drive in... I mean, how much is the congestion charge now? I can't remember what that is. £15. So you've got another £12.50 on top of the £15. Not worth bringing the car in, is it, really? £27.50 a day. Unless, of course, plus parking, which is about 16 quid if you're parking around Covent Garden for 4 hours. So, to be honest with you, it's really not worth it. You might as well come in on the train or the bus or something like that, and that's what they want you to do. Because even when you do bring your car into town, there's no bloody place to park. It's terrible. It's a nightmare because there's so much building work going on that spaces that would have been there. Some small businesses have expressed concern. I'm not surprised, actually. Michael Lloyd, managing director of a scaffolding firm, always makes it sound posh, doesn't it? Managing director of, but it's a scaffolding company. Says his firm has invested $300,000 to upgrade some of its fleet to meet the standards, but still expects to rack up $2,500 a week in charges for its non-compliant vehicles. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? It really doesn't make any sense. What are they trying to do? Are they sort of trying to kick business out of London? They obviously don't want people to come into London. Why don't you just pedestrianise all of it and then go, sod it, you can't drive anywhere and you can't park anywhere? Makes it a lot easier, wasn't it? So Catherine's Tate show. Now, I mean, all of a sudden, you go back to, early shows that we had in this country, and which they've now looked at and go, oh, we think that's homophobic or that's racist or this is this or this is that, because we've turned into the woke nation we never thought we would have done. I mean, very shortly, comedians will not be appearing on stage because material that they probably got through years and years ago, which they were allowed to do, they can't do that anymore because somebody will complain about it. It's no good saying, if you go and see a certain comedian, you know what to expect, because there might be some things in there that you wouldn't be expecting. I mean, to be honest with you, if you've ever seen Frankie Boyle, you would absolutely recoil in the fact that he gets away with stuff, or he did. I don't think he's touring anymore now. And he was talking about stuff, and even I was thinking, blimey. But you can't do that now. In fact, I tell you what I did see, which I hadn't seen before, but we spoke about it on the programme. Jim Davidson was talking about the Black Lives Matter and all the rest of it. He finally agreed to have an interview with Ashley Banjo. And I'd never seen it before, and they were showing it on the television. What were they? Oh, they were showing it on Gogglebox. They were showing it on Gogglebox, where Jim comes in. Now, Jim is an old Neanderthal. In fact, he's a very old Neanderthal. And he sits down with Ashley Banjo, and Ashley comes straight to the point. I mean, apart from about halfway through, Jim Davidson can't remember Ashley's name. He calls him George. I mean, seriously, you'd think he would remember something like that. But anyway, probably because he's sort of getting on a little bit. And he sits down, and he comes straight to the point, Ashley. He says, listen, the stuff that you were talking about, do you not consider that racist? And Jim Davidson went, no. And you could see the direction it was heading. But then at one point, I remember thinking, he's not going to answer this. And he didn't. He just stood up, took off his microphone and walked out. But the funny thing was, he walks down the stairs and he goes out. And Ashley Banjo says, that's a dead end. So he has to turn around and come back in again. I mean, he actually confronted... I mean, Ashley confronted him for suggesting diversity should have done a routine about black men mugging people. I mean, you seriously couldn't believe that you were hearing this stuff, and all the people on Gogglebox, without an exception, were going, what is he saying? It was almost like he'd wandered in from another planet and had totally ignored everything that's gone on. And the struggle. I mean, I shouldn't imagine he does too well with gay people either, but let's not even bother going there. I mean, I don't think he thought it was funny. I just think he didn't agree with it. There's a woman who's on YouTube. She's American, mercifully. And at one point, because she's picking on this black guy, there's a lot of things like that on YouTube from America, where white Americans have called the police on somebody for being black and being in their neighbourhood, even though they live there. They do this kind of thing. And they said to some woman, are you racist? She says, yeah, I'm racist. And you began to think, and you're now up on the internet. This is not... In fact, one woman, it backfired something chronic on her because the house she picked on was known to the local university where the majority of the students were black. What did they do? Picket her house. She couldn't come outside, so she started doing all that kind of sort of feeble stuff. What was the other thing? Yeah, I did watch the other day because I think it was all on Gogglebox, and this was the Coronation Street sinkhole. 1 minute there's two people there, the next minute the ground opens up and it was Coronation Street. And so they fall into this sinkhole, which means they've fallen basically into the local sewer. I mean, it was a bit tragic, to be honest with you. And I watched it, and at one point, because I don't know what the storyline is. All I know is there's some bloke who nobody likes, and there's a girl, and she's got a gun, and he hasn't got a gun. I mean, on Coronation Street, I mean, seriously, we brought ourselves way up to date. So she's got the gun, and all the people on Gogglebox are shouting, kill him, kill him. They became quite agitated, but it was a bit far-fetched. As Giles and Mary said, I don't think Mary, this is particularly good. I think his name's Giles. And I was watching it, and I was fascinated by it, because I thought it was just rubbish. This is Coronation Street. And in the end, the gun falls out of her hand, and she tries to grab it, and the bloke grabs it. And he goes to pull the trigger, and then all of a sudden, she's now got the gun. And then the bloke who is married, who owns the cafe in Coronation Street, then goes to try and help them out, and falls into the same hole as well. Roy Cropper falls in. I mean, the whole thing was so far-fetched in Coronation Street. I ask you. I mean, surely nobody believed that guff. It really was the worst thing I'd ever seen. Really the worst thing. And some of the, I mean, I thought the acting was quite good, but when I was hearing all the people on Gogglebox shouting, shoot him, I'm thinking, is this sending out the right message? I became quite prim and proper over the whole thing. Shane in Sydney says, Steve, I'm having a mince pie. I couldn't help myself when I was in Woolworths. Quite clearly you did if you're eating it. Mike in Kings Langley says, I've joined the Spikers this morning and I'm listening from 4 a.m. in the kitchen with tea, toast and marmalade. Don't tell Matron. She doesn't know I'm out of bed yet. Do you know, I haven't had marmalade for about 35 years. Don't know, we just never had much marmalade in my house. The only one I liked was Rose's lime marmalade. I know, it's pathetic, isn't it? It's all sugar. That's what marmalade is. But that was the one that I used to like. If I was having one, that would be the one that I had. Roger says, your car is relatively new. That's why you don't have to pay. I know, I was quite pleased. So, I mean, the funny thing is not that I bring it into town very often. I really don't. I mean, I have cars backwards and forwards all over the place, so I don't need to bring the car in. But, to pay the extra, that's £27 a day. I mean, it's just, what sort of money are people earning if you can afford £27 a day? And then on top, that's £135 a week, which is, 400 and something pounds 70, 470 a month. And then, you're looking at just about £3,000 a year. Just on driving into town. You know why? Because the mayor hates you. But of course, he's got a car, hasn't he? He'll have an official car. Do you think he has to worry about finding petrol? No, not that we do now. I did see a petrol tanker in a filling station coming in this morning, and I thought, oh good, more petrol, and then I thought, perhaps we might go back into it though, because if they push the price up much worse. I mean, the UK faces now a bus driver shortage. I mean, seriously, you know why? They're leaving for better paid HGV jobs, because I'm assuming if you can drive a bus you get an HGV licence. I don't know, I'm not sure about that one. I don't know how it works. Heavy goods vehicle, well, it would be a heavy goods vehicle, wouldn't it? A bus, I suppose. But they are speaking to people, and they're going for more money, because that's what it comes down to in this day and age. Don't let anybody ever fool you that they're doing a job, because it pays very little. They're doing it because it might be the only job that you could probably get. But if you get the opportunity to earn more money, you're going to go and earn more money. It's as simple as that. And if they're offering you, just supposing hypothetically it was nearly twice as much, you're going to be off like a shot. I'm going to go myself to start driving an HGV. I could get a second job driving an HGV. Steve, I put a selection of food out for the birds. They only eat the mealworms and leave the rest. Pretentious. Yes, they like mealworms, don't they? You can buy it's all, you can get sackfuls of this stuff. But, do you really want birds pooing all over your bird table? No. So I used to have a bird table. When I first put it out there, I thought it was beautiful. It was wooden with a little roof and everything, a little straw roof, and I thought that looks really lovely. Inside of a week, it looked like the inside of a Kazi on a caravan site. It was terrible. Or a festival site. I should imagine they must be just as bad. And so I thought, no. And yet some people put it in those little tube things, and so the birds can peck at it. But the squirrels can literally get their nuts out quite easily. Really, it's quite amazing. London, Steve, is for the rich. They don't want poor people driving in and taking up all the parking spaces. Well, you might be right, actually. You might be right. I don't think London's necessarily for the rich, because most of the people working are poor. They're the ones who have to go and queue in the wind and the rain and the snow, and they don't live in London. You know, the people who live in London can obviously afford to live in London, and so it's okay for them. They don't need to worry, but they still probably have to drive around looking for parking spaces. Although there was one for sale, wasn't it? 750,000 we found the other day in Mayfair. I know, very reasonable, very reasonable. I don't think it'll take a huge car, but it takes. Yeah, you can buy a castle, says the producer. Steve, I'm only 23, says Joe, but my grandmother used to buy Rose's lime marmalade for me to eat when I visited her and my grandfather as a child. I adore it. Have a look at it next time I'm in the shops. Well, you can still find it. And I like the shape of the jar, and I liked it, but I haven't had it on toast for ages. The parking space was only 250,000. Oh, sorry, I overhyped the price. And it's near Harrods. It's an underground space in the Basil Street car park. 250 for a parking. You know, people up north listen to this programme, and I know that you do, and they go, sorry, a parking space was how much? $250,000. It's too small, unfortunately, to accommodate large cars. So it only measures 2.5 by 4.2 metres, and it's 10.5 square metres. I mean, even a short wheelbase version of the latest Rolls-Royce Phantom is 5.76 metres long. So there's no chance you can get it in there. So they're looking for small cars. I mean, just under the average price of UK home, and enough to buy a 6-bedroom detached house in Middlesbrough. But come on, let's be honest. Who in God's name wants to live in Middlesbrough? But $250,000. That just goes to prove, doesn't it, how much we are being overcharged in London. And what are they building? More flats. Can't get away from them. Luxury flats. And you look at them and you think, it's like living in a postage stamp.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
We've done all the work for you. We have found you a house in Normanby Road in Normanby, Middlesbrough. 6 bedrooms, detached, it would have to be, for £250,000. And if you saw the pictures of it, and it's on Rightmove, I think. So it's 6 bed. It's very dated inside. I mean, when you look, the idea of having a patterned carpet and patterned wallpaper is just so Middlesbrough. It's not anything else at all. It's detached, as I say. They've also reduced the money. Now, this is because it's the same price as a parking space in Knightsbridge, which has recently come up opposite Harrods. But again, you can't get your Rolls-Royce Phantom in there. And you look at this house, and it's the sort of thing that you would see on that property programme in the morning, where somebody buys it at auction, and then they go and strip it all out and make it look more modern. There's enough room. It's even got an attic room as well, which is very good. So there's enough room in it for a family, and it's a big garden. You could expand quite a lot out of the back, which is nice. But as I say, I don't know how far away Middlesbrough is, but I've decided we don't want to go there. Is it a long way, Middlesbrough? What's it famous for? Is it famous for anything? Like students or something like that? I don't know. I don't know what Middlesbrough's famous for. Chicken what? Chicken what? I don't know. Anybody live in Middlesbrough who wants to tell us this morning what it is that Middlesbrough is famous for, apart from cheap property? I mean, 6-bedroom house for £250,000 is very cheap, provided... I mean, you'd have to strip out the carpet. Chicken parmo. What's that? Is that some dinner? Chicken parmo is a dish originating in Middlesbrough and a popular item for takeaway food in the Teesside area. It's a breaded cutlet of chicken or pork topped with a white bechamel sauce and cheese, usually cheddar. The name of the dish is a reference to the dish chicken parmigiani, which is made up with tomato sauce and mozzarella cheese. Oh, right. And there's a picture of it as well. Let's stay well away from Middlesbrough, shall we? We don't want to go there, thank you. What in God's name is that? Chicken with cheese over the top of it. They've even got one which comes in a box with chips. Actually, the best thing about it is the chips. It looks like you get a decent portion of chips, and we all like a decent portion, don't we? I mean, the idea of having it with anything else. I mean, that right-hand side, a box full of chips, looks like the Seashell, just down the road from a friend of mine, and they do their fish and chips in a box. And they put the fish in there, and then they put chips all the way around it. So you get quite a lot of chips. Quite a lot of chips. No, not my idea. I just think £250,000. Good Lord above. You could buy a whole road of them, couldn't you? If you won the lottery, definitely a good place to go to. Definitely a good place to go to. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So the Queen is getting ready to go back to work at the age of 95. Having told everybody she's slowing down, I don't think she's slowing down at all. I think she's keeping going. Oh, and boy, did I make a mistake again. Oh, God. I mean, we know she stays up late. She watches television, and she's up to join the Spikers at 4 a.m. in the morning. The Queen is a massive fan of this programme. Massive fan. Diana used to listen to it all the time to sort of cheer herself up a little bit, and Her Majesty would be there. Because if you wake up early in the morning, that's what you want to hear, isn't it, on the radio? But I'm afraid the curse of Steve Allen has hit again. I was only asking on Friday, the producer, the actor who plays Gunter in Friends, and I don't know why he came up in conversation. Oh, that's right, because I'd seen an episode of Friends, James Michael Tyler. And I said, oh, is he still alive? And the producer went, yep, he's 59. And I went, oh, right, he's 59. Blow me down. This morning, producer texts me and he goes, the curse of Steve Allen strikes again. He's just died. Just died. He had, we know he had cancer. And Jennifer Carno is his wife, the love of his life. She said, if you met him once, you made a friend for life. He had this prostate cancer, which later spread to his bones, because it's a big killer of men, prostate cancer. It really is. That's why, if ever you go into a hospital for sort of anything to do with your prostate, they do check you on this huge machine thing, which tells you if you've got anything else. Whilst he didn't command the same amount of screen time as the 6 main Friends characters, he was and remains a popular figure amongst the fans. He worked as a waiter and manager in the coffee house Central Perks. He had a crush on Jennifer Aniston's character Rachel throughout the series, who also worked there as a waitress in the show's early seasons. Oh, they knew him as the 7th friend. But he didn't really say very much. But he was always there in the background. But I'm going to omit mentioning people in future. I've decided it's like, what was that thing? There was some comedian used to do an act based on, they would listen to Mystic Meg, football team, and if she actually tipped them to win, they wouldn't bother going out to play because you knew they were going to lose. No, it wasn't Brian Connolly. No, he was famous for it's a puppet. He didn't do anything else, bless his heart. But no, it was this sort of prediction. If she sort of said, this team will win today, they didn't bother getting changed because they knew they were going to lose. Thank God I'm not into football. Steve, looking through my Norman Rockwell Christmas book last night. The art's beautiful. Get Halloween out of the way and the most wonderful time of the year is here, says Joe in Cornwall. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Sung by whatever. Brian Connolly did a Mystic Meg thing. Yes, he did, actually. He did a parody called Septic Peg. Septic Peg. Which actually was very good, because I used to see her at the BBC all the time with her acrylic wig. And everybody, I mean, I can't imagine what she must have looked like without it on. But she was a secretary, I think, at the News of the World. And there, June Penn, I think, stepped down. So they needed somebody else. Because, she didn't actually have any powers or anything like that. She couldn't really see into the future. And so she sort of took over. She was the most popular out of all the people who did it. And now it's somebody else doing it, wearing the same wig by the look of it. Stephen, Paul says, if a person actually lives in London, does he have to pay the congestion charge? Yes. Yes, if you actually cross into the congestion charge zone, yes. Of course you do. I mean, you do get a residence discount. But, yeah, I mean, yes. Somebody says Steph McGovern comes from Middlesbrough, I think. Does she? I bet she's got a very big house. If it's $250,000 for 6 bedrooms, I mean, you could put a swimming pool in the back garden for that kind of price. And residence discount, there you go. As part of a temporary change to the congestion charge, here we go. I'm sorry about this. The residence discount is closed to new applicants. They really don't like us, do they, in London? Live in London? What for? What do I live in London for? Because I work there. Well, you're going to pay for it, aren't you? You're going to pay for it. It's this extra £12.50. I mean, that's almost a kebab and, doner and chips around my way. I haven't had a German doner yet, no. I haven't. I might have one this week. I haven't quite sort of gotten around to doing it just yet. I will do it because it looked quite nice in the box, which I was very pleased about. Great to hear your dulcet tones, says Paul in Aldershot. He said, I can't sleep, the wife's snoring. I heard through the grapevine Line of Duty is going to have a 7th series. I've never seen it. Never seen it at all. I couldn't even tell you what it's about, but apparently the Queen likes it. Queen likes it. But no, it doesn't... Kath says, Steve, is the booster only for the over 50s? Will the under 50s not have any? I think they're doing the over 50s first. They're doing us first. Surprising, I'm over 50. And, so you will get it, but you don't get it immediately. The third one is for people who are clinically more vulnerable to coronavirus. So that would be diabetics, the elderly, people with health problems and stuff like that. So those who are more likely to die or become seriously ill from the virus were offered their initial doses first, some almost a year ago. So their protection from the vaccine has declined the most. So apparently anybody in the top 9 priority groups can get their booster jab. What are the top 9 priority groups? Does it tell you? This largely covers everybody aged 50, the extremely clinically vulnerable or immune compromised, the people they live with, NHS and social care workers and care home residents. I think I'm clinically vulnerable. You have to try and work out which one you're in, actually. And I think I'm in the top 9. In fact, I'm pretty certain, actually, because diabetes takes you up there. So anyone in the top 9 priority groups can get their booster jab 6 months after the second vaccination. And mine comes in at the beginning of November. So I shall probably get it beginning of November, which is good, isn't it? And there are 2 ways to book a booster vaccine. Either the NHS will contact you to say you can book your appointment, or you can do it yourself online by calling 119. Oh, right. Quite a good idea, isn't it? So many times I have to go to the hospital, haven't I? So I spend most of my life in and out of hospitals. I wasn't too sure about the astronauts growing up to 3 inches in space. It's something to do with the... You can wipe that smile off your face next door. Thank you very much indeed. Honestly. Dreadful, isn't it, doing these double entendre programmes? But the idea is that astronauts go up there, and it must be something to do with the atmospherics. I've always said, I think it's very clever, but I have no interest whatsoever in any bone of my living being to go up into space. And I'd be sick. I'd be the one who'd be sick on the way. As it took off, I'd be sick. You can guarantee I'd be that sort of person. Because I get excited when I'm on an aeroplane and it sort of taxis up to the beginning of the runway, and then we all sit there, and I always brace myself, in the sort of brace position. Yeah, the brace position. Brace yourself now, Steve. So I'm sort of leaning into the table and the food, and then he puts his foot down. And I always think, this is so exciting. He's putting his foot down on the accelerator. I'm also pushing my foot down on the accelerator at the same time, sort of trying to push back in the seat, and sucking peppermints like they're going out of fashion, because otherwise your ears pop. And never fly if you've got a cold. If you fly when you get a cold, you'll be deaf for days afterwards. It's terrible. And so they always bring back a basket of sweets. And I always try and be the most interested. Have a sweet. Just take a sweet, for God's sake. And then all of a sudden, the front of the plane lifts up a little bit, and then sort of off we go. And then once I'm actually up there, I'm kind of over it. But it's the takeoff bit which I think is the most fun, actually. And yet I didn't enjoy it going on the hovercraft over to the Isle of Wight. And that goes very fast as well. I didn't enjoy it. You know why? Because they lied to me. I think they still have a hovercraft. Yes, I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. Somebody lied to me and said, that's great. You're floating over the top of the water. You see nothing. The spray that comes up from the hovercraft, from the skirt, means that you can't see anything through the windows. Noisy as well. Very noisy. I mean, to be honest with you, it'd be better off taking a little rowboat and popping over there. Not my sort of thing at all.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Everybody hates Monday, don't they? Everybody hates Monday because you've had a nice weekend and you've done a few little bits and pieces, probably tidied up the garden and stuff like that, and done a little bit of shopping and been out, and then you've sat down and you've watched television programmes and stuff like that, and then somebody goes, oh, by the way, you're back at work tomorrow, and you go, oh, I don't want to go back to work. A chef is spoofing this overpriced restaurant in Mayfair. I mean, I can't believe people are that daft to pay this sort of money. This is $1,450 for a golden tomahawk steak, the second most expensive restaurant in the world. Well, that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's neither big or clever, I'm afraid. If you can find idiots who want to part with that sort of money, well, then good luck to you, because there's a chef up in Lancaster called Gareth Mason. He does chips and butties coated in the precious metal. And it's so thin, literally. I don't do expensive restaurants. I really don't. I'm not that sort of person. I mean, to have the credibility of the second most expensive restaurant in the world, well, bully for you. and more fool people who want to spend that sort of money. I mean, I think it's obscene myself. But this one in Bolton in Lancashire said it's more Morecambe Bay than Salt Bay. And he said, we read a review and we thought it was absolute madness, so we decided to have a laugh. So he's coated a pork pie with sort of gold leaf, which you can go and buy in any art shop. They'll sell you a little book of gold leaf. And it's so thin, very, very thin, and you can put it over furniture or whatever, or we can waste time and money by sticking it on a steak. There is no advantage whatsoever to covering a steak in gold leaf. Absolutely nothing at all. You've been able to get it in Indian restaurants for years. Yeah, I mean, some people use it for Christmas decorations and things like that. But apparently, former Butcher Bay, shot to fame, he has celebs flocking for his signature steaks. No, he doesn't. That's the trouble. I think he's had about three people flocking. And Gareth says the joke is on the customer. If they're willing to pay that, it's just a gimmick. Of course it is. Of course it is. Let's see how long it lasts, shall we? That's always the indicator in this country. I mean, even top restaurants like the Ivy, they wouldn't waste time on pretentious twaddle like this. They really wouldn't. And Joe Allen's, they wouldn't. People going to a place for the personality of the place, the ambience and everything else. You're not going there because some person has covered a piece of steak in gold leaf. I mean, it really is. It's more pretentious than you can ever imagine. Especially when, as far as I'm concerned, there are people dropping dead in the world through lack of food, and here's some bloke flogging a £1,250 steak. Perhaps it'd be nice if he sort of gave it away to people who were sort of starving on the streets. That'd help, wouldn't it? Adele Roberts has been diagnosed with bowel cancer, and there's a picture. She's 42. I don't know what the age is for bowel cancer. I suppose it could be anybody, really. But she posted a picture of herself in a hospital gown. Aren't they the worst? Aren't they these hospital gowns? But you have to wear them. They won't let you stay there if you haven't got a hospital gown on. And she's got surgery today. She said, I was sent for some examinations and checks. I was then diagnosed with bowel cancer. And this was at the start of the month. It all happened so quickly. So we wish her all the very, very best. There's a picture of her thumbs up, but somebody said to me, why has she done that? I said, what else is she going to do? Sit there with tears rolling down her face? I hope that all this surgery goes well. She'd been struggling with her digestion and went to her GP. Then she was sent for these checks and diagnosed with it. It's never pleasant, is it? And she's only 42. So let's hope that the surgery and everything else. I mean, the symptoms, mainly a persistent change in bowel habit, pooing more often, I think, blood in the poo, abdominal pain, bloating brought on by eating, and apparently constipation where you pass harder stools less often is rarely caused by serious bowel condition. So most people with those symptoms will not have bowel cancer. So that's good. I mean, if you think you need medical advice, for God's sake, go to your GP if you've got any of the symptoms of bowel cancer for 3 weeks or more. Peter Andre was in the paper today. He had to cancel some more shows. He's doing Grease. He's got 3 little parts in that. And he said he's not felt well for ages. And his daughter has said to him, I believe, go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. That's the advice. If you don't feel... He says he hasn't felt well for about 3 years. So if you don't feel well, you go to the doctor. Don't leave it. Being a typical man, if you leave it... I mean, he actually took a PCR test and he's tested negative for coronavirus. And then he was bedbound with this with a serious illness. So he's already had COVID. He returned to the stage, but he's hated not being able to perform for his fans. But if ever you get any problems like that, and that includes you lot as well, you go to the doctor. You go and get a test, and then, if there's anything that they can do for you, at least they can alleviate your fears. But unfortunately, blokes don't go to the doctors, do they? They're not very good at saying it's this or it's that. And then you have to do your little tests, and they give these stupid little test tubes. How you're supposed to get your willy in those, I've got no idea, honestly. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but for goodness sake, can't they for other... So now they actually give you them... Yeah, it's not boastful. They give them now to you, especially for men, with a little funnel that goes on the top. So at least, you can roughly aim for the funnel. Because before, it was just hopeless. It was, yes, I'm all right with the funnel. But the one thing that you will do when you get to a certain age, you'll get a little parcel in the post telling you basically to do a stool sample and everything else. And that's even more complicated to do. I tell you, the things you have to do nowadays. But bearing in mind that the people who are sort of doing all this for you, they do this all the time. OK, they've seen everything all the time. There is nothing that surprises them anymore. You're only the ones that sort of go, oh, I can't tell them about that. Yes, you can. I've told you before, it's like the husband and wife, isn't it? They go to the doctor and they sit there and the wife turns to the husband and goes, tell him. Because men don't do it. They're terrified of finding something else. Interestingly enough, if you go into space, you can grow 3 inches, but it leaves you, or 80% of them, with chronic back pain. Have you ever had back pain? Oh my God, it's a nightmare. Back pain and toothache, the worst things you can possibly get. But back pain is the worst. It really is. It's like you've fallen off your own hips. Ghastly. Apparently, Victoria Beckham has told how becoming Posh Spice taught her to trust her instincts and embrace my passions. I have no idea what that means at all. It's more stuff from her. But she recently earned a reputation for being po-faced. What do you mean, recently earned a reputation for being po-faced? I've got a picture of her smiling. On it she's written, "See, I do smile," which is quite nice. I've saved it. I've decided, actually, if ever I fall on hard times, I can go and sell it and make some money. And who else we got? Harry Styles thrilled a fan by helping her tell the world she's gay. It's nice, isn't it? Why you go to Harry Styles for this, I don't know. But the former One Direction singer, "And we slept all night to the best song ever." I still thought that was a very catchy... Oh, sorry, best dance ever. "And we danced all night to the best song." I thought it was so good. I wonder who it was singing. Anyway, she sent a thing. Fave Harry Styles song. Well, that was it. I don't know it. I don't know any others. I really couldn't tell you any Harry Styles songs. But anyway, he clocked her in the audience at his gig in Connecticut with a sign saying, "Help me come out." And so, holding the banner, he shouted, "She's out." Bit embarrassing, isn't it? I said there was a comedian I was watching on stage the other day, and she was sort of talking about the thing and then going, "Oh, by the way, I'm bisexual." She said, "This is going to come as a great shock to my parents, who had no idea." But they do now. And I thought, it doesn't seem so much a big deal anymore now, does it really? I mean, if an MP comes out, we don't go, "Oh, shock, horror, probe," if MPs come out, or if a singer. The worst ones to come out are footballers. Footballers never come out. Never come out. I knew years ago quite a number of gay footballers, and they didn't dare come out. I mean, it used to be a shock until recently. And, if an MP comes out now as gay, we almost go, "Oh, tedious and boring." So you've come out as gay. It doesn't really make any difference. But footballers find it incredibly difficult, because when you're confronted by sort of 80,000 fans singing songs about you, it doesn't really help matters. But, for anybody in the normal world, I say whatever the normal world is nowadays, nobody cares. They really don't. It's like whenever you get people on, "I'm a celebrity, get me out of here." Before it was sort of the non-eventful people. And they go, "Oh, by the way, I've got a secret." And I thought, here we go. Here we go again. Another secret that's not really a secret at all. Telly farmer Jeremy Clarkson, I think he's just got an award. He won a farming award. That'll upset the people where he lives. Oh, they'll not be happy about that one. But he's got urgent planning permission to build a cattle shed. He put in the request so the work could be carried out in time for his herd to calve in the new year. And so the official document was made with some urgency. And he's won a prize at the British Farming Awards. So he has landed flying the flag for British Agriculture Award. Well done him. In the acceptance speech, he included his manager Caleb Cooper and his unlikely sidekick, thickly accented Gerald Cooper, 72. So he bought Diddley Squat Farm in 2008, run by a villager, but when he retired, Clarkson decided to try it himself, and so he's carried on doing that. Ever since then, he's had nothing but abuse from the people in the farm. I mean, whether or not it was the person who, used to run it and then told all the villagers, "Well, I used to have a job. I haven't got a job now. I'm not running the farm." He's doing it by himself. And now he's won an award, which, of course, must be a real kick in the teeth for everybody, because they hate him down there. They don't like him. They say, "Oh, it brings all this traffic into the village." I thought, but that's what you're supposed to do. I've never seen the show. Have you seen it? No. Oh, of course, Kieran said he would have seen it. He would have seen everything. Yeah. Country boy. Wow. And I was out there and I was watching this and lambing and everything else. I was watching, who's that bloke who used to be on Blue Peter, then he was on the One Show? Matt Baker, on his farm as well. And the kids were all out there watching him help ewes give birth. It's very messy. I don't think I want to go and live on a farm. I've decided I'd rather go and live somewhere else.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
It's payday. I always tell people it's payday, and people go, "It certainly is." And you think, well, that's quite nice. Isn't that something to cheer you up for Christmas? Because let's face it, by the time we get to Christmas, nobody will have any money to buy anything at all. Turkey prices will have gone through the roof. There'll be no blasted petrol. And there won't be any presents in store because they won't be able to deliver them. They're sitting in all these containers down in Folkestone. Although I did watch the Christmas show on, was it QVC? And they were sort of saying, oh, get this one in time for Christmas. This is this bundle. And they're obsessed on Ideal World with drones. They can't shift enough drones. I've never known anything like it. It must be their absolute winner. And they sort of say, look, even kids can operate this. It's one finger. And the bloke who demonstrates it quite clearly works on a market because he's got the same pat every time and he does it. It's like the bloke who uses the Bamix, which is like an upright thing. You put it in a thing and it can take milk and turn it into cream in seconds. Have you ever seen that? Yeah, Bamix. They're about 129 quid or something. I keep looking at them and thinking, that's nice. And then I thought, I can't cook. What's the point of having a Bamix? I mean, if all you can make with it is cream, I'm going to be a bit... I do like cream, but not that much cream. And he does everything. And then he did it with sort of chocolate and then whisked it up and it became sort of like a hot chocolate or a chocolate milkshake. And you could do all sorts of things. And I kept looking at it thinking, do I buy it? And I thought that would just be ridiculous. What a complete and utter waste of time. About 129 quid, reduced from a little bit more. And I sit there watching all these people demonstrating stuff on the television, and I'm quite taken by it. I wouldn't want to do it myself, but I am taken. Especially on the jewellery channels. I love those. There's one called TJC. Now, the problem they've got is their sound engineer is obviously out to lunch because you can't hear a word they're saying. You have to turn your television set up so loud because their sound quality is so appalling. And they sell sort of jewellery, cheap jewellery and stuff like that. And it's the same with all of them, but they're not as bad as they used to be. When they first started, some of them, like Gemporia and things like that, would say 3,600. What are we going down? Are we going to go that low? We're going to go that low. Well, be it on your head. And they would seriously do this play acting, this cod acting, as I call it. Then they go, $39.99. Get on the phone now. Get on the phone. Yeah, I mean, the magic of television went out the window, I'm afraid, with Gemporia. And they've got a wheel. And I have a competition with myself, and they go, so all the wheels, tell us which numbers you'd like to see, and then we'll tell you all about it. I thought, no, you're going to tell us the numbers you see. And just that she'll go 33, and you think, which one's 33? And it goes round, it's like 11, 20. You think, we're not going to get to 33, are we? And the answer is we never do. All the numbers mean absolutely nothing. Oh, look, blue is the colour for Made in Chelsea's Sophie Haboo. Apparently people call her Habs. And she's back in London for filming after spending part of lockdown shooting the show at a country mansion. She's obviously in Made in Chelsea, but I don't know anybody in Made in Chelsea at the moment. I have no idea. Jamie Lang is her boyfriend. He's 32. He's quit Made in Chelsea after 10 years, reckoning he's too old. Yep, absolutely, you're quite right there. Way too old to be on the programme. The ex-ladies man now says he'd happily go and live on a desert island with Sophie. Oh, cast Wahey. I didn't come up with that one. Somebody else came up with that one. It doesn't matter. The Queen. Amazing. 95. She can't wait to get back to work again. If you're listening, ma'am, we all love you. We think you're absolutely fantastic. I mean, she has to go out there, shake hands with people she's never heard of, won't ever bump into them ever again, and just basically holds the whole family together, which is good. Ed Sheeran testing positive for COVID less than a week before the release of his 5th album. I've never bought any of his albums, and I'm always amazed at his voice. He's got such a good voice. And yet, you know, you just wouldn't think that voice would come out of that person. But he's very popular. And he's going to be reading for CBeebies. He's going to be reading one of their bedtime stories, which is lovely. The star Alec meets the family of the mum that he shot. I have to ask myself the same question every time. What in God's name were they doing with guns that were loaded? I mean, you know, I just don't get it at all. He hugs the film girl's hubby, and they seem to have forgiven him. Although I don't know how. I really can't. Why would you have a loaded gun? Doesn't that make sort of a mockery of the whole thing? Also, social media giants have been warned they'll face curbs if they don't adopt a no-tolerance approach to abuse, because Tory MPs have ordered them to enforce compulsory ID for new accounts and lifetime bans for repeated hate speech. Yeah, absolutely. That should have been there ages ago. And Sadie Frost has got a daughter. I didn't know that at all. This is... she celebrated her 21st birthday, and here she was going out for a party in central London. Very glam. Very glam. She's obviously... she must be a model, actually, Iris. But she was wearing diamond-encrusted heels. So her father is Jude Law, who I think just doesn't look his age at all. Ed Sheeran sold more than 26 million albums and 100 million singles, which makes him one of the world's best-selling music artists. He's on YouTube. He turns up at somebody's wedding, and he just stands on the stage playing for them, and they're going, what? The other one who does that is Gary Barlow, doesn't it? He likes turning up to be the wedding singer. Almost to the point of boredom, I'm afraid. I think he's very clever. I mean, he's written some fab songs. I mean, he really has. He's obviously very clever. But somebody says, Kate says, why don't you buy the house in Middlesbrough, Steve? You then have space to empty out the boot of the Bentley. I was thinking about that, actually. I looked at some other colours of cars the other day, and I remember thinking, how long is it going to take to empty the boot of the car? And I decided it would take too long. I looked at like a pale blue. It's quite a nice colour, actually. It's like it's almost like sort of a sky blue. Very, very pretty. But the trouble is the car was only 2 doors. And I don't do 2-door cars. I need to open a back door to put stuff on the floor and stuff like that. Which I have done, as you can well imagine. Shane in Sydney says the original Railway Children was on television yesterday. I really enjoyed watching it again. When you say the original, was that the television version or the film version? Because there's so many different versions. You know, I've got Mrs. Miracle, which is a very good film. What do you laugh at? I'm talking about Mrs. Miracle. I was watching it the other day. I don't know how many Mrs. Miracle films there are, but I thought mine was number 2. And then I checked, and a friend of mine said, no, that's the first one I think you've got. Number 2 was the one that was brought out in Germany. So it either comes in the German language or English. It's very good. She goes to work in a department store, and she's basically sort of like an angel. She disappears and vanishes and predicts things. And there's a little boy in it at the end, which is ever so sad. There's a spoiler alert, I think. Mrs. Miracle was the first, and then came, Call Me Mrs. Miracle. And is that it? There's just been 2, have there? Oh, right, okay. But at the end of it, there's a little boy, and he's lost his mummy. And his daddy's just come back from the forces. And Mrs. Miracle says to him in the toy shop, your mum would be so pleased with the way you've turned out. And he said, do you know my mum? And she said, I know of her. And that was it's such a sweet, touching moment. It's very good. It's the woman the woman who plays Mrs. Miracle is in Ask Raymond. Her name's Doris Roberts, and she died. Everybody loves Raymond. She died in 2016, actually, and she was lovely. She was lovely, and Mrs. Miracle I quite liked, actually. I quite liked. So she was born in 1925 in St. Louis, Missouri. So. Then they always ask questions, how rich is Emma Roberts? Why are people so worried about, because Emma Roberts is Julia's daughter, and then it gets so confusing, honestly. Don't worry about it. It'll not help. Prince Charles is doing Green Week in the Sun. It doesn't need to cost the earth to help save the earth. There are things all of us can do. It says him very rich. Yes, I like the way he tells us that, because, this is the man who, likes to wander about and say, oh, servant, dig that up over there. And that's how it works. It works for people, doesn't it, really? Steve, if someone works nights in London, then you have to pay ULEZ twice, as midnight is another day. Yes. I'm only saying yes because the producer says yes. Claire says, climbing Kilimanjaro tomorrow for a week. I don't think I'll have a signal up there, so I'll have 7 podcasts to catch up with after my trip. Climbing Kilimanjaro? Seriously? Wow. So you can download lots of podcasts. Just keep up the job, Steve. You make my morning. Thank you, Claire. Well, good luck climbing Kilimanjaro. So if you download lots of podcasts in advance and take them with you, that could help you climb up. I would want to climb Kilimanjaro. Is it very... it's on the Global Player app. Just go to lbc.co.uk, and once you've downloaded the app, download all the podcasts and everything else, and then yes, please can you download all of them? That would be very useful at this precise moment in my career. Thank you very much indeed. But climbing Kilimanjaro, I've seen pictures of it, and haven't they just done it? Isn't there an elderly woman who's in the paper today? Isn't she learning how to climb Kilimanjaro? I think she's very elderly. I think she's over 100. Or something, and she's going to be climbing Kilimanjaro, which is, I don't think I could actually do it. I'm pretty certain I couldn't do it. It always worries me when people who go climbing mountains and stuff like that, and they say, so what are the dangers? And the answer is falling in a crevasse, which could be a mile deep. There's no chance of getting you back out again. Lowering a rope down, that's not going to help, is it, really? But, good luck to you. I don't know if we've ever had anybody on the programme who's going to be climbing Kilimanjaro. That's about the ultimate. I'm almost as excited by that as somebody phoning up and saying, oh, by the way, Steve, I'm going down to the Titanic on Sunday. I'm equally excited. Colombian kingpin Dairo Antonio Usuga, known as O'Neill was taken alive. He's one of the world's most powerful and ruthless drug lords. They had a bounty on his head. Colombia offered 600,000. The United States offered 3.6 million. And he's been caught. He was captured in a rural hideout. One cop was killed in the swoop, which had 22 helicopters. Escobar, remember, died in a shootout after he fled jail. But this one, illegal mining, extortion, drug, people smuggling, and everything else. So he was close to the border with Panama. 500 soldiers. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit of an achievement, isn't it? How many soldiers did it take? 500. He'd used a network of safe rural houses and didn't use a phone. And they found special orthopaedic mattresses for him in sparse homes as he suffered back pain. It's hardly worth having all that money, is it really? You know, you're the world's biggest drug baron and you're sleeping in empty houses on an orthopaedic mattress. What's the point of it? What's the point?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Clocks go back, by the way, next Sunday, so you get an extra hour. Does that mean this is where we get confused? We're never sure whether or not you get more daylight or less daylight, or it's darker mornings or darker nights. And to be honest with you, I have no idea what it is. Darker mornings, lighter nights. No, it's not. No, it's not, is it? Is it? It is. Or it's... No, it's not. Oh, we don't know. There's no point in asking us. We're not supposed to know things like that. I'm going with Jack D. He reckons, turning 60... he's about getting in touch with his feelings or fitting in with the woke kids. Poor soul, honestly. He says it's actually quite handy looking miserable all the time. He says you don't need to worry about cosmetic surgery. Couldn't agree with him more, actually. Because some people have got those lugubrious faces, haven't they, where they look sort of permanently miserable. And then there's other people who don't look permanently miserable, and people go, oh, you happy? To go, no, not really. Love it. Absolutely love it. So Eamon Holmes and Ruth will be spending Christmas apart to be with their mums. We have a dilemma of whether I go to Belfast, whether Ruth comes with me. Well, why don't you bring your mums over and have them share time in the house? That would make perfect sense. I mean, they can stay there for quite a while. He says, I wouldn't be going to Belfast this year because I need to be with my mum. And that's what Ruth wants to be with her mum. His mum's 93. And Ruth's, I don't know how old Ruth's mum is. I mean, she's in a care home. So, I mean, you can go and visit, but I don't think you can stay. No, I don't think you can go out to any care homes at the moment. But they love Yuletide. See? Told you, everybody loves Yuletide. Yuletide. Nobody calls it Yuletide. But Ruth admitted, I start early. I'm that person who, when someone says, have you seen such and such in the supermarket, I go, oh, have they? Which branch? And you can go to care homes. Residents might not be able to leave. And apparently, Eamon has regressed into childhood. The older he gets, the more he goes back at Christmas. Wow. You see, I told you, Christmas is the big thing. All those people who write in going, oh, I don't like Christmas. Too early, Steve. October. No. The end of this month, so in another 3 days, we get a Christmas market outside here. And the lights have just gone up in Regent Street. Regent Street is closed off at the moment because they're putting the lights up. 25th of October today, exactly 2 months to go. It's going to go like... Oh, blimey. Oh, honestly, how pathetic. Can't do it. So the lights, I don't know, I think they look like last year's lights. I'm never sure until they're lit. They used to be better. We had them sponsored one year. That was a bit odd. I think they were sponsored by a frozen food company or something. It just seemed a bit odd on lights. But listen, the more they go up. What I want to see, though, is I like to see... Covent Garden's always very good for Londoners because it's also got a really lovely tree drenched in lights. Whereas the one in Trafalgar Square, and I speak from bitter experience, I think they should have thousands of lights on it. There should be thousands, as opposed to, it's just basically bulbs. They don't look very exciting. It's not the most... I mean, the trees in Covent Garden are much better. Much, much better. Steve says, Robin Winchester, after 5 days of COVID positive hell, you've made me laugh for the first time in a week. Oh, don't, it'll hurt you. It'll hurt you. The lady climbing Kilimanjaro, Robin Winchester says, I'll be happy when I can climb my stairs again. Arthur says, my aim is to climb out of bed. Don't you think that's clever, though, climbing Kilimanjaro? I don't know how long it takes. I mean, are there special tourist routes up there? I mean, can't find who? The old lady? Oh, she's definitely in here. Definitely in here. I know, because I was looking at it earlier on, thinking, because they've got a picture of her climbing the stairs. Slightly bizarre, but that's obviously what it is. I'll find it, don't worry. I'll find it. The Corrie Stars in that drowning. as they shoot the Johnny Connor sinkhole scene. And the stars lighten the moon. I wouldn't want to get wet and stand in freezing cold water. Coronation Street or no Coronation Street, I'm afraid. Not my sort of thing. Britain has got its first dedicated water bar. So if you want to go to a pub, this is one. The Crag Inn near Macclesfield is offering local water and bottles from around the globe. As far as I'm aware, says the landlord, we're the only water bar in the UK. I thought there was one in Selfridges, but apparently it's a water cocktail bar. So he's selling his Crag spring water at $3.50 for 750 millilitres. A litre of Spanish Solán de Cabras is £11.50. For water! For water. Well, I know, but listen, I can say it all tastes the same, but I think you will find that experts will say it all tastes different. A bit like Prosecco. Sometimes it tastes the same, sometimes it doesn't. Darren Adams does drink Icelandic water. Does it? Yeah, but that's probably just filtered down through the rocks over millions of years, hasn't it? And because he's so into the tourism kind of thing. I mean, I've had bottles of... When they first brought water out, when we first started drinking water, when it became commercial, Perrier, Perrier's sales tailed off. You know why? People discovered that the fizz that was in it was put in artificially. And all of a sudden, overnight, sales went... and it kind of bottomed out. And now you go into the supermarket, you can't move for bottled water. There is, people go... I mean, I only drink bottled water. I've never drunk... Well, I have done, but only on rare occasion. Yeah, you see, producer's got one. It's basically gin and vodka mixed. He has a very enjoyable programme with me every morning. He doesn't know where he is or what he's doing, but he has a very enjoyable time. But yeah, I mean, I buy a case of water every so often in Costco, leave it in the boot of the car, because in this cold weather, it keeps it permanently chilled. Means you haven't got enough sort of room in the fridge to keep that in there with all the other gubbins that's in there, like milk. I ran out of milk the other day. I had to go out and buy some new milk, but at least I managed it. Oh, here she is. I found her. Oh, she's climbing Everest. I do beg your pardon. It's not Kilimanjaro. And her name is Ivy Richmond. She scaled 9 flights of 18 stairs a day for a year and completed a 10,000-metre journey higher than Everest at 8,849 metres. So she's marked her 100th birthday by climbing up the stairs. They've given her a pick to... No, she didn't actually climb the mountain. No, she was climbing her stairs. But she's raised £2,700 for Great Ormond Street, which is nice, isn't it? Bless her. They've given her an ice pick to hold, as if at the age of 100 you're going to be climbing up Mount Everest or anything like that. Well, she was just pictured holding it in her sort of jacket as well. I mean, on one afternoon's climb, she wore the same jacket Amanda was wearing when she reached Everett's summit. That's her niece. Lovely, isn't it? So she celebrated her birthday October 23 with friends and family, and she was gifted an exercise bike. Nothing like digging it in, isn't there? Here you are, darling. How old are you? 100. We bought you an exercise bike. What? What's she going to do with an exercise bike? But apparently she's already planning her next charitable event of virtual cycling from Land's End to John O'Groats. Nice to know she's put her teeth in for the photograph, isn't it, really? I like that. Bless her. No, I wish she had climbed Kilimanjaro. That'd be very good. An NHS chief has urged people to get COVID boosters to prevent tough Christmas curbs. Oh, not looking promising, is it? And we're all trying to be very positive about the whole thing again. Don't worry, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. And then we all think maybe it won't be fine for Christmas. But the good news is no worries about turkey, no worries about anything. I mean, if you're ordering off the television, they do have the items to sell for toys. They've all got their toy section out. Figures suggest slight increase in uptake of the vaccination. Saturday was the best day on record, 325,140 jabs administered. In total, over the 3 days, 828,729 boosters were administered. I want mine. Don't think I want to wait till blooming November. It's such a pain, isn't it, really? It's only a week to wait. Yes, it is. Yes, you're right, actually. It is only a week to go. So maybe they'll sort of write to me and go, in a couple of weeks' time, you better have yours, which will be very nice, which I can't wait. Survival guru Bear Grylls has put a lot of nasty things in his mouth to stave off hunger. But he says there is one dish he would rather forget. Maybe it would be the berries scraped out of bear faeces. Skunk, anus and rat brain were low points, but they all pale in comparison to the raw swollen goat's testicle that I once ate in the Sahara. I never understand these programmes. I think there's something the matter with people who want to eat stuff like that. It's like the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and they give them all sorts of really odd stuff to eat, and you think, do you know, I wouldn't go on the programme. I really wouldn't. You'd have to be so blooming desperate. So desperate. So Catherine Tate shows have been branded racist and homophobic. 2 of her Christmas specials have been added to streaming platform BritBox, but her characters, including foul-mouthed Nan, have been red flagged as offensive. And they say many could be offended by this. In 2007 special, Nan made jokes about her new Indian neighbour. Receiving a pot of curry from her, she threw it in the bin, saying she didn't want the curtains to smell. I mean, it was 2007. It was a long, long time ago. And camp character Derek Fay, who denies being gay, who we think's modelled on somebody we know, has a best pal called Leonard Mincing. I mean, it hasn't aged well, that one. But then Dick Emery's show, when he used to play it, hello, Honky Tonk, he used to say, and he'd be sort of dressed up as a woman. He'd do the "you are awful, but I like you" kind of thing. That was the way it was. But those were the days. You know, a spokesman for BritBox said, "We review and refresh BritBox's programming catalogue on an ongoing basis." There'll be another one you can't buy now. It'll probably come with a sticker on the box going, you know, you should be aware of this and of that and everything else. But, you know, if you see fault in everything, then you're going to be seeing fault in everything, I suppose. Shocking weather week. Half-term washout. 700-mile-long Atlantic rain bans with a 60-mile-an-hour Halloween weekend storm hit. That's all we need. I mean, are we still doing Halloween? I can't remember whether I'm not doing it this year. Will you be dressing up again, Joe, as something from the dim and distant past? What? Dress up as me. Yes, thank you very much indeed. It's not very nice, is it, really? Don't need that kind of talk. That's fighting talk. See you behind the bike sheds in about 25 minutes. I don't know why. I'm going to be beating you up, I suppose. But do people still go to Halloween parties? I know that when we've been in Leicester Square before, you come in and there's still people wandering around dressed as ghosts and people staggering around with blood capsules in their mouth. You're invited to one. Are you really? Oh, is it dressy uppy? Oh no, not your sort of thing. I don't think you should go dressy uppy. No, not really. I mean, it's a pub instead. Oh yeah, well the pub would be. I bet you find people dressing up to go to the pub. I don't really see the point of it. I really do not see the point of it. Do I like dressing up? What's good to do with you? Not discussing private things like that. Yes, I might do. You know. Somebody used to tell that joke about my uncle used to do dreadful bird impressions. He looked vile in that ginger wig. Kind of thing. No, I mean, I did do it in the past. I've got pictures of me. I went to a fancy dress party in Vienna once, because they have all the universities have fancy dress parties and everybody dresses up. And I went as a clown, complete with the wig and the full makeup and the big shoes and all the rest of it. And I saw the picture a short while ago and I thought, blimey, it didn't look too bad, actually. Well, that's what I thought.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Rob talking about this lady climbing Kilimanjaro, which we think is something. The elderly lady was the one who's climbing Everest, but only up and down her stairs. But she's still 100 and she still did it. So, I mean, that in itself is an achievement. Steve, my son's had a good year. He's become an assistant manager, passed his driving test. I think I should surprise him with a 25th birthday party in early December. Can you still hire venues? I'm not sure what the situation is of hiring venues now. That's okay, is it? I'll tell you what I hated the other day. And I got on the bus and it was fairly busy. And I had my mask on and a few people had their masks on. There were a few people around me who didn't have their masks on. I wasn't very happy about that. And so I stood up at the front. It's where sort of people generally put sort of more sort of luggage and things like that. More people wearing masks on the tube in the last few days. Mind you, go to some countries, they're all wearing them. It's as simple as that. We're very behind the times, and that's why we're losing nearly 200 people a day are dying through the results of COVID. And the bus conductors, obviously, or the bus conductor, honestly, they don't seem to have those anymore, but the bus driver has a little button thing that they push, which goes, you know, please, and this one that she put. First of all, there's one driver who's very annoying. He obviously likes pushing the buttons. He likes to think he's being terribly technical. He goes, this bus is now ready to depart. We're just leaving a bus stop. This bus is getting ready to depart. Please hold on to, or failing that, Yeah, hold on for your life, because we're going to go round corners and you'll be thrown from one side of the bus to the other. And the other one is, please remain with your pram for your child's safety. Please remain with your buggy, I think it says, for your child's safety. And the one the other day that the lady kept pushing was, please move down inside the bus. I thought, no, I'm not being told where I can go on a bus. So I stood there, and then, please take all available seats. So I looked at the person who had an available seat. She was a young person sitting in the disabled seat, because it's for people less able to stand. And she was wearing a mask, so I sort of perked my bottom on that bit of the seat, and that was okay. Then I looked to my right, and the bloke was sitting there. He didn't have a mask on, which drove me completely mad. It felt like saying, why have you not got a mask on? Graham in Wigan says Clarkson took the farm over because his manager retired. His farm programme was a big hit. Yes, he's just got an award. He's just got an award for it, which must really annoy the locals. Something chronic, because they hate him. They absolutely hate him, but I don't know why. Kim says, heard through the grapevine about a potential mince pie shortage. I bought a box on Saturday, put them in a freezer bag, stuck them in the freezer, thanks to listening to your good self. Yes, you can put them in a freezer bag or a plastic box or something like that. Don't put them in the freezer in the box that they sort of arrived in. Aren't they all made ages in advance? Yes, I think so, yes. But freezing them is okay. Like, you can freeze the pigs in blankets, you can freeze the turkey, and you can freeze all the vegetables, and you can also freeze the gravy. So, in fact, you should, in theory, be able to do the whole of Christmas out of your freezer. If, of course, you don't have a freezer, you're going to suffer this year. OK, just thought I'd tell you that now. And another one here. The lights in Regent Street are the same ones they've had for the past 4 or 5 years. The angels lighting on and off, says Kevin the Milkman. Yeah, I thought they looked a bit similar. I suppose because they don't have the money, do they? Yeah, I mean, they're quite nice. Lots of different places around London have their own lights set up. Carnaby Street, places like that, and also places off Piccadilly have their own lights. Some which are quite... I wonder where they keep them. I think they just sort of pop them in a box under the bed or something like that, because they're quite Regent Street's lights with Joe Malone to feature immersive installation. We have our lights in Twickenham, some of which they've started putting up already, which is quite nice. Same as last year. We've got sort of dangly things from some of the trees, lights wrapped round a pole, you know, the light things, whatever they're called, and lamps. Lighting, street lighting, wrap round those which come on, which are very good. And then we'll have a tree as well. See, where's that one? What's on Discover Twickenham? Oh, blimey, that was a good tree. I don't remember that one. That was very nice. We're quite lucky, actually, with our trees. We have good ones. And I've turned on the lights, goodness knows how many times now. Must be about 4 or 5 times, I think. I remember the first time we did it, we had crowds out for that one. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Steve just woke up in Doha and saw that the Friends actor who played Gunter has passed away. Felt like a family friend. Yes, we knew he'd passed away because they told us about it. And it's a case of, you know, he was only 59. It's not very old at all, is it, really? So we've done that one. Steve, good morning. Clocks go back, meaning lighter in the mornings but darker evenings, and even worse, start by 4 p.m. Anthony says Moyles and Pippa climbed Kilimanjaro. Did they? Moyles climbed Kilimanjaro. Blimey, I'm very impressed. And Pippa, well, I mean, Pippa's very fit. Very fit. I think that's what they say about her. John in Colchester. Yeah, who climbed Kilimanjaro for comic relief? Wait a minute. Famous faces. Stop moving it about. I can't read it now. It's gone off. There we are. Cheryl Cole, Kimberly Walsh, Fern Connolly, Alicia Dixon, Ronan Keating. Chris Moyles did it, and Denise Van Outen. So, yes, he's lost an awful lot of weight, hasn't he? I know. Sickening, really. Some people don't need to worry about it, and he did something. In fact, even a friend of mine who's lost a huge... I think she's lost about 8 stone. And she said to him when she saw him outside the door the other day, she said, God, you've lost loads of weight. He's kept it off as well, which is very good. John in Colchester says, I bought a bottle of mineral water that said it had been naturally filtered over 1 million years. I looked at the cap and it said used by November. Yes, I love the idea that water's got sell-by date. Don't you think that's bizarre? Water has got a sell-by date on it. And but you're right, actually. It's what they say. It's been naturally filtered over millions of years as it trickles down through the rocks, and then somebody bottles it the other end, and they charge you a small fortune for something that probably costs peanuts, I should imagine. Michael J. Fox doing a slice of movie history with Sting at a charity event to raise awareness of his condition, which is Parkinson's. You'd never know, would you? I mean, Michael J. Fox got Parkinson's. But he was doing a gala. He launched his foundation in 2000. He was diagnosed 1991, and he said, it's just part of my life now. But he seems to be coping quite well, actually, quite well. 11 Pablo Picasso artworks sold at auction for nearly 80 million. Highest price was fetched by a 1938 portrait, Femme au beret rouge orange. That means girl in beret. Well, I thought I didn't speak French either. That actually sold for $40.5 million, which is about 29 million pounds. The Sotheby's auction took place at the MGM Resorts Bellagio. That's great, isn't it, really? I mean, they were just hanging on the walls. You could actually see them. You know, you were in the restaurant. I mean, you paid for the privilege of sitting there. And I don't know why they've sold them. Perhaps the Bellagio's run into money troubles or something. Perhaps people aren't gambling anymore. I really don't know. But 11 of them. How many they had, I don't know. So, Femme au beret rouge orange. I thought Picasso was rubbish. I never understood it. You know, if I see a picture of somebody, I want to see a proper picture. But people were allowed to take photos of all of these things. I think the Bellagio has always been renowned for their art, and 5 of the paintings hung on the walls of the dining restaurant, which is called Picasso, and they've got 12 other Picassos. So there's obviously money in that old gambling malarkey, isn't there? They can really sort of do that. I mean, you know, imagine paying 24... I wonder who bought these things. I wonder who bought them. But apparently, Sunday's sale was part of a bid by the casino and hotel group MGM Resorts to further diversify its vast collection to include more art from women, people of colour and emerging nations, as well as LGBTQ artists and artists with disabilities. So there you go. At least they've done something. And they've raised £80 million. I wonder what they paid for them originally. I bet it was nowhere near 80 quid. Nowhere near. Girls at a top school in Brighton are being taught laughter lessons in a bid to tackle stress. Brighton Girls is the school. It's just called Brighton Girls, which seems a bit strange, doesn't it? But lockdown has meant there's been so much more anxiety for children. They've been isolated. No amount of Zoom contact makes up for that. It's a £15,000 a year independent school, and they teach them to laugh. Now, whether or not that involves comedians, I've got no idea, or whether or not they're just going to... I mean, apparently 200,000 youngsters were sent to mental health services with depression over the past 3 months. That's according to the Royal College of Psychiatrists, nearly double pre-pandemic levels. And giggling, apparently, is very good for you. But you have to be... I mean, is that sort of somebody tickling you? Or is that... I'm not sure whether that would work in the same way. Imagine being away from school and your friends for a year. I thought it was a godsend. Can't think of anything worse. I didn't like anybody at my school. It's a fib, actually. I was a very popular boy. I was voted the boy most likely to. And I did. So there you go. Doesn't matter, you don't need to know. I loved stuff like that. Actually, the funny thing is I liked school. I didn't want to do the work, but I liked the school. You know, I just used to spend most of my time staring out the window, which was the best thing. Looking at the papers, writing under my desk and stuff like that, until one of my masters got a little bit carried away with the whole thing. If they actually caught you messing about at my school, one of my many schools, I mean, I must have been to about 10 different schools, I think, because we kept moving. Well, we had to. You know, we were in the iron and steel business. Mother ironed and Dad stole. And we sort of got all these things. And I would just sort of, you know, mess about in class. I couldn't take it all seriously. I mean, I was very good at reading, writing, but not arithmetic. And we had a schoolmaster there who did religious instruction or education, I think it was called in those days. And if he saw you messing about, he'd throw you out the class. You'd have to go and stand outside in the corridor. And you sort of peer in the window to see what everybody else was doing. I never looked on it as a punishment. I thought it was a godsend. You know, you could go to the toilet, come back, start writing on the walls, "I hate Mr. Caperns," you know, and stuff like that. It's always very popular.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
The extra congestion charge bit, won't you? You will remember that. It's today it starts, isn't it? And I bet you anything there's going to be thousands upon thousands of people who are going to forget about it. This is the ultra low emission zone. It started at midnight. OK, so and I know that some of you will be listening to the radio at the moment and you'll be going, what extra charge? This is plans to make a greener London and fight climate change and air pollution. Well, that's what they tell you. And so they reckon that 4,000 Londoners die prematurely each year due to toxic air. And so ridiculously, OK, they're going to charge you for bringing your car in, but it's still going to be having toxic air coming out of it. The difference is you're paying for the privilege. I don't get the difference. The difference is exactly the same. You can bring your car in and people will die, but you're paying for it. So that's OK, as opposed to, no, you're not bringing your car in. Small businesses or Londoners who are disabled on low income can apply to TfL for a grant if they scrap a non-compliant car and purchase a cleaner vehicle. Where do they think people are getting money from nowadays? They think it's growing on trees. Those scrapping a motorcycle or moped may be eligible for a £1,000 payment. But apparently schemes for vans, minibuses and lorries have been suspended due to unprecedented demand and limited funds. What did you tell us about it for in the first place then? What's the point? I'm terribly sorry. Listen, we're going to charge people because there's all this pollution and people are dying needlessly every year. But if you give us £12.50, you can bring your gas-guzzling car in and pollute as much of the atmosphere as you want. Oh, by the way, if you're very lucky, we'll give you a grant, but there's no guarantee. Oh, we've run out of money. I'm so sorry, we're not giving any grants away at all now. So just carry on polluting, but you're paying £12.50 for the privilege. But if you don't pay it, it's, what do we say, £160 fine? Down to 80 if you pay within 2 weeks. There's going to be loads of people. There's going to be thousands of people who are going to be caught by this one because the ANPR cameras are going to be, which you've seen them all over London. There'll be the congestion cameras. In fact, they've already got the blooming things there, and it just means that they'll be registering your number plate. They'll be checking to see if you've paid it. If you haven't, you'll get that bill in the post, and whichever way you look at it, it's 80 quid. And remember, that could be 80 quid every single day. There's no good forgetting about it. I mean, it expands from Monday to cover all areas within the North and South Circular in an attempt to boost air quality. What a load of codswallop. You're not boosting air quality at all because you're paying and you can carry on polluting. You know, it's just ridiculous. The charge applies all day, every day, except, oh, wait for it, Christmas Day. Oh, whoopee! So that's OK. Come and pollute on Christmas Day. Come on, come one, come all. Bring your Father Christmas outfit, pollute the entire nation. As long as you pay £12.50, you're OK, you can do it. But except on Christmas Day. Santa will be paying that, won't he? Because is he diesel, do you think? I love all the Santa Claus movies. They're so exciting. They really are. But the very idea that Santa might have to pay not only the sort of the charges, you sort of think, can you imagine him going, I don't carry cash. Do you think the Queen, because most of the Queen's cars, she's got a lot of them very old. Will she be paying for that sort of thing? She'll pay by phone. Queenie here. How much? £12.50. Hold on. Charles, credit card. Imagine, you can make a really good film about it. But you will pay it. I promise you, if you don't pay it, they're going to chase you. And once they chase you, they'll nab your car if you're not careful, because they're going to be looking around town to find out where it goes to, because they can trace you. They can trace you. Transport for London said an estimated 130,000 vehicles within the new larger zone are not compliant. Could be you. It's not me. If you want to know if it's you, and I strongly advise you to check, is it the DVLA website that we're going to? Wait a minute, we'll just have a little check on that one. Because I strongly advise you to check. TfL. I strongly advise you to check. There you go. You know, just in case. And you can choose a country of registration, UK. And, no, that's not my number plate, is it? Do you have a car, Kieran? No, you don't have a car either, do you, Joe? I'm the only driver here. No, it's not Steve 1. Can you imagine if it was? Makes me sound like Thunderbirds. No, I'll have to tell you in a minute, because it'll tell you immediately if you have to pay or if you don't have to pay. And we did try it the other day and it said, no, you don't have to pay. Smarmy little so-and-so. But I was just lucky. But you will pay it because it'll be arriving in the post and you'll completely forget about it. Where do you buy it then? Do you buy it online, or do you buy it? Can you go into a garage like you're paying for the congestion charge? Can you do the same thing? I bet half the people listening at the moment, I'd put odds on, they don't even know whether they have to pay this charge. Have they been told? They would have got something through the post, I think. When to pay. When to pay. If you drive within the zone, you'll have to pay by midnight on the third day following the journey. Failure to pay on time, you risk getting the penalty charge. So you can pay by midnight on the third day following the journey or up to 90 days in advance. The daily charge is £12.50. This is on top of the congestion charge. £12.50 for vans, cars, motorbikes and other lighter vehicles. Doesn't make any sense, does it, really? They reckon it'll sting up to 300,000 drivers every day. Good God, how many cars are driving into the capital? They're going to be making a fortune. The majority of motorists living in and around the capital, it'll be you lot, unaware of the charges. So you should go to TfL's website and put in your car number to see, because otherwise you'll need to know, because if you just, being ignorant of the law is not going to be an excuse. They're not going to allow you to get away with it. I mean, just a third of people, 35% surveyed, knew how to check if their vehicle's compliant. Just 35%. This is not looking promising. So do check. Go to TfL's website and you just put in your car number plate. It will tell you immediately what the car is. You tick on, yes, that's my car. How many cars a day? Go down, down a little bit further. 100,000 cars a day will be affected. Work out how much money they're making. 80 quid a time, 100,000 cars a day. That's if everybody doesn't pay. Somebody will be raking it in somewhere, won't they? They reckon 300,000 people in the London area will be affected. Many on lower incomes will struggle to afford to trade up to a clean... Well, they can't afford to do it. It's as simple as that. 160 quid it is for non-payment. £80 if paid within 14 days. But check on TfL's website. I can't impress on you enough. Oh, by the way, just to really annoy you today, the Extinction Rebellion people are back sitting on roads again. They've said they've had enough of doing nothing. They're going to come back and sit on the roads. Last time, they nearly got run over by that woman who got out of the car. She'd had quite enough of it. She wanted to take her child to school, but they've said now, Insulate Britain, isn't it? I never remember who they are. They're that insignificant as far as I'm concerned. And so they've said that they're going to be introducing their sitting in the road again. So lovely. It's fabulous, isn't it, really? Just what you need. I feel very sorry, actually, for the mum almost killed, Kathy Catt. She's 63. And she was almost killed when she was knocked downstairs by her daughter's dog and fell into a glass fish tank. She suffered deep cuts to her neck, and her life was only saved by the paramedics who stemmed the blood loss. She's a shop worker, well, she was. She needed 4.5 hours of surgery. Because you've had that before, haven't you? You know, where you're just about to go down the stairs and the dog brushes past you and you lose your grip. I always worry about falling out of the shower or the bath or something like that. That's my big fear. So I've had friends who that has happened to before. Yes, that's why I've got a seat. I don't want to fall out of the bath, thank you. Pub calls. Bar bosses have gone to war with Dom Jolly-style phone louts who yell into their mobile and destroy the atmosphere. Yes, I can well imagine. Publicans say they ruin other person's conversation and have vowed to ban those guilty of the habit made famous in Trigger Happy. That's not still going, is it? Mark Farrell, owner of Chums in Bristol, says it shows a lack of respect to the people you're with. It certainly does. Certainly does. Some pubs in London have banned people using phones. We used to have one in Hammersmith. And if you were caught using your phone while you were in there, it was £1 in the charity box. £1 in the charity box. That was good, wasn't it? And so they made quite a bit of money for charity because people were just answering their phones. I think it's the height of rudeness. You go into a pub, all of a sudden it's like sitting on the bus. And the person behind you starts answering their phone. You feel like turning around and going, can't you wait till you get off the bus? You know, it's so annoying. And groups of friends all sitting on their phones. You get that all the time, though. I mean, people are just using... But it's using them on the bus or on the train. I don't want to hear your conversations. I'm not interested. If ever my phone rings, I just push the little button that says, can't call you now, call you in a minute. Then I don't bother calling back because I'm saving my money. No, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It makes perfect sense. You don't answer unless it's absolutely necessary. Like, you know, your Auntie Nellie's been knocked over by a unicyclist from the local circus. You're not going to bother otherwise, are you? I don't think. Well, I hope not, anyway. I'm going to find that story about the collector nicked for using a £100 coin to pay for fuel who's won a payout from the police. It's an interesting little story, this one, because you probably queried, as I have, on some of these collector's coins, can you actually use them? I thought most were not legal tender, but we shall find out a little bit more later on. And the greedy dog breeders facing a probe, which is very odd, very odd. And the furious holidaymakers waiting 16 hours at Eurotunnel. Bless their little hearts. We do love Eurotunnel, but as I've said to people before, if you're going, remember to take your phone off aeroplane mode, because the phone will be searching for a signal in the tunnel, and you'll use up all your batteries. You'll end up the other side, over in Gay Paris. Not that it is much. Not nowadays. And it's Well, some of it. Montmartre is very gay. And all of a sudden, you'll have no juice on your phone because it's used it all up. I didn't know about that. It goes so the advice is turn off your phone. This end, I mean, you can do without your phone, surely, whilst you're going under the tunnel. And then when you emerge the other end, you stick it back on again, and everything is right with the world. How cool is that?
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
I see that Tesco shoppers struggled to order online over the weekend after their website and app were targeted by hackers. Who on earth would want to I don't quite understand the point of that, actually. The supermarket giant said the problem was due to an attempt to interfere with its system. But they say that no customer data has been affected. Is that what it is, then? It'd be people trying to get hold of data. So they are experiencing an issue with their website. You'd have thought, actually, all these big companies, they wouldn't have any problem with these sort of things at all. Rebecca says, I'd been going in to the order over and over yesterday, right up until the 11:45 deadline. I didn't try calling. There must be thousands in the same boat. So Tesco, they've actually had this problem before. In 2014, if memory serves, I think a couple of thousand customers' accounts were deactivated amid fears login details were compromised. There was also a cyber attack on the supermarket's bank arm. But the problem has now become more common globally. So assuming that what people are doing is hacking to get people's information. So, and I'm assuming, because I don't know, because I've never ordered like this online, I'm assuming that you would input your credit cards and everything else, and that's the information that they're after. They're after your credit card details. Good God. I'm so glad I don't. See, the trouble is, the more and more that we use credit cards and stuff like that, the more chance there is of somebody finding out what your card numbers are. So I don't do anything like that. If I order anything online, it's on PayPal. It's as simple as that. I don't do anything on a credit card, which is safer, much, much safer. I wouldn't even think of putting anything on a credit card and typing in a credit card number on. No, absolutely not. Definitely not. I might do something over a telephone to somebody where I have to read my number out, but I wouldn't input anything online. I should cocoa. So the story of the man with the coin, which we just found online, and he's a collector. Okay, his name's Brett Chamberlain. And he's just been nicked for using a commemorative coin to buy fuel, a £100 commemorative coin. He was thrown out by staff. This was at Tesco, who said it wasn't real money. Now, you can well imagine, can't you, because people see these things, and he was showing this coin, and it's a collectible. Now, I don't know whether or not they are. This is a Trafalgar Square special edition. 45,000 minted in 2016 is legal tender under a 1971 Act. He was arrested and interrogated at a police station. He's accused of making off without payment after filling his car with 60 quid's worth of diesel at Tesco Extra in Exeter. Cops released him under investigation, but later sent a letter saying he would not be charged. He took legal action because this is legal tender. But of course, I wouldn't have known it was, because some of these things, you buy these special edition coins and it says only legal in Guernsey or only legal tender in Jersey. So I didn't know that this Trafalgar Square special edition of £100, was legal under the 71 Act. And quite clearly, the police had no idea at all, because they arrested him and then they went, so sorry. Anyway, he sued. And he won £5,000. He's going to spend the compensation on yet more coins. But the trouble is, can you imagine if you work in Tesco or you work in, anywhere, and somebody produces a coin worth £100, you're going to look at it and go, I'm sorry, we don't take those. It used to be years ago, and I bet you'll all remember this one, Scottish fivers, Scottish £10 notes, Scottish £20 notes. Anyway, Tesco said they will not accept commemorative coins as it's not considered to be circulating legal tender. Shops and banks don't have to accept the large denomination coins. Well, how can they be legal tender in 1 minute and then they've made up their own rules? And apparently, the police have said that basically we've taken steps to recognise and rectify the issues raised in this case. But Tesco said they won't accept them. But it's legal tender. How can you not accept legal tender? I have to be honest, if I had one, I'd want to keep the blooming thing. But who's it worth money to? If you can't sell it for £100 and you paid £100 for it, what's the point of having the thing in the first place? It's all a bit balmy, isn't it, really? So they've said, according to UK law, all coins made by the Royal Mint are classed as legal tender, whether they're commemorative coins or those in circulation. Banks, building societies and shops are not obliged to accept commemorative coins and never have been, as they're not circulating legal tender. But all coins made by the Royal Mint are classed as legal tender. You get your head round this one? No, I didn't either. In other words, it's a load of old codswallop. It's ridiculous, because you can buy Winnie the Pooh, one of our favourite, not as good as Paddington, of course, for £1,065, Jack the Ripper, £7.99, Alice's Adventures, £650, and I've bought Paddington ones before for my brother. You can get them in, they do them in normal or silver or gold or limited edition, and some of them cost thousands, but you'd never want to give it away to somebody because the idea is that you want to collect them. You don't want to sell them. So one minute they're telling you that they're legal tender. I mean, Scottish money, people used to turn up, and they if they'd been to, when I used to go to Scotland on a regular basis, every month I used to go and visit my tartan, and and you'd come back and you'd inevitably end up with Scottish fivers or Scottish £20 notes, and trying to get rid of them they'd look at you in disbelief. They didn't want to take them. They didn't want to take them, so you'd have to go to the bank and they would have to change them up because nobody wanted them. It's like if ever you go into a shop now and there are lots of, well, I'll tell you now, there are goodness knows how many fake pound coins. If you get given one in your change, you're going to get rid of it as quick as possible. And any shop is going to get rid of them as well. So the shortest answer, I mean, can you spend Scottish money? The short answer is yes. But again, here we go. No business is legally obliged to accept the money. In England, no business is legally enforced to accept banknotes printed by the Scottish and Northern Irish banks. On the same note, if you, say, receive change in the form of Scottish notes in England, you don't have to accept them either. All in all, it's up to the businesses whether they accept the banknotes because they're not legal tender. I mean, it's a minefield. I'm even more confused by this. So can you spend Scottish money in England? Yes, but nobody's obliged to take it. I bet you anything, you could go into a bar and offer them a £20 note. Of course, in Scotland, it's fine. Or in the Northern Irish banks. But you try and give it to somebody over here and they'll go, I'm sorry, we don't take that. And the answer is they don't have to take it, even though it was legal tender. But so, can you spend it? Yes. Do they have to take it? No. So in other words, no, they're not taking it. So in other words, you might as well just give up and wait till you go back to Scotland and try and get it changed into some English money. Because it's not going to be happening at the moment. Legal tender is a very narrow term, refers to coins or banknotes that must be accepted if offered as payment, most often as a way to pay a debt. What is and is not legal tender in England has long been the topic of debate. We've had a bit of a confusion with it this morning. What is considered legal tender varies throughout the United Kingdom. So in England, Royal Mint coins and Bank of England banknotes are classed as legal tender, whereas in Scotland and Northern Ireland, only Royal Mint coins are classed as legal tender. Understood it? No, me neither. Got a headache? Yep. Let's all go and take aspirin. So they don't have to take it. But we used to get that when I went up to Scotland. I would always come back and there'd always be somebody who'd given you, a fiver in Scottish money and change. You think, oh, no, I've got to get rid of this. And you didn't like to refuse it and say, sorry, we've got an English one in there somewhere because I'm going to get back home and nobody's going to want to take it. And I've never heard of a shop that's taken it yet. Mainly because they look at it, they don't know what it is. That's why you can understand in Tesco, he proffers his £100 coin and they go, we're not taking it. And we're told it's legal tender, but people don't have to take it. But yet he obviously was obliged to have it taken because they gave him £5,000 compensation. Seems an awful lot, doesn't it, for a £100 coin? So he's going to buy some more, which is going to annoy a lot of people, I should imagine. But everybody's got these coins. People collect them. You can buy chests that you open them up and you put all these coins in. They're very nice. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. It's like a collection. And if you're going to sell them, you'd sell them at auction or something like that, because you certainly can't spend the blooming things. And also, why would you want to? If you'd bought a Paddington Bear coin, why would you want to give it to the shop and go, that's worth £25? And they're going to go, yeah, of course it is. You're going to, no, it's legal tender. And well, most shop people, working in the shop, they're not going to know that it's legal tender, are they? They're going to have no idea at all. So they're going to refuse it. Then you're going to get into an argument with them. And at the end of the day, somebody will call the police, and then the police, who also will not be knowing about it unless they've read the papers this morning, and you're going to get £5,000 out of it. So, in fact, it's very good trade. Imagine trying to pay for petrol with a Paddington Bear coin. I mean, I don't understand it. I really don't. As I say, having just read that, I'm none the wiser on what you can do and what you can't do. And it appears if they don't want to take your money, they don't take your money. It's as simple as that. Steve, if you live in Twickenham, you now have to pay the ULEZ fee to go to the dump at the Townsmead, the crematorium in Kew Retail Park. The council asked Sadiq Khan to make an exception for the dump at the crematorium, but he refused. You know you have to pay to go to a funeral. You now have to pay to go to a funeral. Well, I don't. Only if you've got a non-compliant vehicle. So I don't, Robert, have a non-compliant vehicle. So I wouldn't be paying. I can go to the crematorium any time I like. I might just go for a day out. Because just down the road from me is the crematorium where they did Margaret Thatcher. I might just go there for a visit. I don't know, park the car in the car park and go and have a little wander. Steve, people who put their phones on loudspeaker whilst chatting in public. Oh, you know what this happened for? Because people thought that you could pick up radio waves which were going to give you brain cancer or something. So you see people holding the phone in front of them. It's just rubbish. Steve, what happens if you have a polluting car within the ULEZ zone and don't pass a checkpoint? Oh, you will pass a checkpoint. Take my word for it. You cannot escape them. They're everywhere. Every little side turning. It's the same checkpoints as they use for the congestion charge. So there's no chance that you could ever not pass a checkpoint. There are, oh goodness knows how many checkpoints. Thousands. Yeah, we should find out in a couple of minutes as well.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Do you know, we're none the wiser on this blooming coin thing. Because somebody says legal tender but not accepted. So is it or isn't it? No. Well, yes. Maybe the next time, says Kevin, who's near Southend, he should take 6,000 pennies to the petrol station. Well, they don't have to accept those. Now, I remember this as being a case some time ago, a bloke who tried to pay his council tax bill by paying in all change, and they went, we don't have to accept that. There's a limit to what you can accept. And I think on the buses, it was exactly the same. In London, you can't pay cash at all. It's all the Oyster cards and the Freedom Passes and things like that. But, I mean, somebody tried to pay, and they went, no. The most you could ever pay on a bus, I think, was something like 10 pence in pennies. And I think anywhere else, there's no way that anybody would ever accept 6,000 pennies. They're just not going to do it, so they don't have to. So they made a law about it. Somebody says using a credit card is one of the safest ways to shop online due to Section 75 regulations. The credit card company takes on joint liability for any purchases between £100 and £30,000. So for any reason, if the item doesn't turn up or the seller goes bust, the credit card company has to refund you. But I also like using PayPal, especially for sites I'm not familiar with. Yes, I mean, I use PayPal all the time, actually. I think it's much easier. I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of sort of handing over your details, which is a shame. Steve, we've got 4 notes in circulation. We've got a £5, a £10, a 20, and I'll call my supervisor. Oh, is that because of the 50? Because there is things you can do. It always makes me laugh when they hold the £50 note up to the light, and you think you can run your fingers over a £50 note and tell if it's genuine. I have not ever paid with a 50. No, I do have some 50s. Three 50s. I mean, I don't know why they need them. I don't know. Have you ever seen that film, The £1 Million Note? That was a very good British film made some years ago. Well, it was a man who had two brothers who were very rich in London. I think it was Gregory Peck in the film. And they decided to have a wager with each other that they could give a perfect stranger a note worth £1 million, and he wouldn't ever need to spend it. His credit would be that good. And so they pick on a man, Gregory Peck, who's down on his luck. Although if ever you've seen a more suave-looking man, you'd be hard-pushed to find one that looked as good as Gregory Peck did. And they call him into the house and they go, listen, we want to do this thing, blah, blah, blah. We want to give you this. And he didn't know what it was until he went outside the house. And he opened it up and it was £1 million note. And he was starving. And he went into this little sort of cafe. It was all set in, I think it was kind of Victorian times or Georgian, whatever it was set way back. And he ordered steak with potatoes and everything else. He was so hungry, he ordered it again. And the woman running the shop said to her husband, watch him. You know, has he actually got the money? And so they then go up and get, sorry, the bill, sir. Well, I'll have an apple crumble, I think he said. And he had some wine and everything else. And the bill came and it was, I don't know, whatever it was. And he said, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have anything smaller. And he proffered the £1 million note. She nearly passed out. And she went, Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. Please, it is of no consequence at all. Pay us, when you're ready. And it basically, they didn't have the change for it, as you can imagine, with £1 million note. But it's a very good indicator of how far he went in society without having the wherewithal to actually pay anything. All he had to do was show them the £1 million note. He was called Henry Adams, and it was very good, actually. It's based on a Mark Twain story, apparently, and it was absolutely lovely. So, I was right. It was Gregory Peck, and he went through life, and he managed to do everything else, and everybody loved him, just provided he had the £1 million note. Until that day, in the hotel he was living at, and he hadn't paid his bill, because you've got a £1 million note in those days, and the room could have been 30 quid a year. Somebody living there decided as a joke to hide the £1 million note. So when he went to get it out to show somebody, it wasn't there, and they all of a sudden went, right, we're taking all your stuff away. And they turned up at the hotel, his costume maker and everything like that, and they couldn't find the note. And then eventually the man who'd hidden it suddenly saw what was happening to him. Even the hotel had gone, well, you'll have to leave. You'll have to leave now. We shall be taking you to court. And he said, I found it. I found the note. And they went, oh, thank God for that. And Henry Adams went back into people's good books again. But it was an interesting conception of what you could get without actually spending your note, just because people knew you had it. So you're good for £1 million. And in those days, I think the meal must have cost about £1 or something. So you can imagine £1 million. £1 million note is the film. Very old, but get it. It's very good. Thank you, Ash. Steve says, Brian, did you know it's only Scottish notes that state the word sterling on them? It doesn't say that on English notes. Do you know, I've got no idea what it says on a note. No idea. Angela says, good thing, Steve, about credit cards is you're protected against the fraudulent use of the card and your purchases are insured. Win-win. Crystal says, I work in Lidl. We've always taken Scottish banknotes. As for people taking phone calls in restaurants, incredibly rude. But really? Oh, I can't imagine anybody taking a phone call in a restaurant. I don't mind if somebody goes outside, but don't sit at the table on the phone. That would be the height of rudeness. Apparently, Burger King in East Kilbride, Scotland, refused to take any cash, card payment only. I called trading advice and they said it's perfectly legal. Oh, we've got loads of places down here which only take credit cards. They're not going to be taking cash. When I went to this Ole Steen place, they only took credit cards. They didn't take anything else at all. They're allowed to refuse cash. They don't want to risk it. Mind you, they screwed up on my one, as you'll hear if you download my my little bit extra podcast today, which makes a welcome return. Steve, when do we get the Make Some Noise trays? You get them beginning of December. Beginning of December. Marks and Spencer's takes Scottish money. Oh, do they? Oh, right. I don't know. I've never tried it, actually, because in our Marks and Spencer, it's all self-service tills now. There's no physical... There are physical people there, but there's nobody actually doing it for you like they are in Waitrose. But they're as slow as anything. I've never known anybody who's so slow on the tills. You could fall asleep and grow a beard. That's just my auntie Enid. No, you can definitely use cash in certain places. I don't know whether the machines in Marks and Spencer are geared up for taking Scottish notes. Maybe I should try it as an experiment. Get a Scottish note. Yeah, report back. No, I don't know. Where do you get a Scottish note from? RBS. Do you think RBS have got a Scottish note on the premises? Excuse me. If I give you a £20 note, could I have a Scottish £20 note? Yes, Rob. Yes, Rob Bank of Scotland. Yeah, should be. Mind you, they seem to be closing them left, right and centre. Steve, last week, says Simon, Starbucks refused to take cash for a coffee. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Actually, I'm surprised that they have, because our one didn't used to take cash. Now, it does take cash, so they're not particularly... It's money. Money's money, isn't it? But, they can refuse. They don't have to take your money at all. If they say it's... Excuse me, it's credit cards, it's credit cards. That's the way it is. The folks in Blackpool, Steve, used to take our Scottish money, but if we went a few miles over to visit my mum's side of the family in Skelmersdale, our Scottish money was refused. Wonder what will happen if we become independent, says Kim. Oh, don't even go there. 1 in 3 people have tried to pay for something in cash and been unable to do so since the first national lockdown. People were most likely to refuse the option of paying in cash when buying groceries, which accounted for 28% of incidents. The survey of 2,000 people found that was followed by paying for leisure activities like going to a pub or a restaurant and buying cleaning products. Well, in fact, Joe Allen's don't take cash now. They only take credit cards. So it's obviously the way forward. I don't know check. I don't know. Does anybody write cheques out now? I don't want to start carrying a chequebook as well. That's a blooming nightmare, isn't it? Apparently, more than 3/4 of those who were unable to pay in cash said it was an emotional impact on them. Most commonly, it was frustration. 26% said the incident made them anxious, and 23% found it to be embarrassing. God, we are the woke nation that we worried about. Steve, I'm on half term this week, so no need to be up early, but I've still set my alarm to listen to you. Thank you very much indeed. And the reunion for the TV show Band. Who do you think it is? Which band would be getting back together again? To be honest with you, I can't imagine why. But there's a tie into another story, actually, I was reading. It's pure and simple. Hearsay making a comeback. Now, strange enough, I was reading about Mylene Klass the other day, who works in this building. And apparently there was a report in one of the papers said that Jonathan Shalit, who's the super agent to the stars, was driving down, I think, LA Boulevard with her in the car. They were going to see some people over in America. I remember thinking, gosh, how flash. Imagine driving down there with Mylene Klass. But anyway, they've met and agreed to reunite, although Mylene had ruled herself out. So that means you'll still end up with Kim Marsh, Suzanne Shaw, Noel Sullivan and Danny Foster. I don't know whether or not there is room for this one. I know that lots of people are doing it. JLS are touring again. Bros tried to make a comeback. I still keep watching. If I'm having one of those peculiar days, I do watch the Bros thing after the screaming stopped or the clapping stopped or whatever it was that stopped. And I'm fascinated by the whole thing. It was just interesting. Have they got new material? I don't know. Apparently, Hearsay were one of the first groups put together on a reality TV show, which then went on to produce One Direction, Little Mix and Girls Aloud. They had one of the biggest selling debut singles of all time with Pure and Simple. Yeah, but you can't do a whole concert based on Pure and Simple, can you? Yes, you just keep singing it over and over. I can't even remember how it went actually now, but I'm sure it was lovely.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC.
We were just thinking about all these pop groups. Hearsay may be coming back. I think, to be honest with you, I think it's unlikely because I think Kim Marsh is looking after her father, who's very ill. So I don't think that's going to happen. Mylene has said that she won't be doing it. I think Noel is already appearing in musicals and stuff like that. But the funny thing is, the other group, because Hearsay had an album out, their first album, I think it was they actually got a record for the fastest selling debut album, which had cover versions of Monday Monday by the Mamas and the Papas and the Bridge Over Troubled Water song by Simon and Garfunkel, which as far as I'm concerned is an album that contains that one for a generation. Not by Hearsay, I hasten to add, but there was another group called One True Voice who came along, and I thought they had a very good song with, what do we call it? Sacred Trust, which was a Bee Gees song, and they were created in Popstars Arrival. Can you believe how long ago it was? 19 years ago. 19 years ago. And they lost out to Girls Aloud and their number one single, Sound of the Underground. And One True Voice released a further single in 2003, and then they acrimoniously split in August without having released an album. And it makes you wonder where people disappeared to, because I thought that the Bee Gees song that they released, I thought it was cracking. But there again, I'm a fan of the Bee Gees anyway. I couldn't care less who sings the blooming thing. But it makes you wonder where they all go, these groups. I mean, I think Popstars sold 306,000 copies in the first week. That was Hearsay with the debut album. I mean, that's an awful lot of copies of an album. And then for some reason, it just sort of fizzled out. And they all disappear. I mean, some of S Club 7 came back. I think recently they're S Club 2, aren't they, or something? S Club 2 or 3 or something. Because, you know, they're all doing different bits and pieces, and some of them don't want to go back and do it. Like the last time the Spice Girls went out on tour. It was a case of Victoria didn't want to go out on tour with them. Why should she? She made the same amount of money. And the reason was that she was down on the writing credits. She might have only written a word, but she was on the writing credits. So consequently, she didn't have to actually go on stage and learn how to dance again or sing or do anything. Yeah, it's S Club 2 at the moment. Bradley and Tina. And that's it, is it? Who didn't... Yes, we're not sure if they even sang. S Club 2. How can you do that? How can they do that to us? Mind you, Noreen, who goes to all these reunited, pop groups and everything else. I mean, you've got... who were the boys from Walthamstow? What were they called? E17. They were very good in their time. They had that, and every year they trot out the Christmas record, don't they? Maybe if you go and stay another day. And you think to yourself, that's going to be the thing that's going to keep the money rolling in for a long time yet. Not for all of them, because they weren't involved in the writing of it. But these groups that turn up on these television programmes, or these singers, it's going to be short-lived. You just know it is. I've seen it a million times before of people who've sort of gone in there and thought, right, I'm now going to... I don't know whether or not people go onto these programmes, and I love watching the auditions for X Factor and stuff like that, because some of them are just awful. I mean, there was one crazy guy a short while ago who said to Simon Cowell, "You're going to be begging me for a job soon." And I remember thinking, I don't think so. But they all seem to think that they know better than Simon Cowell, who's got a lifetime's experience in picking chart hits and knowing what works. And if they cancel your contract, it means they think that they've gone as much as they could. Will Young, of course, clashed with Simon during the auditions. And then who was the other one who did Spirit in the Sky? What? Gareth Gates. See, I thought he was good. He's now doing other things, and he does musicals, yeah. Because the funny thing is, he can sing. It's only, I mean, his stuttering has got 10 times better. But he had a great voice. But Will Young won, and he was very grounded. He knew exactly what was going on. He didn't need to waste time taking cabs, because everything that happens to you if you win comes out of the pot. So consequently, if they had to bring a makeup artist in, or they've put you in clothing or whatever else, Will Young took the bus to some of his interviews. It all comes out of the £1 million. The note. Historic home, period features, ideal for downsizing. It's very nice. It's 13 feet square. So there's one bedroom and a spiral staircase. So they've and it is very nice. It's £235,000, and it's a gatehouse in Grimston Park in North Yorkshire. I mean, it sounds quite nice, actually. It's got a very small courtyard. I don't know who'd be buying it, spending that much money on it. But the house has got... it's one of two identical built in the early 19th century. And Deborah Bowman, who bought the house with her husband Dave, said that moving was one of the best decisions I'd ever made. Moving there, she thought it was great. She fell in love with it. And she said we formed an alliance during the lockdown, all the houses who are around there. But, I mean, it's so tiny. So tiny. Seems to have been on the market for nearly a year. Well, it's nearly £250,000. You can go and get, a big... I mean, it is tiny, but it's pretty. We've got one very similar down in Marble Hill Park in Twickenham, but that's bigger than this one. This one's got the period features that go with it. But, I mean, somebody will like it. An artist will like it, or... it's either that or a park. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd probably knock it down and build something more interesting. But when you look at it here, it looks even tiny, because it was a gatehouse. And gatehouses were just meant to have one old man who sat there going, "I'll open the gates for you now, my lady." And that was about it. The rest of the time. But it's been on the market for a long time, so perhaps they'll have to lose some of the money on it and get it cheaper. They're talking about the Rolex thieves. They've been targeted. The targets are wealthy older men at golf clubs and car parks. Don't ask me why. The thieves are young women posing as charity workers. And what they do is they pose as charity workers. The method is to make bizarre sexual overtures as they pilfer priceless watches. And the police seem utterly not being able to do anything at all about. They've been caught on cameras. What they do is they sort of ask you to sign this thing. No money, no, blah, blah, blah. Then they put their arm round you, and they're pickpockets. And they pocket these people's Rolexes. They've taken 23 so far. 23, and the police have got nothing. Nothing. They said they had a petition for a deaf school. That's what they want. They want you to sign it so they can see which wrist you've got the Rolex on. And the police have been absolutely powerless. There was one man had his watch stolen in the high street. This one here was in Poundbury. Now, Poundbury is Prince Charles's place, isn't it? Poundbury. And this was by a woman asking for donations towards a charity for blind and deaf people. The victim told the woman he didn't have any cash, and she said, could you sign the form instead? As he signed, she grabbed his hand firmly, whipped the watch off, and that was it. Soon after, he realised his watch had been stolen, because what she did, she took his hand to shake it. With the other hand, she's undone the strap thing. On a Rolex, it's quite easy to do. You just flick it open. She slides it off. He doesn't know it's gone. It's like whenever you watch professional pickpockets, people who do it as an entertainment. You know, I've seen quite a number on the television. There was one man very famously worked with a circus. His name was Bora. And he could literally take people's glasses off them while they were wearing them and they didn't know they'd gone. And he could take, and also he would know if somebody had seen him taking something like a wallet. And he would say, you saw that? And they went, yeah. And he put it back in, but as fast as he put it back in, he took it back out again. So they didn't know that he'd taken it. He could take braces off. He could take belts off people's trousers. It was quite easy to do these things. He could take a tie off. I watched Bora take somebody's tie off while he was wearing it. And you think to yourself, these women, they just thieve watches. They've got to know how to unclip it, which is a simple one-finger movement. If you've got nails, you just flick it open. And then once it's loose, as she's shaking his hand, he doesn't know that she's sliding it off. And she's looking at him, so he's looking at her because they're playing the sexual game. So be warned. I've often said, though, why would you spend so much money on a Rolex if there's a danger somebody's going to take it from you? If you need to know the time, just phone me. I'll tell you. I can tell you now it's coming up to 7:15. There you go. I mean, does that help? Does that help? Leave the watch at home. It's if you're playing golf especially.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Neil says, Steve, ours is a gatehouse. Well, yours. I mean, compared to theirs, I mean, yours is enormous, Neil. I mean, it really is. Mr. Neil's house is absolutely gorgeous. It really is. It looks even prettier with snow on it. This other one, find it online. It's 13 feet square. It's a small little box where they've got obviously a false floor in, so you can go up the spiral staircase. Any other staircase would take up the entire room, and then you can go and sleep upstairs, presumably just on a mattress or something like that. But no, yours is fantastic, Neil, compared to this one. Very expensive. Katy Perry celebrates her birthday today, 37, and the ex-wife of Russell Brand. He ended the marriage by text. Apparently, Katy earned £38.5 million last year from her role as a judge on the TV show American Idol. Blimey, it pays well, doesn't it? Makes you wonder what we're all doing. That is unbelievable, isn't it? She earned £38.5 million, which is £27 million. We could all struggle by with that, couldn't we? Wouldn't need to worry about the £12.50. I laugh in the face of £12.50. I mean, US TV salaries are insane. But they get, I mean, even the ones who we've got working here, they don't earn money like that, do they? I didn't think so. The latest thing at the moment is beauty masks. This is the latest trend. People are going back onto these beauty masks. Why? I've got no idea. Hundreds of drug dealers are using Instagram to peddle potent cannabis to children in a £1 billion industry. Blimey, if it's not that, it's dogs and puppies and stuff. I really can't believe it. How do they stop these people? What they've done, they've actually confronted the Daily Mail, a gangster called The Devil. I always love it when they confront these sort of gangsters, because we have had people sort of in the past who've been sort of flashing money on the internet. I made this much money and all the rest of it. And then, of course, the police find them. And there's a picture of him here, actually. Not really, obviously, a complete picture of him. He's sort of covered. But he, obviously, is... one of them, Stone Chester, has got 19,000 followers. These are people who buy drugs on the internet. Loud Famouk, 8,000. And they offer a tracked delivery in a smell-proof piece of discreet packaging. I can't believe it. There's obviously that much money in drugs. It was only the other day we were telling you that it was puppies that they were all involved in now. They're not going to get involved in drug dealing. But apparently they are. They say together with the best of Britain, it's going to be amazing. And so these are people who regularly take drugs. Kind of makes me feel a bit depressed, actually, really, because there's a mother whose daughter killed herself after suffering from cannabis-induced psychosis, who fears that the potent strains of the drug sold on Instagram will cause many more youngsters to die. They say, there's one here. This girl was beautiful, bright and fun, became increasingly paranoid after starting to take the drug as a teenager, and it just built up and built up and built up. And if somebody's got an addiction to drugs, I don't know what, it must be the most difficult thing to be a parent, because, if your child has got the internet, do you know what they're looking at? 95% of parents were asked in a recent survey whether or not they knew exactly what their children were looking at online, and they said no, because it's in their bedrooms. How can you? And then the advice was, which I think came from the police and various other organisations, make sure that if they're young, the computer was downstairs and you could see what's on it, so you knew what they were looking at. If it's in somebody's bedroom, you've got no idea. I remember a friend of mine, he was married to this lady, and she had 2 children. They were young. I'll just tell you that I think one was 10 and one was 12. And he went onto the history and discovered they'd gone onto all sorts of sites. And he said to the young boy, he said, listen, I know what you've been watching on the internet. He said, I'm not going to tell your mother, but just be advised that your history is all there. You just go click and it will show you every site that somebody's been to. And I don't think that a lot of kids are aware of that. And so there is the danger. And if they can get into this, I'd only ever heard about the dark web because I read about it in a newspaper. I didn't know what it was. In fact, I wouldn't even know now how to access stuff like that. But if you can go online and sort of access pornography very easily, and you can find drugs very easily, there's basically nothing which is off limits. But there is the man here, face to face with the dealer, called the Devil. And he boasted of kidnapping and maiming his enemies, and how police missed his stash of cocaine, cannabis and bullets. Makes fascinating reading, but you can't quite believe it. You really can't. What else we got? Museums. I was the only person who, when I was younger, hated museums. I thought they were the most boring places under the sun. But as I've got a little bit older, I've appreciated museums in a big way. And so I've been to the V&A, I've been to the Science, I've been to the Natural History Museum, I've been to the Museum of Childhood in Bethnal Green, I've been to the Museum of London, I've been to loads of places. And I think you suddenly start appreciating them. I don't know why, because when I was younger, if my father said, oh, let's go to the Science Museum, my heart dropped. I thought, boring, looking at dusty old models in cases. And, oh, God, how boring was that? Yeah. And then that's how you feel, looking at a dusty old model in a case. You're very bitter and you're not going to work ever again. OK, take that as a threat. I hope you enjoy the taste of liquidized food, because that's how it'll be. But I remember going to the V&A Museum and thinking, oh, God, this is just awful. I've been back so many times since there, because they've taken complete rooms out of London mansions and reinstalled them in the museum. They've got a big glass section. You can join the museums now. And I saw the Bowie exhibition there. I've seen some fantastic things at the museums, and they're not the sort of dreary, dull places that they used to be. They're now far more exciting. Steve, very surprised, says Jackie, bought some Prince Charles organic cooked chicken slices. Oh, I've never even heard of it. An organic... So is it... Now, wait a minute. Is it definitely chicken, or is it what they call formed chicken? Because, we had this problem before. I'm trying about this. It says cooked and roasted, skin on organic chicken breast. Comes from birds to enjoy a natural organic diet. Or just dead, as they are now, I suppose, and plenty of space to roam on organic land. Oh, so there you go. So that's... But she didn't like the taste of it. So, is it funny? I didn't think that there was a different taste between it. As far as I'm concerned, chicken tastes like chicken, but just make sure it's not formed chicken. Make sure it's, proper chicken. Buy a chicken. Nothing worse than sort of a chewy bit of chicken. Cheap food, isn't it, really? I've just driven down Oxford Street, says Kevin the Milkman. And they've changed the direction of the one-way streets between Mortimer Street and Oxford Street. Be careful, anybody driving around there today. Thank you, Kevin, who's our man on the ground. He can help us. What else we got here? Oh, there's Matt Hancock spotted enjoying a romantic getaway with his lover, Gina. But you can tell how bad the picture is. It's the most hazy. I wouldn't even know who it was. The picture is so hazy. So hazy. Also, what's this one here? Oh, a lot of the papers carrying Adele Roberts, who announced last night she's got bowel cancer. Today is her surgery day, so we wish her the very best. The Queen wanting to get back to work at the age of 95. I'm hoping not to be here at 95, let me tell you. And Felicity, Amelia, and 300,000 motorists hit by the huge emissions zone. £12.50. If you don't know, go to the TfL website and you can find out whether or not your car has to pay it. Because if you miss it, I mean, either way, they're going to get you. And it's all you have to do is just put your number plate in there, if you can remember it. A lot of people can't remember their number plates. So nip outside, write it down, go to the TfL website. And it's 24/7 this, so you're not going to get away with it. And you'll come up on automatic number recognition. I'll tell you what the car is, and it will tell you straight away if you've actually got to pay it. And I suspect, just please don't miss out, because it's going to cost you 80 quid. Or if you forget that bit, it's £160. And they will chase you for it. They don't mess about anymore. Sue Ann in Brixton says, any tickets left for the Magic Show? Yes, go to the Magic Circle website and you can find the details of my show, which is on the December the 18th. Thank you. I'm glad the producer remembers these things. I've got a memory like a sieve. Typical, isn't it? Typical. You arrive in on a Tuesday and what happens? It rains after about 15 minutes. But I might suppose you're better than snow, isn't it? In certain parts of the country, they've had snow. It's only spitting at the moment, but I mean, it could... Because I think today... What's the date today? It's the 26th. I think they're going to start putting up the Christmas market in Leicester Square, because it's supposed to be ready for the 28th, or were they starting on the... I can't remember what they were doing, either starting it on the 28th or it was going to be ready for the 28th. The synchronised swimmers, who have been a bit sunk, really, the council's closed the pool where they rehearse, and they've reduced the depth of it. Well, you can't be a synchronised swimmer in 6 foot of water. 1 in 5 women in the military has been sexually harassed. Residents of an island... And I think it's either Guernsey or one of the two, anyway. Furious, their only bank has just closed. What they're supposed to be doing, I've got no idea. Alec Baldwin's staffer tells of the moment the fatal shot was fired and the Royals are off to the Middle East. It's nice, isn't it? Apparently, 12th of November, the Christmas... Oh, they must be getting it ready on the 28th then for the Christmas market in Leicester Square. And they've got the lights up. Same ones, as you heard yesterday from Kevin the Milton, that we've had the last 4 years. On Regent Street, yeah, which is okay. The eco-mob returned, as I warned yesterday. The bloke who glued his face to the road. Not your finest moment, was it, love? I mean, really. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't help thinking there's something the matter with some of these people. You know, there's one here, another injunction granted against them, but they don't care. And so far, nobody's been sent to prison. I don't quite understand what Priti Patel was going on about. Now you've got Grant Shapps, who's sort of sticking in his sixpenneth, and they renewed their demonstrations after they'd had a little break. Presumably it must have been half-term when we all went to France, you know, the Tarquins and the Lucindas and everybody else. But they say it prevented access, especially in London. Well, don't worry, we'd unglue them. Or not, as a case. To be honest with you, why don't we just leave them and we just divert traffic around them? Let's turn them into a traffic island. That would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? Stick a sign on it. Can you hold that sign for us? What is it? It just says you're a roundabout. And then everybody would be happy about the whole thing, because I don't know why people are getting irate over it, and they are. There was one man who said he was going to hospital to see his son who's got cancer. And the woman is, and the picture of the woman in the paper is of her just looking to the heavens like, why don't you go away, you silly old man? That was the attitude of them. They don't care. They really don't care. They're not bothered about you, not bothered about me, they're not bothered about any at all, apart from their own shallow, sad little existences. It's pathetic, really. It really is. The desperate couple who sold their baby to save the family from starvation. And I thought, blimey, it's got a bit desperate in this country. No, it's in Afghanistan. Petrol prices have surged to an all-time high. Big surprise there. And no sugar and a dash of milk suits us for a cup of tea. Does anybody still use sugar in a cup of tea? Anybody, do you use sugar in a cup of tea? How many did I used to have? Oh, I was 1.5. But I haven't had sugar for 15 years. I mean, not in a cup of tea, quite clearly. In fact, I don't think I could. I don't think I could. The producer worked with the presenter, had 5 spoons of sugar. Really? 5 spoons of sugar in a cup of tea? Well, that's ridiculous. You might as well have emptied it into the sugar bowl. Not here. Not here. Oh, right, somewhere else. No, I got used to drinking tea without sugar and coffee without sugar years and years ago. I thought I wasn't going to manage it, but in fact, it's dead easy, because to me, it tastes like it's got sugar in it. It is horrible with it, yeah. Mind you, I tried. I gave up lemonade and fizzy drinks and all the rest of it. God, it's cold in here this morning. And then I inadvertently had a lemonade about 4 or 5 years ago, and it nearly blew my socks off. It tasted horrible. Just a normal tin of lemonade or a bottle of whatever it was. I remember thinking, ugh, because I was beginning to wonder what you have with a vodka. And somebody said, well, you normally have sort of Coca-Cola or Pepsi or lemonade. And, well, then a tonic I thought was actually better. But then you've got to be careful of those, because some of those are loaded with sugar. Absolutely loaded. And your palate changes completely. And when I had one mouthful of this lemonade, I spat it out. It wasn't very nice. Sitting in somebody's house at the time, and I'm spitting all over the floor in a cafe. But I still can't get over that, somebody gluing their face to the road. I mean, perhaps he's a bit simple. Perhaps he's not the full ticket. Why would you want to do that? Because they're going to have to put something on you. And he's an old man. I mean, they had to use scissors to snip himself free from the tarmac. His name's Matthew Tully. He said, it wasn't one of my better moves. Quite clearly, you're not the full ticket, are you? I mean, why you'd want to put glue on your face and then stick yourself to the ground, pardon me, I've got no idea. You haven't achieved anything apart from made yourself look like a complete buffoon. Never mind. Toy Story is the most loved family film of all time, isn't it? Toy Story is the best film. We'll run through the list a bit later on. It's a bit like local radio, and we don't try and do local radio, but that's what they've said is good. The Blind Date Couple. If you're a certain age, you'll remember the Blind Date Couple. They got married, and Cilla Black went to the wedding because she said, I can buy a new hat and all this kind of stuff. They're still married 30 years on, proving that love works for people sometimes on the television, not on Love Island. They're just a little bit fake to keep things. If you make it last 4 months, you're in practically long-term relationship. Fern Britton to sing in a Christmas reality show. Dancing on Ice returns. Can't wait to see the amount of people they're going to put on that you've never heard of before. And Nadia Hussain has confessed she doesn't like cake. She doesn't like cake at all, which I quite like, actually. I like the idea. See, I do like cake. I like that thing she makes. Have you seen the advert on the television? She's talking about, I make this thing, and it's like a ring with ham and cheese in and everything else. She said, and if nobody turns up, I phone them up and go, I made a ham and ring roulade or whatever, and they come round. And I thought, I'm not surprised. I think she's fab. There you go, ham and cheese crown. That looks delicious, doesn't it? Absolutely delicious. And it's from Nadia's family favourites. Perfect weekend breakfast or brunch dish. Do you know, if I had something like that for brunch, I'd be asleep in 5 minutes. That would literally send me to sleep. But it does look particularly delicious. Great fun to make with the kids. Oh, God, we've got to go and find kids now and everything. Make it by yourself. Much easier. Much easier. And Lee says, we're waiting for you to arrive. I've been awake since 3 with restless legs syndrome. What in God's name is restless legs syndrome? I've never even heard of it. Restless legs syndrome. Does that mean your leg? Because I tell you what, I've started in bed. My legs get quite warm. And if you put them together, it's a very nice feeling. I know that seems a little bit odd, but it's a bit of a, you don't need a hot water bottle. Not with my legs. But restless leg syndrome, this is an overwhelming urge to move your legs. It causes an unpleasant crawling or creeping sensation in the feet, calves and thighs. Sometimes arms are affected. Good God, I've never heard of it before. Yeah, restless leg syndrome is also known as periodic limb movements in sleep. It can disrupt a person's daily activity. Wow. I mean, what causes it? Well, there's no obvious cause of restless leg syndrome. Some neurologists, specialists in treatment of conditions that affect the nervous system, believe the system of restless leg syndrome may have something to do with how the body handles a chemical called dopamine. And dopamine's involved in controlling muscle movement. I'd never heard of it. Also, you live and learn, don't you? Every day there's another new illness which I've heard of. Now I've heard of restless leg syndrome. So if you've been up, since 3 in the morning, it must be horrible. Must be horrible. I mean, I don't have that. Everything else, but just not that one. Steve, I've been listening to you for nearly 6 years. I have the tea towel, the tote bag, the Prosecco glass, and I've already ordered a tea tray. Plus, I was an avid listener to Blue Danube Radio in your Vienna years. Even changed my work schedule to listen. Well, there you go. That goes. Although, actually, 6 years is very good for listening to a radio programme, and I have many, 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 many thousands of people who've been listening for in excess of 25 years. Doesn't really seem possible, does it? But people do. People get addicted. And anybody you know been listening since? Oh, so, no, not since the start, but not far off the start. Not far off. I mean, going back to Gough Square, I've got people from Gough Square days who've been listening, who, as you can well imagine, are older than I am, which is saying something in this day and age. But you mustn't ever mention people's age, because then people go, oh, because the Queen didn't like it when somebody said, would you like to get this award from the Oldie magazine? She went, I'm not old. So it's obviously a state of mind, isn't it? I mean, some people are very, very good for their age. There was that lady the other day, do you remember? She's 100, and she's done the equivalent walk of Everest on her staircase. She hasn't actually been to Everest, but she's 100 and she's still moving about quite well. So, and the Queen, although she's not taken the dogs out for some time, because I think she likes, I think she just, she has a life, and it's quite a selective life. It's not all parties, and it's not all boozing, because she doesn't really drink. She'll have a little tipple, but she won't have very much. She doesn't eat. She watches her food. If ever you go to a banquet, not that I've been to one, but I've read all the reports on it, she won't have very much to eat, because she'll spend most of her time talking to the people either side. But when she's decided that she's had enough and they want the next course, she pushes a button underneath the table in front of her, and all of a sudden all the servants come out of the side doors. They're all waiting, and they will clear the plate away, whether you've finished eating or not. Yes, I mean, she has the same food that everybody else has, but she doesn't eat very much of it. She's not a big eater. And the one thing if she's watching telly, I mean, I don't think she has a packet of crisps or cheesy Wotsits. I think she'd just be watching the television, sort of going, this is nice. Because she likes Line of Duty, we are told, but she will not have anywhere near the kitchens garlic. Garlic is verboten in the royal family. They don't have it at all. It's considered unsocial, and most people who cook will tell you garlic's lovely. The amount of cooks I see on the television who are using garlic, and I've often thought perhaps and I have bought garlic salt in the past, which I've sprinkled over things before, and that's quite nice, but it's not overpowering. And I've taken Michael Van Straten years ago on LBC, our health specialist. He was known as Dr. Garlic. He swore by garlic. He swore, taking it in also, because you can get odourless garlic, apparently. So it's garlic, it's like capsules that you take. Nothing to do with cooking, as far as I'm aware. Try a magnesium spray for restless legs, says Patricia. Usually stops. It works for me. Amazing, isn't it? This programme never ceases to amaze me. Where you'll mention something which you've never heard of, and somebody will write in and go, I know what that is. This is what I take for it. And before you know where you are, you've got some giant club with everybody helping everybody else to try and get people through. He's been up since 3 a.m, Patricia. He's had enough of it. So garlic can combat sickness, including the common cold. Yes, I mean, Michael Van Straten used to absolutely swear by garlic. The active compounds in garlic can reduce blood pressure. I'd have to go out and buy some garlic today, actually. I'd have to go to Paul Cooper's and go and get garlic. But I'm not, the trouble is I can't really, because I'm just worried it kind of lingers with you. It may also help prevent, this might be an apocryphal story, Alzheimer's and dementia, because it's got antioxidants. But I don't know. Also may help you live longer. That'll be useful. And athletic performance might be improved with garlic supplements. So if you're active in the bedroom department, a bit of garlic, eh? You can't breathe on anybody. That's the trouble. It's a little bit overwhelming. Still to come, Angela Jolie's hair extensions. The Friends stars in all the papers paying tribute to Gunter. And if you're after cooking tips, go to TikTok.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Tuesday, the 26th of October. I was trying to find a thing. There's so much technology in this building that I lose track of where it is. And now, because we have this new system, as any radio presenter will tell you, with the Inland Revenue, now nobody. You can well imagine this is like the sword of Damocles that's gone in the wrong side of your body. And so the Inland Revenue don't accept self-employed radio presenters anymore, even though many of us have been self-employed for donkey's years. So now we're PAYE, which means that you invoice in exactly the same way as you did before, and the company take the tax off you. So which of course is a bit of a shock for a lot of people, especially people in this building. It's the IR35. And anybody will tell you that, that's why people have accountants, because your accountant is very good at changing things for you and being able to hopefully reduce your tax bill, because that's the whole idea. That's why people have accountants. I mean, there are some people who have armies of accountants. Literally, some of these big, companies in this country and offshore as well have armies of accountants who know exactly what to do. So they change things. And I remember my accountant, who I still use, wrote to me and said, we need to find out how the tax system works, how it's coming off your account, how much they're doing. And so then, and I can't find this thing at all, we have something here which is it's part of our sort of computer system. And if I type into it, well, to be honest with you, I can't remember what it is, and I put in my password, it will tell me what my paycheck was this month, because at the moment I have no idea do you know what I'm talking about? Oh, right, okay. Because you can do it there. Oh, fine. That'll be exciting. The trouble is you get less and less secrets as you get a bit older. But it was really odd that because when my money comes in, it goes into one bank, and then we take the money out and we put it into different accounts. There's an account for tax, because I've got even though all those people who've now gone into this new system. Can you see it? Oh, right. You have a new pay slip. Don't click on it just yet, but don't actually lose it, because because I didn't know how much had gone in this month, and I didn't like to phone the person who transfers everything, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I've got 5 accounts, and that might seem an awful lot, but when I first started, I had a household account, a tax account, because if you don't save your tax, you're in big trouble. And the one thing I always prided myself on doing, with the help of other people, was paying my tax on time. And because of this new system with the Inland Revenue, we've got one more tax bill to go, because we worked a year behind. So I've just paid a tax bill, and I lost all the other money in July, the end of July. But the next one I've got is the end of January. I mean, I know how much it's going to be because the accountant's already told me, and you think, so I've got to save up for that one, working on the assumption that we didn't have as much money as we had before. Going to be a very bleak Christmas this year, I feel. Definitely. More of your texts and emails in a moment. Howard says, I've been listening to you since 1973, including you as a newsreader. Yes, 79, sorry. Yes, that's how I started. I was newsreading and doing Night Extra. And I was known as the fastest newsreader on LBC, yes, in the West. The reason I was fast is because I'm a very good sight reader. I don't make mistakes. If somebody says, can you read that? Very rarely do we need to do it more than the once. It'll be as perfect as it can be, which doesn't make me feel any better. But the news desk were very excited, because the news desk in those days could get 5 minutes worth of news into a 3-minute bulletin. And my news bulletin was heard throughout the entire country. Every single commercial radio would take it. They would have their pause, 1 second. I would then go, it's 10 o'clock. This is Steve Allen, or it's 5 o'clock, or whatever it happened to be. And then my out cue was always independent radio news. It's 3 minutes past 10. Wait for 1 second. They would then all opt out unless they were asleep. And we just carried on with the programme. I mean, it seems an awful lot when you consider now how much people spend on news, and it's the most expensive form of radio news, because news gathering costs money. To do programmes isn't really that expensive. You've only got to pay for the presenter. The better the presenter, the more money they make. And I don't think LBC made any profit for years, mainly because, and the one thing that affected us quite badly was the Falklands War, because we had Kim Sabido actually out there in the Falklands, and the actual news gathering, if we had reporters, a whole army of reporters who would go out to something. Now, we have reporters who still go out there, but there's an awful lot of work for people. You have to really decide which stories you want to cover, which ones are the most interesting. And so when you send a reporter out, sometimes they have to get accreditation. They've got to have it's quite a complicated procedure, really. I mean, and also Global have reporters all over the country and over the world. There are reporters everywhere. We'll have somebody, if there's a story goes off in South Africa, we'll have a South African reporter. In America, we only ever had one man called Andrew Mandelstam for years, and he would file every day on the breakfast show. And so when you watch the actual process of it, if you try and explain to somebody what radio is, it's probably instant switch off, because people used to come and watch us. We used to take my programme out and a few others to the Ideal Home exhibition, to all of these different things at Olympia and at Earl's Court. And they built a studio for us. It would be sponsored, generally speaking, by people who used to do greenhouses or something like that, or house extensions. And you'd sit there doing your programme, and people have their noses pressed up to the window. Well, of course, if you're doing a speech-based programme, there's nothing to watch. There's nothing to watch. We don't juggle. God knows we might have thought about juggling in the past, but it was sort of very interesting to actually do the programme. I mean, some presenters hate being watched. I used to have a thing in one of the studios we were in. The salespeople used to bring people in to stand. They would all line up in the studio at the back of it. You'd be doing while you were talking. And a friend of mine, Mr. M, he doesn't like being watched either. He really doesn't like being watched. And he said to me, I hate being watched, because it's something you do. It's like having a private conversation with yourself, but there's people watching you. And I've had loads of other presenters come and stand in the studio and watch me when I've been working. And I'm better with it now, but in the early days, I used to say to the producer, don't let anybody come in. I don't want to what are they going to do? Stare at you? And so you end up weaving them into the conversation, which makes, this sort of programme, because if only we knew where it was going, if only we had a better idea at the beginning of the programme what the format is. What we have is stories out of the newspapers, and we do, this morning it's 5 pages of stories that I like the sound of. Stories that can, get you going, or stories you go, you're right. Steve, you're absolutely right on that one. Not the first time we've told you that. Alec Baldwin is still in the papers. The Royals off to the Middle East is sort of interesting. There's a builder's story. Kim Marsh, who's got married. The Nadia Hussain one I like. And the horror fans' #1 Halloween movie is Get Out. I've never even heard of it. Never heard of it. But I did think, I don't have a Halloween movie, because I don't subscribe to Halloween at all. I think it's part of, anybody tries to trick or treat my place, I've electrified the doorbell. Don't push it. There was a bloke who he did a thing, he was in the papers years ago, and he was, for some reason, don't ask me how, he was sick to death of dogs coming up his garden path and weeing by his front door. Now, whether or not he had a dog and it was weeing by the front door, and dogs are strangely attracted to other dogs' wee, and he got sick to death of coming downstairs, another little puddle by the front door of a dog who'd wandered in off the street, not necessarily anybody's dog in particular. So he put a metal pad on the floor, and the dog weed and completed the electrical circuit. Didn't go there again, because it literally gave it like farmers putting up electric fences. There's on YouTube, I found it the other day. It was an electric fence, and this dog tries to get through and it's only a mild little thing. I used to be able to touch them, but it used to drive me mad. You touch it, you go like that. Yeah, it was quite bad, actually. 84850, morning, Dr. Steve, says Big Andy. Great to see the usual random subject matter in the first 15 minutes. That's the one thing I'm good at. I do good rambling. I do good rambling, especially this morning with restless legs, which I'd never heard of at all. Steve, my restless leg syndrome, says Rhea, is related to my multiple sclerosis. It's a crawling, tingling, itchy feeling with me, and I've got something called, well, I won't mention what it is because I don't know this particular medicine, and I'll have to check it. Joe in Essex says, my husband suffered with restless legs for about 10 years, and without pills, he's almost doing an Irish jig. They just move on their own and he can't control them. Well, I tell you, you're educating me this morning. Very much educated. I don't know. Steve, I've listened to LBC since I was a minicab driver in the late 70s and delivered to Gough Square. How difficult was that to find when I started? I know, round the back of Bream's buildings and then cut through and then the archway. I remember happy days. The building's gone. No, it was the home. You used to have a blue plaque. the home of independent radio news and the home of LBC, the first commercial radio station. No. And then they pulled it down and they put up another building in a space the size of a postage stamp. Apparently Marilyn says, I think it's the Sillies that'll be losing the last Bank Lloyds. Not to worry, it's only 28 miles swim to the mainland for an ATM. Listener to your show since the 70s. It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. I mean, you know, people have seen the programme change over the years. From when I first started, it was what I loosely called a magazine programme. I think the producer called it that as well. I used to have two producers, Mike Carson, who does a lot of voiceovers for JML and things like that because he's got one of those voices, and Ian Marshall, who used to fly planes as well, and they would literally come in and assemble the programme, and then we just quickly run through it. We never did the papers until one day we did the papers, and I suddenly realised that I had a wealth of material sitting in the newspapers that I could just pick up on. I mean, I also used to play best of stuff from the daytime because it was all on tape. Shows how long ago that was. I mean, I thought it was a wax cylinder, but apparently it was a tape. And they would compile them and say, do you want to do this one on the Panda born at London Zoo? We go, yeah, how long is it? And they go, it's about 7 minutes. Yeah, we'll run it. Yeah, we'll run it. In those days, I wasn't bothered about how long things actually were. But it was good fun. It's all experience, isn't it? I think it makes you the person that you are. Some works for some people, doesn't work for other people. You know, that's the way it is. So poor old Sillies, but I'd start practising the swimming, because it's a long way away. I didn't see Tipping Point last night. I generally see it. The question was asked, in his epic poems, Homer often refers to nectar as the drink of the gods, and what substance is their food? The contestant said donuts, thinking the answer was Homer Simpson. The real answer was ambrosia. And yes, I didn't see that, but I heard about that, which I thought was quite good. They seem to be picking on fairground rides, don't they? Fairground games that you play to use as shows on the television. Because I never understood why you couldn't kick that blooming machine with all the pennies balanced on the edge and they would fall into the thing. Yeah, the alarm goes off now.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. A lot of people telling me about their restless leg syndrome. I had no idea it was so... I wonder why this audience was so big. It's basically people with restless legs. Steve, it's always amazed me, says Shane, how I can listen to you on my mobile phone all the way down here in Sydney, which is thousands of miles away. Yes, listen, you're asking the wrong person. I don't understand how it works. It's almost like an instant reaction. You send a text, within seconds, I'm repeating it back to you, and you're thinking, how does it work like that? You know, amazing. Steve says, John, late 70s, I listened to LBC in the early evening driving home from work. Dickie Arbiter was on. Yes, Dickie Arbiter was our royal correspondent who then went to work for Prince Charles. And in fact, you'll see him and his daughter talking about royal issues. But no, it is that listening on the mobile phone all the way from Leicester. I mean, it's almost like I'm in the same country, but I am in Leicester Square. Well, I was when I looked. A real-life Barbie. No, she's not. No, she's not. She doesn't look anything like real-life Barbie. She claims she's visited... she has visited hospital, but she's claimed that she spent £300,000 on surgery to look like a piece of plastic. Well, I don't believe her. One of the other papers said it was £200,000, so they can't make up their minds at all. And she went berserk over COVID visiting hours, has now been barred from a hospital ward. So she spent all this money to visit an elderly relative, and she went on the rampage at this hospital. She shouted and swore before picking up several items, including folders and a desktop monitor, and throwing them at the worker, bruising her shoulder. She's obviously a nasty little piece of work. And so she's got to pay compensation to the hospital, £500 to the victim. Her driving licence was endorsed with 7 penalty points. She's got to pay £620 in costs and complete 30 days of a rehabilitation activity. She was given a 16-week jail term, suspended for 12 months. But just to really ruin Kerry Miles's day, you don't look a bit like Barbie. Nothing like Barbie at all. I don't know why you would think you would. Do people think that if you claim you've spent £300,000 to look this average, are we supposed to be impressed? That's what I don't get. Are we supposed to be impressed and go, oh, yeah, that's fantastic. She looks just like Barbie. She doesn't. She really doesn't. Steve, I bet the mayor was seriously annoyed at the protesters yesterday. I mean, it's his job to bring London streets to a standstill, says Kevin the Milkman. Fancy gluing your face, though, Kev. Fancy gluing your face to the pavement. I just don't get why anybody wanted... I mean, can you imagine if they said, well, listen, I'm afraid you're going to be permanently scarred for life as we have to take the glue off, because there must be something that goes there. But the extension of London's pollution charge zone has come into force, but some campaigners claim it doesn't go far enough. Because I wonder actually how many people... They won't give you the result just yet, will they? How many people didn't pay it yesterday and got caught by the Mayor of London? Lorries, vans and specialist heavy vehicles are over 3.5 tonnes, as well as buses, minibuses and coaches over 5 tonnes are exempt. You would have thought something over 5 tonnes pumping out what they're pumping out, why are they not paying it? Why is it little people? And I don't include myself in that, because it just seems ridiculous. But if you don't pay it, and it's 160 quid, they're coming after you. They're coming after you. But lorries, vans and specialist heavy vehicles that must be pumping out pollution like there's no tomorrow don't have to pay for this thing. Great shame, isn't it? And anything over 5 tonnes. So in other words, you could base it... I'd buy a tank. Go and get yourself a Sherman tank or something like that, and then you can drive through London. Nobody say a word to you. They're not, because it's over 5 tonnes. Seems much better, doesn't it, really? Paul in Poplar says, I feel like a newcomer. I've only been listening since the night of your 50th birthday. Oh, the other year. He says, it's amazing actually now how everybody knows my age. He says, I think it was Clive Bull asking people to send you a text. Well, I'll tell you what it was. Clive Bull said to me, you've got texts. And I said, what? I had no idea what texts were. And we had a text machine in, but I didn't think it affected me. I didn't know what it was. And he said, you've got hundreds and hundreds of texts. I said, no. Where? And so he showed me on the internet. And I went, oh. I said, how do they know? He said, because it's on your name and you've got your own text thing. And I went, oh, right. And I remember thinking to myself, how did I not know about it? Nobody told me. And that's how we started. And we started doing texts, and then we got badges made. You know, I'm one of Steve's little texticulars and all this kind of stuff. So I never actually used... No, we didn't use fax. No, I don't know. We did have a fax machine, but we never used it. It was people phoning up and we could take a message or something like that. Yeah, people used to write in. I used to get, I mean, literally sackfuls of letters. But it seems odd now. That's why, you see, the internet is really its own worst enemy, as Richard Spur was saying earlier on. People now hide behind little funny names like sort of, you know, Twinkle 1753 lowercase b or something like that, and that's how it works. And they write stuff because they think they can't be found. But of course, as there's only about 4 servers in this country, you can find people dead easy. That's why people get prosecuted now. People get prosecuted for writing obscenities. You know, anything that vaguely constitutes a threat goes to court. It's as simple as that. You know, they will absolutely destroy you. And there's so many people out there who are very good at doing things like that. But before, when people wrote you always knew if it was going to be an insult because it was written in green ink, generally very spidery writing. A little bit worrying, really, when you think about it. But nowadays, it's the internet. So people write on Twitter, they write emails, they write on Instagram, they write on... Whatever else do they write on? There must be loads of things. But most of them, because people sort of say, oh, are you on Instagram? I go, no, never. I wouldn't even know how to access it. I know people who are on it, but I don't know anything about it. Doesn't really help, does it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a woman here, a German woman, who converted to Islam and joined Daesh, has been jailed for 10 years after allowing the death of a 5-year-old girl she and her husband kept as a slave. And so this is Jennifer Wenish, was said to have stood by her then husband, chained the young Yazidi girl in a courtyard and left her to die of thirst in the heat. So she went to court. She comes from Lower Saxony. And it's just absolutely awful. She was a member of Daesh's morality police. She was patrol parks in Mosul and armed with an assault rifle, a pistol and an explosive vest. She would look for women who didn't conform with strict orders of behaviour and dress. I remember somebody complaining, I forget where it was it Saudi or something like that, a woman who was also part of the Telltale Tits militia complained about a couple because they'd kissed on the doorstep of their house as he was leaving for work, and the police went round and arrested the woman. They're very strict about things like that. You can't do anything like that at all. Pete says, as an old news broadcaster, you're reading the ITN news. No, with the IRN news, I think. If it was the ITN news, let me know and I'll try and claim some money back. And Rob says, on the way home to the south of France, and you're keeping me company the whole way. 3 hours into a 16-hour journey. Oh, God. At this time of the morning? Oh, dear, drive you mad. More in the papers on that bloke we talked about yesterday who tried to pay with a £100 coin. This is Brett Chamberlain. And basically Tesco said not. The police were called. He was taken to the police station and questioned, and they finally let him go because we had this big debate yesterday on what you can use coins for and what's legal tender and what's not legal tender. And it turned out his is legal tender. No, it's not legal tender. OK, and that's the best I can give to you. It's both. It's legal tender and not. It's only up to whether or not the shop want to take it. They don't have to take it in the same way that if you're given a £20 note, Scottish, you don't have to take it. It's legal tender, but not if the shopkeeper doesn't want to take it. And you could stand there till the cows come home and they won't take it because they've then got to go to the bank and it's got to be, they've got to change it into something else. So please don't try that at all. Emails travel at 3,000 miles a second. God, I'm listening to you in Virginia, USA on my stereo linked to my cell phone via Bluetooth. Very clever. I mean, isn't it phenomenal? Don't you think it's phenomenally clever? I do. Mind you, I'm easily pleased. Mark says, Steve, you were talking about the announcements on the buses. I heard a new one which said seats are available on the upper deck. Oh, there's loads of those in London. We get those, seats available upstairs. But I always sort of say, I don't want to go upstairs. Yes, it was yes. Can you move further down inside the bus? Nope. What are you going to do? Get out and punch me? No, I don't want to go. I've always got my answers lined up. I'm sorry, I've got a bad back. I can't move anywhere. I'm clinging on here because it's the safest place. Okay, simple as that. Why don't you just drive the bus and we'll all be happy about the whole thing. Other stories. There's a pop-up store. David Bowie's 75th birthday? You know all about that? And this is in Heddon Street in Soho, features unseen footage of the singer and an interactive mirror which places the viewer in his most famous outfit. He died, 2016 he died. 2016 David Bowie died, and he was 69. 69, I'm having a look at it. Oh, there's one opening in New York as well. I never understand what pop-up shops are. They're temporary shops, aren't they? That's all they are. Yeah, they just pop up for a little bit and then they pop down again, and nobody really cares, actually, anymore. I've never been to one, but I did go to the David Bowie exhibition at the V&A, and very good it was too, apart from the fact, as I said yesterday, he was this thin. I mean, seriously, microscopically. There's a picture of one of the Beckham boys in the paper today. He's not filled out properly yet. I'm sure he will do. I'm sure he will.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve at lbc.co.uk, 84850. The Crown is going to dramatise the Martin Bashir Diana interview, despite William's pleas for it never to be broadcast again. But since when has anybody's opinion ever mattered? 9 out of 10 times they just go, yeah, well, tough. It's in the public domain. And I think William had already said, listen, I don't want to see anything like this again. So what they've done is they're not going to show that interview. They're going to recreate it, which is, as far as I'm concerned, exactly the same thing. I mean, they all they have to do, presumably, is they can lift the interview and they can just write the words down. So they're literally doing it, as was. I have to be honest, when I first saw the interview, I was slightly not disturbed by it. I just thought it was a bit unnecessary. I did, because I think Charles had done one. Yeah, the original, when I watched the first one with Martin Bashir, not realising what a horrible little piece of work he really was and how he'd got the interview by sort of telling all sorts of things. Anyway, it kind of killed him stone dead, I suppose. But then Charles had done an interview as well, but it was that Diana and that famous line. Yes, it was tricky. There were 3 of us in our relationship. And we always remember that. That was the one line out of the entire interview. That was the one that I remembered. So they're going to dramatise it. I mean, it was 1995. Even though, see, the trouble is the royal family have no control over Netflix or what they decide to do. Yeah, she does look like her, the person. And I think it was the haircut, because everybody had that hairstyle, didn't they, at the time? Everybody had it. And it became the Diana cut. People would go in, ladies especially, more than anybody else, have always taken in photographs and gone, I want that. Producer's mum still has it. What, the same hairstyle? Really? Exciting. Which is very good, isn't it? Very nice indeed. But it was a very interesting interview. You know, she did her coquettish kind of look and that kind of stuff because she was taking on the might of the royal family. And I don't know who did Jonathan, who Charles was done by. Was it Jonathan Dimbleby? I couldn't remember that one. In fact, I can't remember anything he said. I really cannot remember anything he said. I mean, he said so much over the years. He's into sort of plant talking to now and all sorts of things. And he always liked Camilla. Always liked him. But I think it was presented by Jonathan Dimbleby. There you go. The programme was 2.5 hours in duration and featured several interviews with Charles. It was broadcast to mark the 25th anniversary of Charles's investiture of Prince of Wales. Do they go to Wales anymore? Have they bothered with it? I thought they went to Scotland all the time. And it was a shame, really, because it just descended into a war of words between the two of them. She was obviously feeling cut off because she couldn't go to anybody. She's alleged to have gone, we don't need to say alleged because she's not here anymore, but she's alleged to have gone to the Queen to tell her about Charles, and the Queen just went, what can you do? And you think, well, that's not much blooming use to her, is it? She had the children, so she'd got heir and a spare, which is the way that they used to describe it in those days, and then the rest of the time she was by herself. However, I think he was aggrieved that they went on a tour to Australia, and of course the crowds only wanted to see her. And what they agreed to do was he would walk one side of the road and she would walk the other side of the road, and they would go down together. Well, all the crowds who got Charles were very miffed. He was very put out by the whole thing. He didn't like it at all because they're all calling out her name. They all wanted to see her. I mean, basically, you know, in the programme, Charles admitted having committed adultery after it became clear to him that the marriage had broken down. Although people sort of questioned whether or not that was exactly true. They'd separated 2 years before the programme, and had he tried to be faithful and honourable, this is what Mr. Dimbleby asked him, and Charles said, yes, absolutely. Then he said, have you been unfaithful? Have you been faithful to her? And he said, yes, until it became irretrievably broken down, us both having tried. It's like you see them on the television, the reality shows now. You know, where do you think you're going? Well, I'm going out because we're not going out at the moment, are we? I'm doing my own thing. And, you know, men will use that as an excuse for cheating by going, well, we weren't going out at that time. We'd had a trial separation. Difficult, really, isn't it? Or a break. Do we need a break now? Oh, on a break. Yeah, that's right. There was somebody the other day, I think it was on Made in Chelsea, and the girl was sitting there going, where are you going? He said, we're not going out. We're on and I thought, oh, he's going out to see somebody else. But of course, people, you know, because all these are played out on a television, if they pulled the camera back, you'd see that there'd be a room full of people who are directing all this stuff, because that's how it works. It's like the situations in Towie. They're not genuinely real. They're done for your edification and for your watching of the programme. So they give them a scenario and then they leave it up to them to try and make something out of it. I mean, luckily, most of the original ones seem to have disappeared now. I mean, it's only in the Made in Chelsea programme that they're exactly the same as Towie. It's just that they're more well-spoken about it. They sort of go, OK, yeah, are you going out with Zachary? Yeah, that's fabulous, isn't it? Fabulous. Go over to Essex. You're going out with Pete, are you? And that's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Bashir's interview kind of wrote history on how we perceive Diana, says Roger. See, the funny thing is, I mean, after Diana died in the crash, I remember, because I've worked at LBC all this time, and the nation was not necessarily divided. There were more people pro-Diana, but the people who hated her, they hated her. You know, you would get things that people had written to the newspapers. People were, you know, the people who were fans of Diana. And it was proven how huge she was at her funeral, where the entire country came to a standstill. £30 million worth of flowers were outside Kensington Palace. Most people watched television. It got the biggest television audience of all times. And that's how it worked. People didn't side with nobody liked Camilla for a while. I mean, people like Camilla now because she's very pleasant. But, you know, Charles was, you know, being a member of the royal family, they have it away all over the place. It's quite, you know, I wasn't on air when she died. No, wait a minute, was I on air? Yes, I was on air, and Dale and I had been out, and on the way back we called into Earl's Court to pick up the Sunday papers because he was obsessed with reading the Sunday papers, which of course we all are. And so we went in there, and there weren't any papers there. And the man in the shop that we used in Earl's Court all the time said, "Oh, something must have happened because the papers are late." Because they printed late, because she'd had the car accident and then they had to wait. And so drove me back to his house. I picked up my car, I drove home, and I'm listening to LBC. And it was then Tim Crook who had sort of said there's been a crash. And as the story developed, I remember then seeing the newsreader on ITN saying Diana, Princess of Wales, has been killed in a car crash. And I remember thinking, bloody hell. I mean, that was like, it was big news. I mean, she was absolutely enormous. Whether you liked her or whether you didn't like her, whether you thought she was manipulative, I don't think there's many people you can see in the public eye who are not manipulative. The Sunday Mirror had Princess in Horror Car Crash, Dodie dead, Diana critical. And I think by that time, I think the Mail on Sunday were running with Diana was very grave after car crash. But I think she was, the Mirror then sort of did that headline, Diana dead, straight to the point, no point messing about, she's not with us anymore, Dodie killed too in Paris pileup. And we'll never know what happened. We'll never know if it was a conspiracy, by the security forces to get rid of her because she was outspoken on various issues, whether she was an embarrassment to the royal family. We'll never know. The conspiracy theories have dragged on for years and years and years, and nobody can ever agree on it. But the people who hated her. They'd say, Steve, she's manipulative. I said, listen, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. She was working within a family and they do it their way. That's why Meghan got nowhere. Meghan got nowhere at all, because you're dealing with a royal family that goes back many, 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 many years, and they do it their way. They will not be told any differently. They have advisors. They've always done it that way. She thought she could be really clever. And all right, you might sort of agree on the fact that she's been very successful and made lots of money out of it. That's good. Unfortunately, it's killed Harry's relationship with the royal family and his own father and brother, which is a bit of a shame. But you can't mess with them. I mean, I need to watch The Crown. I know people keep saying, watch The Crown, because it'll all come flooding back to me. But I remember I stayed up all night listening, watching the television, then Tony Blair going to church the next morning and him sort of doing his sort of bit. Yes, the People's Princess she was. And in fact, magicians were then using card tricks with the Queen of Hearts. And, in fact, I think there was a card which was signed by Diana as the Queen of Hearts. People liked her. I mean, that was proven by the millions who went out onto the streets for the funeral. I sat down with a friend of mine, and we'd had at LBC the order of service, so we knew what Diana's brother was going to say. I didn't realise it would have such an impact, because over in Hyde Park they erected big screens, London ground to a standstill. All the soldiers were out, everything was out there, and people were sitting in the park. And when her brother, who also worked for LBC, I used to follow his show. No, he followed my show, I think. And they've all worked at LBC over the years. And what was interesting was that after he'd made the speech, and his voice cracked at the end when he talked about, I'm immensely proud to talk about the girl I can call my sister, and all the rest of it. But there were pointed barbs at the royal family for allowing things to have got out of hand so much. And basically, as you remember, the Queen at the time was on holiday. She didn't want to come to London. She said no. In fact, if you watch the film, The Queen, you will see that she said, no, I'm on holiday. And they went, you need to come back to London. And she went, I'm on holiday. And she never argued anything, except on this particular instance, she lost big time, because the papers went, where are you, ma'am? Where are you? Your country needs you. And so they had to quickly get her back down to London again, and she went for a walkabout. But up until then, her name was mud. But the millions that turned out for the funeral were nothing to the impact after her brother had made his speech in Westminster Abbey. And then all of a sudden, unbeknownst to anybody, the applause started in the Abbey, but you could hear it outside. It came from all the crowds on the street. It came from Hyde Park. You could hear the applause, and people were literally 100% behind him, realising what he'd lost. I don't think they had the best of relationships, her and her brother. It was a case of she left home, she married into the royal family, and all of a sudden, a young girl taken, under the wing of the royal family. And I think the Queen Mother looked after her and tried to explain what protocol was, because they'd done it for donkey's years, made no difference. But I'm telling you, all those people who didn't like her, it doesn't really matter. Everybody nowadays is entitled to an opinion, and an opinion is something that it's indicative of you. You're the person that represents it. If you don't like something, that's your business. It's your opinion. And the majority of people in this country liked her. They liked everything about her. They thought she was glamorous. And that's why all these years after her death, 20 plus years, they're still having exhibitions in the house in Kensington Palace of her dresses. Still having them nowadays. If she was that hated, but of course the royal family realised that, you can't brush her under the carpet. She wasn't going nowhere.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 3.5 minutes nearly to past 5 o'clock this morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Kim says, Steve, I used to be afflicted with restless legs. So did my mum. Walking has helped enormously. Still get occasionally a walk. Still get it occasionally. A walk remedies it. Oh, well, I'm all right then, because I walk most days. Roger says, big news. Every TV channel at the time went into mourning and all regular shows cancelled the next day. You know why? Because there is a protocol. There was a book which was issued, and it was for all broadcasters. So in other words, you couldn't, if you worked on a radio station, you couldn't just announce Diana had died. You had to wait for the confirmation, which came through from Buckingham Palace, issued as a statement, which was then put up on the gates of Buckingham Palace to announce, the death of Her Royal Highness Diana, blah, 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 blah. And so it went on. And there was a pecking order. There is a big procedure. You can't just, if somebody phoned me up now and said, oh, hello, this is Buckingham Palace here, so-and-so's just died, I have to pass it on to the news desk. Because management will have to be woken up and they'd have to find out whether or not it was true and whether it's come through an official source. And then and only then. And there's also a pecking order. I mean, if the Queen dies, you'll hear a difference in broadcasting. If you remember when Prince Philip died, there wasn't such a kerfuffle about it because he wasn't considered top member of the royal family. The Queen will be top member. Charles will be top member, and then when William takes over, as undoubtedly he will, then that'll be it. But if it was any of Prince Andrew's daughters at the People, and there will be programmes which are all ready prepared for the death of a member of the royal family. But they, in fact, it was funny because I was thinking about Philip's funeral the other day, and somebody said the music was the best ever. But of course, if you remember, they were doing it socially distancing, which was really bizarre. So everybody, all the guardsmen and all the bands and everything else were all spread out over the inner castle. And the Queen had to sit all by herself in St. George's Chapel. I've never seen anything like it. It was the kind of thing that you sort of look at and you think, I wonder what's going through her mind. And the answer is, I'm all alone. That's what it comes down to. And I think everybody felt immensely sorry for her. Immensely sorry for her, because she had to sit there all by herself. There was nobody else in what I think were the choir stalls, and so Prince Philip is still there. He's there in the vaults down at St. George's Chapel, and then when the Queen dies, they'll then move to Frogmore. They'll move both of them to Frogmore. Changing the subject completely, and God knows it doesn't get any completely different from talking about Diana's death, which was more than 25 years ago now, 24 years ago. The Greasy Spoon fry-up, only on this programme can we wander about, is sliding towards extinction because customers are demanding healthier meals. I don't think so. I mean, apparently, which breakfast do you fancy? 2 eggs, 2 bacon, 2 sausages, 2 black pudding, 2 hash browns, 2 sliced tomatoes, fried mushroom, toast, chips and beans, or halloumi salad with halloumi, olives, lettuce leaves, secret dressing, grated carrot and tomatoes. You like halloumi? Well, I'm not going to breakfast with you then. Yeah, put it on the fry-up. Actually, the only thing I would take out the fry-up is I don't want 2 sliced tomatoes or 2 black puddings, but the rest of it, fried mushrooms, lovely, toast, chips, yeah. Very rarely do you get chips on a breakfast nowadays. You go to any little cafe and you go, can I have chips with that? I did discover one the other day next to the Seashell in Lisson Grove, and it's what can be commonly described as a greasy spoon. No hygiene standards whatsoever. The bloke cooking it is just wearing his normal clothes. But they do chips with their breakfast. And I quite fancy that idea. Quite fancy chips now. But the chance of getting me to eat halloumi salad with halloumi, bit of a giveaway on that one. Olives, lettuce leaves, secret dressing, grated carrots and tomatoes. What, for breakfast? Apparently that's £6. The mega breakfast is £9. I've never had halloumi. Well, I might have had it on a pizza the other day. Is it white? Oh, it's mozzarella, is it? Oh. Halloumi's rubbery, is it? Oh, how disgusting. Who wants to eat? Where does that come from? Is that... Oh, it's cheese as well, is it? No, not for me, thank you. No, it's Greek. I don't have a problem with it being Greek. It doesn't interest me. I wouldn't want it for breakfast. I mean, the nearest I'd go to that would be, grilled halloumi. No, thank you. No, I mean, I might have toasted ham and cheese, which would be quite nice for breakfast. Go for the continental approach. But no, you can't beat 2 eggs, 2 bacon, 2 sausages, 2 hash brown, fried mushrooms, toast, chips and beans. All for £9. What a bargain. Beans separate. No, beans in it. That's for £9. Oh, you get a little pot, yeah. Unless you go to a greasy spoon, in which case they ladle them onto the plate. I don't think they're Heinz, though. I don't think they'd be using Heinz, because Heinz are a bit more expensive than normal ones. But I normally have Heinz beans, probably about once a month or something like that, which is quite enough, isn't it, really? You don't want to do that. It's one of my 5 a day. Is it? Oh, really? Why? What, because it's beans or because it's the tomato sauce it's in? They do taste different. I don't care what anybody says. You can taste the difference in Heinz. It's like Heinz salad cream. Other companies make it. I appreciate it. But it doesn't taste the same, does it? Steve, the only notes which are legal tender are those issued by the Bank of England. The notes issued by Scottish banks can be accepted but shouldn't be given out in shops. I work, says D for RBS. Woo. We're losing R1 in Richmond. Which is a shame, actually, because I wanted to take some money out of an investment that I've got. And she said, you'll need to speak to them. And then you'll need to write in to say, can you transfer this amount of... Well, I don't know, actually. Well, I can use NatWest. Because the girl in the RBS the other day in Richmond was wearing a NatWest top. Because I think they're obviously going to be incorporated into the NatWest staff. But... Royal Bank disappearing. In fact, quite a lot of places it's disappearing. 80 grams of beans and pulses. These only count once as part of your 5 a day, no matter how many you eat. This is because although they're a good source of fibre, they contain fewer nutrients than other fruits and vegetables. Oh, right. I like baked beans. I do like baked beans. But they've got to be on toast so the toast goes soggy. And in fact, if you're really feeling decadent, sprinkle some grated cheese over the top, not halloumi. Because I'm assuming it's so rubbery you can't grate halloumi. You can't sprinkle halloumi. I don't think I'd want to. It's like sort of... what's that stuff that they put over pizzas where they come round and they go, would you like any parmesan? You want any parmesan? No, parmesan. No, thank you. No. You got any cheddar? Cheddar over the top of baked beans is very nice. Food, brilliant. Steve, because I was at work at the time, I've got the video recording of the Diana interview and of the funeral. Many of the newspapers before and after her death were very interesting reading. I loved her. Yeah, I thought she was... Well, I didn't love her because people were complaining. Because when the cortege came outside of Kensington Palace, which is where her body had rested, people were sobbing and going, we love you, Diana. And they were shouting all this out. And I remember thinking, you didn't know her. You didn't know her. She was killed basically by the press because they were chasing. And what happened with that? They've never found that the owner of the driver of that car, have they? They've never found the car that allegedly was the one that sort of caused the accident in the first place. Mind you, that's the French, a little bit incompetent when it comes to something like that, because they had the press were taking photographs of her in the car. There are photographs that exist of her. Now, whether or not she died by that time, I'm not too sure. Shane says, I was in Westfield Shopping Centre at Hurstfield. They announced over the PA system about Diana. Everybody was in shock. I think we're in shock in this country. I think everybody was in shock. It was the last thing you expected to hear because she was so... I can remember the poor girl. being hounded by the press all the time. You imagine you turn around, there's another blooming photographer, and she went off to go to Queen's Club. She used to play tennis there. She'd walk out of her flat in Knightsbridge, and there'd be like 20 or 30 press who'd follow her to the car, take pictures of her. She'd be trying to drive the car to go and play a game of tennis. Dreadful. Imagine being hounded by the press, ladies and gentlemen. God forbid. Joanna says Diana had to carry on knowing her husband was cheating. Camilla should have left Charles alone to give his marriage a chance. Oh, I think it fizzled out long before that. Don't you think so? I mean, I was always of the opinion that they were looking for somebody. They had to be virginal, to put it politely. And they were looking for somebody who was young and who could sort of cope with something like that. And they picked on her. She was very young, but he apparently saw her in a field. A pretty little thing, she was very pretty. And I remember, and they had a picture of her standing there in a dress. The sun was behind her, and you could see, yeah, she was standing in the middle of a field. And he'd seen a picture, because I think he might have dated her sister or something like that. He was basically working his way through the entire family. And then they sort of went out together, and then she coyly sort of showed the ring, and all that kind of stuff. We had all those sort of pictures. And he was probably thinking, I'm going to get loads of publicity out of this. Whereas, in fact, everybody turned against him. Everybody turned against. They only wanted to see her. Wherever they went, it was Diana. But I think on the night they announced the divorce, she was going off to was it the ballet or something like that? Anyway, everybody was delighted to see her. She turned on the charm, and that was it. I think she was the first member of the royal family to actually talk to people who had picked up the AIDS virus. And she was the first person that went, she's talking to people with AIDS. And people went, yeah, that's what she does. She campaigned on behalf of landmines and people who'd lost limbs and stuff like that. I mean, she went out of her way. I think, to be honest with you, I'm sure the other members of the royal family pulled their weight a little bit, but certainly nothing like she did. Nobody was ever as popular. Nobody was ever as popular as Diana, as I say, indicated by the fact the entire country ground to a standstill. And a journalist told the happy couple, you both look so much in love. To which Diana said, you remember this? Oh, yes, absolutely. Charles went, whatever in love means. Well, obviously not what you were thinking, pal. Obviously not. He's thinking of, oh, Camilla. Whoa. Yes, what a charmer. I mean, she didn't even get support from him. But then the royal family are like that. They don't believe in praising people or doing anything. You're left to your own devices. You have to sort of get on and sort of do it. Paul says, I love it when you start on your food obsession. On a train, Plymouth to Great Yarmouth. Well, that sounds quite nice. I quite fancy a train to Plymouth. Do you know, it'd be nice. I used to go on trains from Euston. Was it Euston? Somewhere like that. Can't remember where I was going to, but they used to have a restaurant car. Not a buffet car, a restaurant car. And you could go on the train and go, and you'd sit down at the table and you'd have your breakfast. It was cooked breakfast. Was it a Pullman? I don't know. I've got no idea. All I know is that once you've got the seat there, you kept that seat for the whole journey. And I remember thinking, this is the way to travel. Watching the world go by and having toast and sausages and eggs and everything. It was really good. And I don't think it was that expensive. Mike says, please be respectfully advised, beans do not constitute part of the great full English fry-up. Yes, they do. OK? And if you say differently, we'll come round to King's Langley and close it for you. OK? He says, fine on toast with grated cheese at tea time, but not in a full English. No, in a full English. I've never heard of a cafe who does not serve beans. In fact, even the hotel over the road from our front door, they serve beans with their cooked breakfast. Eh? That's what they do. Why? Because beans means breakfast. It's as simple as that. Nothing worse than arguing with me when I'm always right.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's early breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen. Tuesday, the 26th of October. This morning, bosses make all the papers today because it's a total non-event. A total non-event. We've had a few non-events before, but they see, we are told, part-time presenters Dermot O'Leary and Alison Hammond as successors to Holly Willoughby and Philip Schofield. Well, I have to tell you that Holly and Philip are going nowhere. They have fairly lengthy contracts. They are the perfect couple for it, and that's the way it works. They replaced, if you remember, this is Dermot and Alison, Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langsford, who were viewed as, wait for this one, I've never heard this one before, pale and stale amid a diversity drive by ITV. Dermot, 48, and Alison, 46, have just finished taking the reins of the show for a week. And an insider said there are no firm plans to replace the host. Of course there aren't. They've got contracts. And I wouldn't start putting out stories like this from an insider, whoever they are. They've been scrutinised during their week-long stint to see how they took on full-time. Exactly the same as they did on one day. What a pile of old rubbish this story is. The verdict was very favourable. They're viewed as a breath of fresh air. Are they? By whom? By this insider again, this mythical person. Philip turns 60 next year and has presented daytime favourite this morning for 2 decades. Yeah, because it's effortless for him and because he's better than either of these other two. They only put them on the Friday, and then it was easier because you can't get rid of Eamon and Ruth and then go, oh, don't worry, we're going to give the newbies a go. You know. Anyway, she and Alison, this is Holly, were among the nominees in the TV presenter category. ITV declined to comment. I mean, who are these insiders who put out these rubbish stories? What a pile of garbage. It's obviously trying to stir something up. There's no way that Philip's going anywhere. Not with a contract like his. You know, do you think the press office went, oh, can we get some more publicity for this morning? And people will now be writing and going, oh, for God's sake, don't give us Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary. Goodness sake, why? You know, they're good where they are. They're fine what they're doing. And I think Dermot's got some other programme coming up. He couldn't take on 5 days a week. And I don't think anybody would want him to, really. Henry is very, very upset. Very upset. Because I've told him, Joe, that you've eaten the white chocolate biscuits. And there's just an empty box left on the desk outside. They were white chocolate fingers, actually, and somebody's eaten a whole box of them. I mean, Henry, who would do such a thing? I used to work, Steve, says Anthony, in the Heinz factory in Harlesden years ago. They used to make the Tesco's home brand beans there, but they'd slightly changed the ingredients. Well, they have to be, because you couldn't call them Heinz beans, because they're a particular recipe. But they're very nice. Very nice. And Stella says, it's tragic, Steve, what happened to Alec Baldwin. How can they use a loaded gun on set? I said the same. I couldn't understand it either, and somebody was waving it around earlier in the day. Very dangerous. Somebody says, Steve, totally agree. Always a choice of beans or tomatoes with a full English, and bread or toast and butter. Anybody says differently is wrong. You're quite right, actually. I wouldn't have butter, bread and butter for breakfast. Definitely not. I don't like bread and butter. You know why I don't? Because I worry that with bread and butter, people dunk it in their runny eggs, and I don't like that. Or we could dump it in the beans, but I mean it's very messy. You're going to dribble it down the front of your shirt and everything else. It's you've got to be sort of a little bit nice about these things. Steve, I'm a new listener. Have you ever requested or bought a TV wall mount and set up from? And he names a well-known high street store. He says, well, don't. It cost me a ridiculous £369.50. They sneak in under cover of their obscure billing system, hidden charges. They're targeting £20 to connect to my Wi-Fi. Oh, yes. The one thing that they always try and do in the high street electrical stores is they want you to take out insurance on the television. And when you buy a television, inside the box, there is the company who make the television's insurance. You take it out from them. Don't buy shop insurance. I would just ignore it. And if they say to you, which they have done, and this I know, I mean, John Lewis do a 5-year guarantee on all tellies. That's included in it. So you don't ever need to buy something. You just go and buy it somewhere else. And they're never knowingly undersold, which I've never been too hot with either, because they've now dropped it. You know why? Because I banged on for 5 years, because they said John Lewis never knowingly undersold, which unfortunately was a blatant lie. And you know how it was a blatant lie? Because I put it to the test. I went in there and I went to buy... What did I buy? I think it was a printer. And I'd seen it cheaper elsewhere in Kingston. So I told them, they fill in a form, you pay the full retail that they're charging you for. Once they've investigated it, if they find in your favour, they send you the refund. But if you go back in there A lot of people can't be bothered, but I know people who can be bothered. If you go back in there a week later, that television or printer will still be on sale at the same original price. They don't reduce it because somebody else has reduced it. You've got to go and find it. So, in fact, they were knowingly undersold. And I used to have a big argument over that. But no, never take out shops' request for you to take out the insurance, because they go, what happens if it breaks down? I go, if it breaks down, you're getting it back. And they go, well, the contract's not with us. And you go, no, the contract is definitely with you. It's definitely with you. I didn't buy it from the manufacturers. I bought it from X or Z high street store. So they've now replaced their famous promise to match rivals' prices as the new boss plans radical changes to the business. This is Sharon White. And she says, I expect the price pledge to go. I mean, the slogan's been in place since 1925. So they've already included, by the way, the closure of 8 stores, including Birmingham, which only opened 5 years ago. And this year, 60 and 70% of John Lewis sales expected to be online, because we don't seem to have a love of going into department stores anymore, whereas I like going to department stores. But you do go to somewhere like Selfridges, or you go to Harrods, and you look at the size of these places and think, my God, they must have to take a small fortune every day just to pay your electricity bill. Dennis in Grantham says, you're tempting me to get up and make beans on toast. Well, you don't make beans on toast. You just put 2 pieces of toast in the toaster. You get the butter out the fridge to make it a bit soft. You pour the beans into a saucepan. You don't have to make it. What you're basically doing is reheating. Steve, I usually cook a few extra potatoes when making dinner, and next morning slice them up and fry them in the bacon fat to have with my full English. I buy, they do them in a few stores, actually. I've only ever seen them. I'd probably get them in other places, in Waitrose. And it's a foil packet, and it's potato rosti, or they do sauté potatoes. They're sliced, and they're really nice. Then you just empty them into a hot frying pan. Sauté potatoes. My mother used to do really good sauté potatoes. Texas Pete. He says, I'm listening in Austin, Texas, with the missus listening along at home in Surrey. He says, what about the American breakfast? Eggs, bacon, sausage, hash browns, all covered in maple syrup, with a huge plate of pancakes on the side. Small wonder they've got obesity problems. Dauphinoise are the best. Yeah, what are the other Dauphinoise? They're the ones with cream. I like the potatoes. They look like little swirly pyramids. No, they're not curly fries. No, it's potatoes. It's potato, and then you bake them in the oven. They're curly, and they're, come on, somebody will know what they're called. Unfortunately, around here they don't eat potatoes. They're not potato eating people. Yeah, but potatoes in cream, Dauphinoise, that looks quite nice. I've discovered actually, if you pop cream in most things, it changes the taste of it. Also increases your waistline and the fact you've got to buy bigger trousers. But apart from that, it should be okay. Yeah, these are curly potatoes. No, not curly. They're sort of swirled. You pipe them onto a plate if you were making them at home with mashed potato, and then you pop them in the oven and they go all crispy. I can't remember what they're called, though, doesn't it? Somebody will know. Sorry? Rosettes? No. Very kind of you to make a contribution. No. Steve, says Roger, is it just me? Well, I hope it's you. He says, or is it everybody else bored of the Green Revolution non-stop advertising? I'm amazed that they're now saying that that people are turning to these vegetarian type breakfasts. I don't want to go out for somebody who's going to eat a salad in front of me. Absolutely not. In fact, if you are vegetarian, just have scrambled egg or something like that. Oh, not if you're vegan. Oh, I can't cater for everybody. It's madness, isn't it, really? But what are these potatoes called? They're round, and they swirl up as if you're making a with the thing. Wait a minute. Potato pyramid, swirly round potato. No. I'll tell you what I do like. Those ones what are the ones that you slice and then they cook them? They're very nice. Very nice. Spiral roast, but no, they're soft. They're soft. They're Duchess potatoes, are they? It's a puree of mashed potato. That's right. And then Duchess. Have you ever had those? Well, it's just potato and it's piped and then you stick it in the oven. They're very nice, typically seasoned, similar to mashed potato. They're very nice, Duchess potatoes. But yes, but when you put them in the oven, you take them out. They're actually crispy. You're biting into it, or you're slicing into it. They're nice. But is it Hasselbacks? I keep getting these different words up, and I keep thinking Hasselback. What do they look like? Hasselback. That's right. Hasselback potatoes. It's a potato. You used to be able to get them in Marks and Spencer's, and they're sliced, but not so it goes all the way through. They're delicious. Hasselback potatoes. I might recommend to my brother that we have them for Christmas, because they are have you ever had those? Oh, they're delicious. They are delicious. I don't know where you get them from, but you can have them cheesy loaded. Cut up some little bits, literally little bits of potato and bacon, and they're delicious. I'd never had them before. I didn't even know what they were. Angela says, Steve, you can't beat toasted halloumi with bran on toast. Ugh. Not for me, thank you very much indeed. If you go to Poundland, Steve, says Stella, you can get Branston baked beans. They're, in my opinion, even better than Heinz. I think I might have tried them. There you go, Duchess potatoes. Thank you, Teresa, very much indeed. Potatoes gratin, says Pete. No, that's grated potato, which is okay, but not as good as Duchess potatoes. Isn't Rosti a typically Austrian or Swiss dish? Yes. Keir in Manchester knows Duchess potatoes. Everybody knows what these things are. I just thought I was having a bit of a breakdown. Fondant potatoes. That sounds a bit camp, doesn't it? We're having fondant potatoes. It's like I do watch this Four in a Bed programme, which I've become slowly addicted to, mainly because they all hate each other. Everybody hates. They went there and we've knocked £50 off the price. Why? Because the room was filthy. And then when they make breakfast, oh no, the arguments that occur over a blooming couple of sausages on a plate, ridiculous.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC with Steve Allen.
All gone mad for potatoes now, which is quite nice. I mean, if ever you try Hasselback's, by the way, I think you could have one of those for breakfast. You know, I mean, I don't know whether or not perhaps you can't actually. I don't know. But you do need to do them in the oven. And it's basically just a potato, and they've sort of half sliced it. And when it cooks, it was absolutely delicious, actually. Somebody says, try bacon and Nutella on a toastie. Oh, no, I couldn't eat Nutella. I'm a diabetic. Tesco sell Hasselback potatoes, so good. And the best mashed potato is made from crushed up hula hoops. Yes. No, Hasselback's definitely, and Duchess potatoes, very nice. And you could have those for breakfast, but you wouldn't get them in a transport cafe for the simple reason you have to cook them in the oven, and that would prove a little bit too much for them, wouldn't it? Or just a hula hoop recipe. I think it's on YouTube, somebody said. How can it be mashed potato if it's got hula hoops in it? I mean, since when have hula hoops had anything to do with potatoes? But 7 in 10 people say the impact of what they eat on the environment is either very or somewhat important to them. So not so good. Beef, goat apparently is now very popular. Goat's very popular. But apparently alpaca meat's very good. I merely mention it because it was in the papers a short while ago. We had all sorts of stories about alpacas. Geronimo, bless his heart. And I wonder where he ended up. Burgers? I don't know. But apparently the meat from the alpaca is the best meat ever. It's non-fatty, it's non-everything. It seemed to be as good as you could get. But good for the climate, sustainable fish, seasonal fruit and vegetables, dairy products, plant food, poultry, pork and eggs. See, I don't really eat eggs. I have eaten eggs in the past, but I kind of went off them years and years ago after Edwina Curry was talking about eggs. They sort of kind of put me off a little bit, and I just don't like things like that. Bruce says our grocery has an international food aisle, and we always wondered why the English section had Heinz beans. Now we actually, the funny thing is, I remember being in Vienna when they opened an English shop, and it was selling English products for the English people. Marmite, peanut butter was very popular, and stuff that you would get there. And so all the Brits who lived in Vienna would go, oh, we've got to go to the English shop. I mean, it was terribly expensive. But but people miss things when they go on holiday, and so some people take little jars with them of holiday of peanut butter and stuff like that. I used to be very naughty because the woman who used to run the radio station, a lady called Telia, out there, she had a thing. She was British, but she'd married an Austrian called Fritz. And the one thing she missed, Wall's pork sausages. So I used to have to take sausages out to her. Well, of course, you're not supposed to take meat across borders. And it does taste different abroad. Mind you, even a cup of tea tastes different abroad. Either the milk tastes different or something like that. But she used to, different water. But she used to say to me, can you bring me out some pork sausages? So I would bring out 2 packets of pork sausages. I never got caught. The only time I got caught was for cigarettes. I got caught for cigarettes because they didn't do my cigarettes in Austria. They had their own cigarettes, which were okay. You know, they did some brand, mainly Stuyvesant, was sold abroad, but I smoked Dunhill International. And so I thought, what I'll do, I'll buy 200 here, take them with me, then I've got cigarettes for the thing. Well, of course, I put them in my case, get stopped by customs, you know, open the case. So I opened the case and he took out the cigarettes. And I went, no, I bought them in England. I didn't buy them here. They're not duty-frees. I bought them in England. I didn't have the receipt, but I got fined. I think it was quite a big fine, about 100 shillings or something, and they confiscated the cigarettes at the same time. Well, they destroy them. They destroy them. I mean, have you ever seen people arriving at Heathrow Airport when they do this duty-free not a duty-free program, it's like Heathrow Airport, and people turn up, a whole family of people from up north or wherever it happened to be, and they open up their suitcases and they're full of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cigarettes. Mainly, they're not bringing them in for their own use, they're bringing them in to sell, and they all get confiscated. They take them away. They say, listen, you can have you can go to appeal if you want, but of course you're not going to be allowed to, because the only cigarettes you're allowed to bring back in, I think, are 200. And so, but these people, one of them, were women. They've been doing it on a regular basis, going abroad, buying cheap cigarettes, coming here and flogging them in pubs. So in other words, if you bring in 200 cigarettes and 50 cigars, you've got to pay tax and duty on both the cigarettes and the cigars because you've gone over the allowance. You can just bring the cigarettes in, but not the cigars, or the cigars and not that. So you can bring in one from the following list: either 200 cigarettes or 100 cigarillos, 50 cigars, 250 grams of tobacco, or 200 sticks of tobacco for electronic heated tobacco devices. So, you know, you've got to be careful on these things. On the booze front, you can bring in, you know, quite a fair amount of booze. You can bring in 42 litres of beer, but nobody brings that in. 18 litres of wine. Who brings in 18 litres of wine? You can bring in 4 litres of spirits, fortified wine, 9 litres of, and you can split the allowance. But just remember, 200 cigarettes. That's it. Any more than that, they'll confiscate both and you'll pay tax. Not so good. And you see people getting really angry at Heathrow or Gatwick or wherever it happens to be. They get because they've spent a fortune on these things. But they're very lucky because not everybody gets caught cigarette smuggling, but it's a big thing. And I remember seeing people losing their tempers because if the worst customs man is the one in Ireland. Do you remember Bruce? Oh, Bruce, the customs man. You come over here. And, he was so horrible. He literally said, I'm just doing my job. Have I not been nice to you? He was, I mean, in a way, he was his own worst enemy. But he would literally empty. Yeah, the cigarettes are burnt. They're incinerated. I know, it seems a dreadful waste, doesn't it? Dreadful waste, unless, of course, you can get away with it, but I don't think you can. But Bruce was, I think Bruce, what was his surname? Somebody will know. But you'll find him. Have you ever seen him? You have to watch him. He's on it's on the Irish version of the same thing. He works in customs, and he literally will dissect a complete case. I'm just doing my job. Don't shout at me. I'm doing my job. And he's I'm sure he's very nice, but it's not apparent when you watch him on the television. And he's so bossy with these people who mainly, I mean, even I struggle hearing his accent because it's very strong. But he's a real, what do they call them? Jobsworths. He's a real Jobsworth. You have to watch him if you find him. Yeah, it's the power trip. Come over here, open up your cases, and he'll literally open every case they've got, and he'll take everything out. Everything out. If he's determined to make life difficult, he can make life difficult. I'd be like that. So bring it over here. Thank you. Well, in fact, my goddaughter works in customs. The name she gets called, I can't begin to tell you. People are so vile coming back because they don't want to be caught with anything that they shouldn't have, like the tobacco. And some cases you open up and the entire case is stuffed with tobacco, cigarettes, and you think, how thick are you? But they work on the assumption, it's like drug dealers. You know, if they stop three shipments, maybe two will get through. You don't know. That's why whenever the Coast Guards, stop a ship and they manage to find all these drugs, the chances are there's another load come in elsewhere in the country. The royals are off to the Middle East. Prince Charles is off on a jolly with Camilla. I don't know why. I don't know why they're going to the Middle East, but I'm sure it's going to be very lovely. Steve, thinking about the Homer mix-up on Tipping Point a few years ago, different game show, and The question came up about the 19th century composer Wagner. The contestant getting their Wagners confused gave the answer, the X Factor. Do you remember there was a guy on there called Wagner? Whatever happened to him, I've got no idea. You can also have Hasselback chicken, says Steve. Oh, he said, and beans are most definitely on the menu of a fry-up, and Branston does a good bean if Heinz have run out. No chance of them running out, is there? There you go, Hasselback chicken with bacon cream cheese. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Quite fancy that idea. That's very... Oh, stop showing me food at this time of the morning. It's lovely, isn't it? That's why... I tell you what I also like, corned beef hash. I like corned beef... Have you ever had corned beef hash? Oh, right. Yeah, it's just corned beef with sort of potato. And that's great. They serve it in the Ivy, so it's got to be good. Yeah. When you were a child, you probably had it, actually. Your mother would make something like that. But we like the idea of Hasselback chicken. That gives a good one. Steve, try Aldi's Essential Baked Beans, around 17p a can. The packaging looks bland, but once they're owned and eaten, they're just like Heinz. Well, they're not. Well, they're not. They can't be like Heinz, otherwise they'd be called Heinz, and Heinz would have them. Gary says, I've been listening every day since 1995. And how do the ad breaks work out for Shane in Sydney? Does he hear local adverts or our ones? No, he hears our ones. I don't think he hears anything else. I'd be very surprised if he heard something different. Why would he hear something different? No, you're not sure. Oh, are there? Different? Yes, I mean, I've got three adverts, haven't I? Well, 2 at the moment. I've got 2 lined up, and they're actually different adverts. I don't think there's different adverts in London to the rest of the UK. Yes. Is there? Oh, right. But I don't think in Australia we'd be running, good day, mates. You're listening to Steve Allen. Do you want to buy your boomerang? I mean, I don't voice any. They don't allow me to voice adverts, which is so much. No, I mean, how odd. I thought there used to be 3 of these things on the bottom. Where it says LBC UK, LBC London. Wasn't there something else as well? Oh, that was LBC. Oh, right. Okay. So there's 2 different adverts going out. How clever is that, honestly? Just as well they don't tell me how this thing works. I could completely ruin it for them. So I don't go anywhere near anything like that. I just have to accept the fact that I'm surrounded by technology, none of which I'm aware of. It's so much easier. If you play blank. People say, oh, do you drive your own programme? Is the Pope Catholic? Of course I don't drive my own programme. I've got no idea. Older people. Oh, here we go again. It's always all ageist, isn't it, at the moment? Are excluded from beneficial health tech because ageist doctors assume they can't work a smartphone. Oh, well, that would be a very good description of me. I can't operate a smartphone or anything. I have to ask the producer, how do I do this? Where does that happen? Can you help me do this and everything else? He was the one who told me because I couldn't stop the screen turning round by itself. And he said, oh, you just swipe down on the right-hand side, technical term, and then you push the little thing that's got a turny bit in it. And when it turns red, it doesn't turn. Okay? See, I'm good. I can do technology. Ask Hillary, though, my boss's PA, and she'll tell you I'm totally useless. Totally useless.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning. Apparently a friend of mine, Steve's, lives in Vegas and shops in a chain stores, and they sell Heinz baked beans. And it's an American company, though, Heinz, isn't it? I would have thought that Heinz beans were easy to get in America, but I could be wrong. Steve, you're correct. It's called a fry-up for the reason. You don't fry the beans, do you? How dare people doubt you, said Mark in Shoreham. I know Shoreham very well. And Brenda says, I make corned beef hash every week and dumplings. Corned beef hash and dumplings? Heinz is owned by Kraft, which is an American company. So they must have a factory that make it in America, mustn't they? I wonder if they taste different, because American chocolate tastes different, and they don't what? They don't make them there? It's different American chocolate, and they have different formulations. So I wonder if their Heinz beans taste the same. My friend Ian works in America. I wonder if he's actually tried Heinz beans. So it's owned by Kraft. Brenda says, I once got away with bringing home 1,400 cigarettes from Tenerife. I don't smoke anymore, but it was a very nerve-wracking time coming into arrivals. I felt like I was going to be banged up. Yeah, it's the families. There was one family. The kids have got suitcases. Mum and Dad have got 2 suitcases each, and every single one of them was full of cigarettes. The company was founded by Henry Heinz. There was actually somebody called Henry Heinz In 1869, they manufacture thousands of food products in plants on 6 continents and market the products in more than 200 countries and territories. I'm sure I've seen a film on them making Heinz beans. And it involves cooking the beans, and then the sauce gets added, and then they get canned and whatever it is else they do. I wonder if they're cheaper abroad. I don't know. But they since 1896... they've used their 57 varieties, inspired by a sign which advertised 21 styles of shoes, and Henry Heinz chose the number 57, even though the company manufactured more than 60 at the time. Another account says the numbers were chosen because 5 was his lucky number and 7 was his wife's. So it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just Heinz 57 varieties, even though they had more than 60 products at the time. Because people always say, oh, what does that mean? Does that mean, is that some hidden meaning? No, it's absolutely nothing at all. Nothing. Sicily. Scilly Isles, earmarked to close, the last bank in months. The Lloyds branch will shut in April, to the anger of people and businesses on the island. I mean, if it's the only bank on the island, you'd have thought it'd be doing quite well financially. Phil Moon, who runs a restaurant and takeaway, told a news organisation it was a shock and quite an unpleasant one. I'm a bit disappointed. It's going to affect all of us. Lloyds have blamed changes in customer behaviour and said they could use the nearby post office in St Mary's, but Mr Moon, who uses the bank regularly, said it would lead to more queues. But you can do it all online now. You don't actually physically need to do anything, do you? Yes, and also, where do you get cash from? Where do you get cash from? I mean, if the bank's not there, there won't be a bank machine, so, because otherwise somebody'd have to come and fill it up every so often. So what are you going to do about that? I feel a bit sorry for them, actually, especially if you're an elderly person and you can't. Oh, a lot of post offices let you take money out, do they? What, even if it was a bank? Oh, right. Well, live and learn. Because if you're an elderly person, you wouldn't know how to use computers. Not all elderly people don't know how to use computers. But, since the national lockdown, 529 bank branches have closed. That's an awful lot. There's an awful lot of people. In some places, they have what they call a mobile bank. And it turns up in like sort of a small minibus kind of thing, although a big one, because they have mobile libraries and mobile shops in certain areas, and they turn up and you can do your banking and everything else. Because for some people living in isolated communities, it's blooming difficult. If you're an elderly person, you're claiming a pension, well then you go to the post office and you claim the pension. But and you can do most things there. So you can withdraw cash from your usual bank account using your card. Oh right. So as long as you've got your card, you go into the post office, you can check your bank balance using your card, but I've got mine on my telephone. I'm so smug about that, honestly. I'm so useless on stuff. I absolutely am terrible. And the banking services are free for customers of more than 30 banks, including Clydesdale, RBS, NatWest, Halifax, Bank of Scotland, TSB, HSBC and Barclays. So they can serve 99% of the UK banking customers in the post office. Who'd have thought? I just thought you'd go in there and get stamps. Yeah, they've got a post office. They must have a post office on Scilly. They must have, mustn't they? So that's a good idea. You can go and do everything. But I buy all my stamps in Costco. They sell 10 books at what? 2,000 at a time, yeah, because they don't do discounts on smaller amounts. And so I always buy them. So I've always got stamps at home. I'll find a little packet of stamps which come in a little red book with first-class stamps on, and Christmas I get their Christmas stamps, which is very nice indeed. So I don't feel as sorry for the people on Scilly as I did before, because you can go to St Mary's post office for those people listening on the Isle of Scilly at the moment, and it's easy to find. It's easy to find. I think it's near the central Isle of Scilly. That's what I think it is, from memory. And I'm sure that Mrs. Wilberforce will serve you. It's in where? Hughes Street, yes. So I'm sure it'll be fine. You don't have to worry about it. How you do banking, I don't know. I know you can take money out. Can you pay money in? That's the thing. We're not sure about that one. Another one here. You could write, says the Sun's TV Biz column with Rod McPhee, what the BBC knows about comedy these days on the back of a postage stamp. And sadly, it seems their radar is completely off yet again. This time, the clever clogs over at BBC headquarters have decided it's appropriate to rebook a comedian who last time out made jokes about blowing up political supporters for a cheap laugh. I mean, it does seem a bit odd, doesn't it? Mind you, we've got somebody else in the papers today who's also sort of aligned themselves. It's a guy called Finn Taylor, who describes himself as anti-woke. Anti-woke. Because we use the word woke all the time now. Nobody knows what it means, but it's woke. And he's going to appear on Have I Got News For You on Friday night. Have I Got News For You on Friday night, despite causing a backlash last time around. Because he's a funny man. What did I say yesterday? I said very shortly we won't have comedians in this country. There won't be any comedians because there'll be nowhere for them to play. Because whatever they say is going to be offensive. And what he said before was so offensive, I can't even repeat it to you as this is what he said. Because you'd be offended by it. And the person concerned would be very offended. A little bit like Jim Davidson. There's no way that you could put Jim Davidson on a television programme now because, well, you just can't. I can't think of any logical reason why you can't, apart from the fact he's offensive to a lot of people. He's going to offend everybody. And in the same way that Frankie Boyle can offend loads of people, but people flock to his shows. His shows were packed out. You don't get anything bigger than Frankie Boyle's show. Now, I don't know whether he's actually stopped performing altogether, or whether or not because if you started cutting back comedian, like years ago, the Lord Chamberlain used to stop certain shows going on. You had to be approved by the Lord Chamberlain, and they would come down and watch your show. If they didn't think, as I said before about the Windmill Theatre, that it was appropriate, they would close you down. Nowadays, you don't have people sitting in there judging, whoever it is performing up on the stage, be it Frankie Boyle or anybody else. It's a case of, if you're going to see their show, you know what they're like. You're not going to wander into a Frankie Boyle show and have no idea what sort of material he does, because it's designed to shock you, and thank goodness he doesn't pick on me. That's what it's all about. Can you get away with things in a theatre? Yes. But if somebody complains about it, where we go after that, I've got no idea. I was in New York, Steve, 20 years ago, near the New York Plaza. A cafe did the most delicious corned beef hash. The Heinz ketchup tasted better. I bought a better, and on competing with the ketchup here, the ingredients were different, including one which contained garlic, says Mary, but I can't remember which way round they were. Oh, Patrick says baked beans were the first Heinz product imported from America and sold exclusively at Fortnum and Mason's. And Steve, I'm going to send you in a tin of Aldi Essential baked beans. And let me know that, no, please don't. It'll cost you a fortune to send a tin of baked beans in. Really, very, very expensive. Bring back Eamon and Ruth, the professionals, says somebody. I'm with you, Steve, on this morning. There's not much chemistry between Alison and Dermot, but the reason that they allowed them to cover that week was because they just wanted to try it out. I mean, there's no way. I mean, I assume that they will be asked again to cover the programme. All they've got to do is do interviews and smile and pretend they like each other. That's all it is. It's not difficult. But when you watch Philip Schofield doing it with Holly Willoughby, they fit together like gloves. They go on holiday together. They do everything. They socialise. That's why they get on it. It's a chemistry that you can't buy and you can't make up because people see through it. But no, Eamon and Home. I can't believe that Eamon and Ruth were sort of classed as being sort of old and almost like past it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. You can't move for her on QVC. When she's on, she must shift more clothes than anybody else. Got her own clothing range. Eamon's just got something for his feet.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Tuesday, the 26th of October. Do you know Ricky Gervais makes more money from his podcasts than he did from The Office? I was amazed. Fans pay £10 to listen to the comic's Absolutely Mental series, in which he and neuroscientist, philosopher Sam Harris, discuss things like why we laugh. He said, every episode of this pays me more than I got from an episode of The Office when we first did it. He's said to be worth 100 million. Blimey. That's a nice round number, isn't it? He says, anyway, I didn't want to get a sponsor because they would only turn out to have made their money from blood diamonds. And you have to check that story out. That was a very interesting story. But so he's made more money from his podcasts than he does from The Office. I never actually watched The Office. I never watched it. I caught little bits and pieces of it, and I was quite happy with sort of watching it. But I couldn't tell you anything about what it was. I just know it was set in an office block in Slough. And that's all I know. That's all I know. Here's an odd one. Stephen in Birkenhead Says, Steve, I get the odd advert on your show for local things in Birkenhead, which is very impressive. How LBC knows where I am. Well, I'm equally impressed. And Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, says, when I listen to you online anywhere in Southeast Asia or China, I get a different set of adverts than I usually hear if I'm listening to you on FM back home in London. Mind you, he says, I'm just grateful I can listen to you anywhere in the world, literally. So there you go. So you get different adverts. I mean, we have different adverts of different parts of the country. Some stations also have local news and travel. Gosh. Do you know, you live and learn, don't you? I had no idea that we had all different things. I mean, the producer just apparently pushes a button. We like testing him just to make sure. And 6 different things start playing in different parts of the... Well, who programs all of that? Is there a special programming department? And they know what they do and they sort of program different things in? Welcome to Birkenhead Fridge Repair Shop. You know, call Mrs. Isaacs now. She'll sort out your fridge for you. Mrs. Isaacs, I couldn't think of anybody else, actually. Apparently, Wendy in Florida says, Heinz baked beans here taste totally different than those in England. Very sweet. Too much sugar. The closest I found to UK beans is Heinz vegetarian beans. Oh, I didn't even know there was such a thing. Heinz vegetarian beans. I don't know. Are they vegetarian? Beans are vegetarian? Are they? You think? No, I don't think they are. No, but I mean, the sauce wouldn't be vegetarian, would it? In Heinz? Yeah, but tomatoes and what else? It's the other ingredients, not just pureed tomato. A spokesperson said our standard... they're suitable for vegetarians and vegans. Well, there you go. I've learned something new again today. As are their reduced sugar and salt beans. Hope that clarifies that Heinz beans are indeed vegetarian friendly, wherever you choose to enjoy them. They're so excited. Thank you so much indeed for buying our beans. Whether you're veggie or vegan, you can still enjoy a Heinz bean. Did you know, says Chris in Worcester, that Tesla is now worth over $1 trillion? I can't even begin to imagine what that's like. Seriously, I really can't. I watched the Larkins on ITV, didn't know anything for me, watched the first 15 minutes and turned over. However, did watch Blankety Blank. I thought it was very good. And it was really funny. I think Bradley is as good as he is. Should take a bit of a break. Oh, do you think so? I don't think so. I've not seen the Larkins. It's Darling Buds of May, isn't it? They've just renamed it, and Bradley's in it. It didn't get great reviews, but there again, Bradley Walsh has touched pure gold for so long now. There has to be a time in everybody's career where something happens that upsets the apple cart. In his case, it was probably the Larkins. I thought he looked good in it. I didn't see the programme, so I couldn't possibly comment on it. Caroline from Hatch End says her son lives in Philadelphia, and he says that Cadbury's chocolate, Heinz baked beans and Heinz tomato sauce taste completely different in America. Very, very sweet taste. Loves coming home and having the real thing. It's like having Coke from a tap in a pub or restaurant. And yes, because you know why? It's a syrup. I know, because I used to look after a friend's bar. Very unwise move as far as I was concerned. And we had orange and we had tonic and something else, and you had it on the gun, and it was all just cardboard boxes underneath, which were filled with the liquid. So it was Coke. Unfortunately, do you know what they did? They attracted fruit flies. Fruit flies were all over the actual handset because they were little tiny things, and they were sucking the stuff out of the... I mean, they obviously didn't make any difference to it, but you'd have to... They looked at... Yeah, so we used to have to clean them almost on a daily basis. But it was the... somebody say, I'll have a vodka and Coke. So you put the ice in, put the vodka in, and then you get your gun out and push O for orange juice or C for Coke or whatever it happened to be. And they seemed to enjoy it, but I never thought it was the same. Apparently, Ricky Gervais' live show, says Bev, make Jim Davidson look like an angel. I've seen Ricky Gervais live. I didn't know. I thought he was okay. There was some controversial bits, says the producer. We like that. Something, a bit of bite to it, a little bit of snap, I think. I went to see Tim Minchin at the Birmingham Hippodrome last night. Very clever entertainer, but he had some bad language. But if he cut it out, says Joe, the show would only be 10 minutes long. Actually, I'm always amazed that when I turn on some television programmes, the language on some of them, I think, are you allowed to say that on television? I'm not allowed to swear on the radio. I mean, I can use certain words because they're sort of said in context, but some of the stuff I hear on the television is so shocking now. I've become like sort of a new reformed Mother Teresa. shockingly outraged, says Steve, 67. And you think to yourself, is anybody else outraged by it? Or have we become so immune to all this stuff? A radio doesn't have a watershed. No, I think what it is, it's instilled in us that you have to be aware of who's listening to the radio. So if you used bad language, somebody could be offended. I mean, you never know when children listen to the radio, or as the producer thinks, kids. So small goats listening to the radio are going to be very offended by certain things. Very tasty, very, very tasty. And it is different. 9 o'clock used to be the watershed. But of course, kids nowadays, children, stay up much later than that. They've got their computer, they've got their radio, they've got their phone, they've got everything. They've got their iPad. They're in bed. They don't go to sleep straight away. That's why they all fall asleep at school. Apparently, according to Ofcom, the watershed for free-to-air television in the UK is at 9 p.m. and material unsuitable for children should not in general be shown before 9 or after 05:30. That's 5:30 a.m. Hello. Welcome to the programme. Welcome to the programme. Yeah, should have heard the start of it, because it was 4 o'clock, so we were OK with 4 o'clock start. But I always thought it was 9 o'clock, the watershed for radio. But then I don't think anybody does controversial programmes anymore. There used to be things in America, and I think they had them in this country for a certain time, called shock jocks. And shock jocks would say, I can't think of any off the top of my head apart from one. Australian radio had all sorts of bizarre people. But they actually let you do anything at any time. They didn't care. G'day, mate. And then you get a torrent of abuse coming out of the radio. So it's different here. Because I'm not sure if Australia has a governing body like Ofcom, which is here to sort of regulate that people, and you can get away with a lot more. Oh, right. You wouldn't do racism or anti-Semitism or homophobia or anything like that because they just say turn it down if the kids are listening. But I'm not sure that children now, children of an impressionable age would be listening to the radio. They'd be on their telephone. I can't think of anybody sort of rushing home at the age of 8 and 9 going, must listen to Steve Allen, because they've got a telephone. So here they are, the Tarquins causing travel chaos, a rather silly little man who's glued his face to the pavement. And I don't know why, because it's not solved anything. But apparently, protest ringleader Liam Norton told the Daily Star he knew the demos were leaving people frustrated and annoyed. Well, why don't you go home? One man got out of his car and said, my father needs treatment and you sit here doing this. Despite warnings from police, some motorists dragged activists out of their way. I told you, they're going to start taking the law into their own hand. And they targeted Canary Wharf in East London as it resumed the roadblock campaign. This is Insulate Britain, after a pause. 60 of them. But now some people are just basically, as Grant Shapps says, glued fools. Glued fools. That's what they are. That's what Grant Shapps described them as. So they blocked roads on 14 days over 5 weeks. It is going to get to that stage where the whole thing is going to be so out of hand, people are going to really take the law into their own hands. I wouldn't recommend it. Because in that case, the police will be protecting the Insulate people who've glued their faces. This man, he must be mad as a fruit bat. Why do you want to glue your face to the ground? Can't you just sit there, dear, and look dim? Can't be that difficult, can it? Some of them are there. And you think, as I said before, I'd have left him there and called him a roundabout. Just make him hold a sign. In fact, glue the sign to him and then just call him a roundabout. People have to drive round him. Makes it much easier, doesn't it, I suppose? Steve, I listen to LBC on Freeview, says Ken, on channel 732. You have a different set of ads that you have on radio. Really? Do you know, it's like an educational programme this morning. I've got no idea. The technology behind this is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. To be honest with you, I think I should be getting more money. I know that they are talking in the papers today, aren't they? I think Rishi has said that we're all going to get a pay rise. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, minimum wage. Oh, minimum wage. All right, okay. Basically not then. James in Sheffield says LBC Cadbury's in Australia, different taste due to the additives to raise the melting point. Well, I don't know what to say. Top museum bosses are fighting the statue-toppling PC Brigade with a joint pact against cancel culture. God, it's non-stop, isn't it? There'll be nothing left now. And thousands of kids' books will be labelled racist in a woke project costing £80,000, funded by taxpayers. More than 10,000 tomes, including The Cat in the Hat. You heard of that one? I've heard of The Cat in the Hat. Faced trigger warnings due to slavery, colonialism and racism as part of a scheme carried out by Cambridge University. You sometimes bury your head in your hands, don't you, saying, oh, these people got nothing better to do. It's just that perhaps they just can't get up in the morning. They can't do anything. And, Steve, I'm really enjoying the Larkins. I think Bradley Walsh plays the character really well. Well, I've not seen it, so I can't comment. And Roger says, so the ad breaks abroad must be exactly the same length. Oh, yes, they're all the same length. Oh, yes. In fact, I can see now that the next break queuing up is 30. And they're both 30 in LBC London and LBC UK. This means nothing, does it, to anybody at all? But I'm just telling you, yeah, they are squashed or expanded to fit into the time frame. Can you hear it in a minute? This is so exciting. In fact, you can hear it right now.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
There you go. I told you Dermot had a new show. It's called The Pet Show. He said it's going to be like Top Gear for animals. What, gerbils driving cars? How's that going to work out? He says it will celebrate our favourite furry and feathered friends. Says cat lover Dermot. Not sure that sounds very exciting, does it? They must be running out of ideas on television to come up with programmes. I mean, they really must be running out of ideas. It's almost like sort of a poor man's pets win prizes kind of thing, isn't it, really? I just don't know why, actually. Steve, I came across an audio clip, says Keith, who's a very ageing anorak, but he's in Basingstoke, which seems to have a lot of ageing anoraks. He said, from the early 70s, of you reading a jingle for Radio Universe, which was a land-based pirate radio station that was affiliated to the very popular pirate radio Kaleidoscope. And the Facebook page that featured the clip also said you knew one of the unsung heroes of radio, Buster Pearson. Do you know Buster? No. And also, I mean, you know, I might have done a jingle for somebody in the early days. People would sort of come in and they'd say, oh, can you just say you're listening to, you know, Bebopaloola on, you know, Radio Kaleidoscope. I mean, it sounds very 70s. I don't think you'd have a radio called that now. Who'd have known, says Keith in Basingstoke, you had a history of piracy. But the trouble is, I think anybody could take the news, but I don't remember reading a jingle or anything like that. I mean, I have done things for people before where they've said, oh, can you just say hi to Pete, who does, you know, the overnight show on Radio Twinkle or something like that. And so you might say, you know, this is Pete. In fact, I remember doing a load of them years and years ago. But, I mean, I suppose all sorts of things surface. I turned up on a television programme. I think it was a police-based programme. And I was reading the news in the background. And there's all those celebs doing messages on Cameo, where you pay and somebody will say, hi, this is Dick Van Dyke. Up on the rooftops, Mary Poppins, and a happy birthday to you, Twinkle Jam Jar, or whatever their name was. I don't know. Couldn't think of anything else. I'm hopeless on remembering names. Trucker Phil says, as a trucker wandering around the country, I hear the LBC adverts change during the day as I travel. Last night I was hearing some southeast-based advertising, but this morning I'm in the northeast and can hear an advert for a college in Newcastle. Well, I'd say, listen, you're just telling me all sorts of different things here. And Shane says they have the Australian Media and Communications Office here years ago. They had a lot of shock jocks on radio. Some went way over the top. They don't have many now. I don't think we've ever had them in this country. There might have been a couple of people on one radio station, I remember, where people thought if they said something that was so outrageous, that made them a shock jock. But, of course, you can't just do one item. It's a bit dangerous. You have to do it constantly because that would then be your act. It's like if you listened to Kenny Everett on the radio years ago, you'd be listening to a completely different form of radio. His was all stuff he'd put together at home in his studio, and then he'd put it all together on the radio, and it just worked. Everybody was different. That's the whole idea. Nowadays, you get people who you think, I wonder who that is, because people's voices aren't as distinctive. Dick Van Dyke records personal messages, says my producer for fans on Cameo. Oh, he's about £900. Is he? 8:30, yeah. I'd remembered it because I remember thinking you would want Dick Van Dyke to record, but he's had to stop due to demand. And it's also lucrative. The guy, who was the one who died out of Only Fools and Horses? Boise. John Challis. He used to do them at the end of each day. They would get them all in. He'd go and sit in his little room with his microphone, and he'd read them, whatever they were. Hello, Marlene says hello to Kevin, or whatever it happened to be. And he would make quite a fortune out of them. You know, I don't know how much he charged. And here we go. Comedian's work ethic. Oh, I know this one is. Isn't he in The Inbetweeners? James Buckley. He became the unlikely king of cameo. He's done 10,000 videos and £300,000, leaving global A-listers in his wake. In a year. Really? Good Lord above. Well, there you go. I've seen The Outsiders. Very rude. Inbetweeners, sorry. It's very rude. I mean, it's far ruder than anything else I would ever say. Never say anything as rude as that. But obviously, I don't mind doing double entendres, but I mean, rudeness is... So that's what he's done, 10,000 videos. Oh, that's amazing. But as I say, Boise used to go into a room and do them at the end of the day, and it would take him 15 minutes, half an hour, and that'd be it. And then the next day, his agent would send him another load of people, and he'd just go, so-and-so, so-and-so. He would do it down the line. He charged 75 quid. He could have done £100 easy on that one. Easy. But if Dick Van Dyke charges, 830 quid, it's a very lucrative piece of income for something that really doesn't take any effort whatsoever. Thinking about doing them myself. I could... £5. What do you mean a £5? Oh, I think it's worth more than a £5. Definitely. Made me nose run now. Especially as I was just getting ready for a spooky night on the dreary old Celebrity Juice. I can't watch Celebrity Juice. I mean, it really is. If you want to watch rubbish on the television, that would be it. I thought they were thinking of axing it. But the team captains now, Laura Whitmore, who might or might not be helping them out on Love Island because her interviewing techniques were so poor, and Emily A. Tack, they're basing it all on The Witches. Did you ever see Hocus Pocus, the film, with Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker and Kathy Najimy? And they played witches. Did you not like it? Oh, right. I didn't mind it, actually. Nick Grimshaw, Jordan North, Maisie Smith and Maya Jama get into spooky gear. The things they get people to do now for their lowly fees on these programmes. We give you 500 quid, I'll dress up as anything. I mean, Halloween week, I ask you. We don't like it. We don't like it. I mean, some people obviously like it, but it's an American thing. It's not for us. The only time I was aware of it, I told you, was during E.T., which, had a bit where they're sort of walking around with him and he's got a sheet and they're sort of and just leading him and there's all these other people coming towards him. I never did trick or treat. It's way too sophisticated for trick or treat. Why would you want to do it? I mean, also, parents would be very unwise to let kids go out knocking on strangers' doors for the opportunity of being given a sweet. That's the one thing we were told years ago. Don't take sweets from strangers. Hello, trick or treat. What? God blimey, they're now turning up on the doorstep. Pot sweets sold to kids on Instagram. Dealers selling cannabis described as sweets have put hundreds of children in hospital. Do you know, I read a thing a while ago, and you might, the producer might know this one. Children swallowing magnets. Have you heard of this? No, just me again. It's definitely in my mind. Well, it's not obviously in my mind. No, not for Halloween, for any time. They have magnets which come with this sort of latest trend for some reason, and they've had to go to hospital. Yeah, TikTok trend. There you go. Tiny magnets that can be swallowed. It's called the NHS. The NHS has called for a ban on them. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't know what the advantage would be. The viral prank. They're sold as creative toys. People place 2 magnetic balls either side of their tongue and wiggle it around, creating the illusion the piercing is real. But unfortunately, these things sometimes fall off. Kids swallow them, and they get into the intestines or the bowels, squeezing the tissue so the blood supply is cut off. You'd never heard of this? No, I'd heard of it some time ago, and I remember thinking, magnetic... I mean, I've seen people who've got tongue piercings and stuff like that. It's an online trend. Yeah, it's through TikTok. I mean, how people get them out again... Is it a case where you hold a magnet up against somebody's stomach and move it up until it gets back into their throat again, like you do with magnets? They're forced together. I mean, it can be life-threatening and cause significant damage within hours. You would have to be mad to put anything like that in your mouth, just to make it look as though you've had a piercing. I mean, remember the Tide Pod Challenge. What was that? I never heard of that one. I'd heard of the magnets, but only because I remember thinking that kids buy them because they go, oh, we put it in it, I move it around, it looks like I've had my tongue pierced. What would be clever about that? one of the stupider things in life, I should imagine. But the Tide Pod Challenge, kids, it's an internet challenge in which you consume Tide Pods. I don't want to... Like washing machine pods. What, like with soap in? Are you serious? Good Lord above. Yes, but I wondered why. You know, they had an advert on the television, and I forget who's doing it. Spencer Matthews' wife is doing it, and it's for pods for your washing machine, and they say, click the lid and keep it out of the way of... Is that why? Ah, right. I thought it was a very sound piece of advice, because kids will pick up anything and put it in their mouth. And it's colourful and it's got liquid in it, so they pop it in their mouth. They might think it's something to eat. And they said you push the lid of this box down and then put them on a high shelf. Ah, right. That's what. So Tide Pods. There you go.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 25 to 7. Yeah, there's a great picture in the Daily Star until I suddenly realised what it was. I mean, it's a photograph. I understand what photographs are. Not that daft. And this is an orca having a whale of time with its pals in the ocean. Now, of course, the real name for orcas are killer whales. OK, they're killer whales. They're not friendly, cuddly, having a bit of fun with their mates. They're killing other animals. And one of them, and they've not mentioned it, they've just said here, a different whale pulls off a move, you know, that would win a gold in any gymnastics competition. And you go, yes. And then there's another picture of a whale, and what it's doing, it's eating a seal. They kill seals. That's their main staple, seals. And there's no mention in this article of the fact that here is this whale with all its teeth showing. And you must have seen the David Attenborough piece where there's a seal on an ice floe and the orcas come up behind it and they rise slowly out of the water. I mean, so much so that the seal has no idea what is behind it. And the orca comes up, the killer whale, and it looks at the seal. And it's obviously gauging how it can dislodge it from the ice floe it's on. And so what it does is it creates a wave. It creates a wave. And the wave, because the seal is lying there thinking, I'll just have a little doze, the wave knocks the seal off into the water. I mean, for sea lions to venture into deep water is very dangerous. It's much safer for them to stay in the shadows. Because the shallows, for the simple reason that these whales will throw themselves up the beach. They will pick up seals, and when you see this David Attenborough piece, you look at the size of this whale. The seals don't stand a cat in hell's chance. Now, because the orca, the killer whale, cannot actually eat these things, it throws it in the air. It will catch it by its tail, it will drag it out to sea, and these seals are dim as planks. Every year they get born on this beach, and every year they go, hey, let's go have a swim in the sea. You know, irrespective of that, their brothers and sisters were annihilated last year by killer whales who drive themselves all the way up the beach, will grab it by its tail, and that's what they're doing in this picture in the Daily Star today, and then stripping it. And they're trying to rip the flesh off it. So it's thrown into the air from a great, you know, from the sea, it goes up 50 feet, 60 feet. But this particular one on the ice floe, it sees the seal and it knocks it off by creating a wave. And the wave knocks it off. The seal suddenly goes, what the heck? And it then tries to get itself back on again, pulls itself onto it, and the whale does it again, knocks it off into the sea. And the next thing it does is it manages to grab its tail. And this seal, you can see it's slowly being dragged off because the seal has got nothing in its flippers that will hold it on to onto the ice, and so it's slowly. They're very close. They will throw themselves up the beach. These orcas, these killer whales. People make out they're very friendly. I saw a pod of them pursuing another whale, and the whale had a calf with it. And what they wanted to do was get the calf, and so they drowned it. And they drowned it by throwing themselves on top of it. You would think they live under the water, but they don't necessarily. They've got to come up to breathe. And it was something. So when you look at these pictures, they go, oh, it's orca on a roll. No, it's a killing machine. It's a killing machine, and it's eating seals because that's what they eat. Dreadful, isn't it? Ghostbuster fans can become real-life ghoul hunters. Secret Cinemas cashing in on the release of Ghostbusters Afterlife by launching a virtual experience that sees actors playing the film's heroes and trains ticket buyers to be paranormal fighters. There's people still playing these games on the internet and stuff. Apparently they are. A couple of years ago doing a feature on LBC about Dungeons and Dragons. Was it Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, it must have been. I think it was that. And all these people around the country were playing Dungeons and Dragons online. I'd never seen anything like it. I was really quite surprised it was so big. We listen to you, Steve, in the evening, say C&D in California. I love how you weave through current and past events, people and places. You keep us connected to Greater London and the UK. Well, that's the idea. We are in the middle of London. Trafalgar Square is but, a hop, skip and about a minute down the road. We're in Leicester Square very shortly to have our Christmas market, which I can't wait for. And all the lights are in the trees. Now, I don't know whether they left them there from last year, because they're all up there in the tree. I can't remember, but they're very nice. And normally we have other lights in Leicester Square to make ourselves look festive. It opens on the 12th of November. So there you go. Please wish my beautiful wife Lynn from Bushy a wonderful 64th birthday. She's really been in the wars lately, and hearing your voice would really cheer her up, says hubby David. So there you go. 64th birthday. God, I can barely remember what it was like, but I'm sure it'll be fantastic. Dolly Parton is tickled pink, raising money for charity. She's 75, still wearing all her outfits are skin tight. I mean, they really. I don't think you could have anything tighter to emphasise the bosom as well. I've got her Dolly live in London, and she gets off a plane, and it's the whole sort of bit, and she gets off the plane, and she's pencil thin. I mean, she really is She's got her waist is like you put your hands round, tiny, tiny, tiny. And then she gets on the coach. When she emerges the other end, she's actually in. I think it might have been Wembley or wherever it was. She was in this place, and she's helped off the coach, fully made up, fully, the wig, everything perfect. And she hasn't done anything up until now, apart from have the makeup put on. She gets off the coach. The man holds her by the hand. They lead her up a flight of steps, and she then goes, "Hello, London." And she's on stage immediately. She doesn't do the rehearsal. The band do all the rehearsal for her because she's done it so often. She knows exactly what she's doing. So to see her here at the age of 75, it was at a Goodbye Breast Cancer concert in Nashville, Tennessee. And she's still going. She's another Elton John. Not that Elton John wears a wig and dresses, but I'm sure he has done in his time. But it's a case of, and he's number one. He's number one in the chart. Is it, have I heard the right record? I can't remember if I've heard the right record. Is it a combination of a few of his hits put together? There's a bit of Rocket Man, isn't it? That's what I thought. I was hearing it the other day on one of our stations. I remember thinking, is this the new record? And so it's a combination. Somebody has put down, what was the other one that's on there? There's a couple of his records on this thing. And I remember thinking, oh, that's it. Somebody's put together basically a sample. And it's with Dua Lipa as well. So it was created, Kiss the Bride, Rocket Man, Where's the Shura, and Sacrifice. Sacrifice was the one I couldn't remember. Sacrifice. Did all those things. Bruno Tonioli's in one of his videos as a dancer. So it's backed by a modern disco sound. He's in the one set in Paris. I'm still standing. Da, 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 da. And you see Bruno Tonioli in it. Looks exactly the same as he does now. Now he's sort of got white hair, though. The one where they will be friends forever. And it's all the people who've been in the supporting cast of Friends. There you go. There's Bruno Tonioli. Dancing. He's been a dancer for years. Not wearing very much, of course. I don't advise you to put young people onto this one. He's wearing what can only be described as a thong. And Elton comes out one of the hotels there and does this in Cannes. Must have been very exciting. But they're so boring to watch. Very boring to watch. If ever you watch them doing a pop video, stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. It's like Vienna. Was it Ultravox who did? Vienna. Well, that was put together almost note by note by note by note by note. Must have taken them for ages. Have I seen the Elton John film? No, I haven't. That's the Rocket Man with that very good actor in it, isn't it? No, Taron Egerton. I'll tell you what I wanted to watch again. Only because it was so funny. It was Elton John, and it was called Tantrums and Tiaras, and it came out on the television, where he was throwing wobblies because somebody went cooey as he was playing tennis in the south of France, and he stormed off the court. He really was having his tantrums. I don't think it's been seen ever since, which is a bit of a shame. Yes, loads of people who appeared in Friends. Tom Selleck was there. Elliot Gould was in. Morgan Fairchild. Loads of people, I don't know who half of them are because they're all Americans, but they all featured in it. Ross's monkey, Marcel, was actually played by a female capuchin called Katie. Went in to appear on TV shows including 30 Rock and currently works as a mascot to the Los Angeles baseball team. Apparently, David Schwimmer admitted hated working with it. Why do they change animals? If it's called Marcel, why couldn't they just call it Katie? That's what its name is. It must have been very confused about it. I do remember the storyline. And Elliot Gould, I remember, because he was one of the parents in it. And Tom Selleck played Monica's older boyfriend, Dr. Richard Burke. He's 76. Tom Selleck now. 76. It's unbelievable.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 10 to 7 is the time. Steve, take that. Says Lewis, made a video down my road in Croydon. My nan's in it. The song's called Up All Night. It was a long day, though. Yeah, they take... You've never seen how many people are involved in making pop videos nowadays. And in fact, if it's a good pop video, it sells the record. You know, sometimes you find the groups can't actually reproduce the excitement that you get in a pop video because most of the cutaways in a pop video last a couple of seconds. It's all put together meticulously, and it's supposed to look glam and fab and really nice. Who did that song? Oh, that was right. Sorry, I was just thinking One Direction again. I mean, the most expensive pop video of all time would be... Oh, God, what would be the most expensive video? I don't know. Would it be something... Oh, I'll never get... Oh, right, it'll be something totally obscure then. So, Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson. Scream. I would have thought... God, this is Thriller. I would have thought that would have been a very, very expensive one to put on. And that cost how much? 7 million to put on, that one. Actually, yeah, Scream. $7 million. Pound. No, dollars. Dollars. The year was 1995. I don't remember that. Madonna's, by comparison, are sort of, 6 and 5 million. Is this for making a video? Mind you, how much did the John Lewis advert cost? Remember they did one at Christmas when, how much? I was thinking that was a quite expensive thing. But most of these pop videos you've never heard of. I mean, some of them, poor old Mariah Carey, $2.5 million. I mean, seems like a fortune, but in terms of how much people can spend. Limp Bizkit, $3 million. We should worry about them a lot. Celine Dion, 2.3 million. Michael Scorsese did Michael Jackson's Bad. That cost 2.2 million. That was probably just his fee, I would imagine. But Thriller was Thriller was the longest video I think I've ever seen. It went on forever and a day, and it was very good. But we can't find it on this list. It probably didn't cost as much as we thought actually, unless they managed to keep it. Oh, there you go, $500,000. Bit cheap, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 40 years ago, $500,000. I mean, oh, blimey. Ricky Martin, Living La Vida Loca. That cost $500,000, as did Britney Spears, Hold It Against Me, and Piece of Me, both $500,000. And who else was on there? David Bowie's Ashes to Ashes, $581,000. It doesn't seem possible, does it, that people could spend that much money? So they've got to get the money back again. But the John Lewis advert, I'm sure, cost an awful lot of money. They've had a couple of very expensive ones, and I thought, so you've got to make that money back before you can do anything else. And I don't think the John Lewis staff got a bonus last year. I don't think there was any bonus that was on offer for the first time in goodness knows how long. There is a story about Professor Green in the papers today. He's a rapper. That's all I can tell you about him. I can't remember what his real name is. Is it Stephen somebody? But anyway. He campaigned with Prince William, but unfortunately he backed a drug pusher online, which doesn't really help, does it? So the cannabis content on Stonechester has been pulled. Kensington Palace have declined to comment. That's right, his name is Stephen Manderson. He's openly admitted selling drugs when he was younger, but in a documentary about legalising cannabis, he says, nowadays it makes me uncomfortable, which I think it would, but a lot of people take it, don't they? There's a couple here who make cannabis bags. I mean, I know in certain parts of America you can go into a town and you can buy cannabis quite openly, almost in vending machines, I think. So it never gets that bad here. It's legal in a lot of US states. I can't remember, is it legal here or is it not legal? It's not legal here. But to the police, I've seen the police doing stop and search at the side of the road, and they say we can deal with this at the side of the road if you confess that, yes, it's yours. And they do that, but people still sort of bluff it out. There was one bloke, he had a complete hydroponics kit in the back of the car, and the police said, "It's I can smell drugs." And he went, "I'm just delivering this." They said, "It's for drugs. It's hydroponics." John Lewis's advert in 2015, how much? £7 million. £7 million for an advert. So you've got to get that money back again, haven't you, before you can start making anything. And they've closed goodness knows how many stores. I'm still trying to work out whether or not I would want to buy a pair of trainers owned by Michael Jordan, who's a basketball superstar. This is a Nike. It featured in 5th game for the Chicago Bulls in 1984. They're size 13, so they're not going to fit all of you. They're not going to fit me. I'm only 11 tops. 11 tops. But this one here, they sold in Las Vegas. I don't know who gets the money on this. Does he get it? $1.47 million. $1.47 million for a pair of trainers. They're given to him. They were later given to a ball boy as a gift. That's a nice gift to have. Flog them. Get them online as quickly as possible. Amazing, isn't it? Which is actually eclipsing the previous Air Jordan record of $615,000. It comes as the market for rare sports shoes soars. I don't get it. My friend John is obsessed with buying Nikes. I don't get it at all. I can't understand why people would get so excited about trainers and how much people pay for them. I don't even possess a pair of trainers. Producer spent £130. I wouldn't, seriously. If it's got laces, I can't wear them. I don't do anything like that at all. So goodbye Gunter. The Friends stars pay tribute to the actor. And also David Beckham getting a fair amount of flack after agreeing to be the public face of Qatar's World Cup, despite the country's poor human rights record. Mind you, David, who got an OBE in 2003, wasn't happy at not getting a knighthood. If you remember, he came up with some right choice words, which I can't repeat on this programme. We don't do things like that. Do you remember Sue and Alex from Blind Date? 30 years ago, they met on the programme. 1988, Scylla was very excited. They met, they went out, and we all thought, nah, nothing will happen. They're still married. 30 years on, they've got 2 children and blissfully happy. Blissfully happy. They celebrate their 30th anniversary. But they would hate their children to go on Love Island. I don't think we'd recommend anybody going onto Love Island. I think you've got to be a certain person who wants to go on television in a bikini. And I'm not one of them. I'm not one of those sort of people who wants to put a bikini on, go on television, parade myself up and down and see if I appeal to anybody. Because the answer is I probably wouldn't, so I'm not going to do it. Happy birthday to Roger Allam, the actor. He's 68. He played Inspector Javert in the original London production of Les Miserables. Also Mahalia Jackson, the civil rights activist, was born on this day in 1911, died in 72. And I'd forgotten that Bob Hoskins isn't with us. For some reason, I always imagined he was still with us. He died way back in 2014. He was star of the Mona Lisa and the Long Good Friday. And in 1881, put it in your diary, the gunfight at the OK Corral took place. We all were there. The Wild West shootout inspired the film of the same name. And Cecil and Mary Chubb in 1918 donated Stonehenge to the nation. They bought it in auction. I didn't know you could buy Stonehenge. They bought it for £6,600. So obviously the farmer on whose land it is went, want to buy Stonehenge? Yeah, we'll buy it. And they gifted it to the nation. They could have made a fortune out of it. I'd have opened a gift shop, cafe, get your original Stonehenge jigsaw here, all those sort of things. Why not? It's the only way to do it, isn't it? Goodness sake, me and Courtney, we could run a nice little business down there, couldn't we? I think we could even have glamping. Definitely going for that one.